In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
What a beautiful tactic. The Indian Yogis are the first team to make it to the playoffs.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Because there's a back rank weakness, Rooksy. What a stunning move this is. Just unbelievable what he does.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Did King F5? F4 is falling.
That was a huge blunder. He's gonna get made.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
And the B pawn comes. Oh my goodness, Miley, way to go, girl. That's huge. That is huge for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's Thursday. It's more PCL action time. 2 scintillating matches for you today. It's early morning for me. It's a little bit later for my co-host, Grandmaster Aman Hambleton, joins us today. Aman, welcome to the show. Glad to be commentating with you again.
Thanks, Danya. I've been fist bumping ever since that moment when the Chess Bros got the victory. Riding a high from that, but happy to jump in the booth with you, Danya, and cover more exciting matches today. I think the PCL just never disappoints.
It really never does, and a big part of the reason why is the teams that have been assembled, and I think the 2 matches today are not going to disappoint either. We start the day off with Hikaru Nakamura, Levi Rosman's team, the Gotham Knights facing the only other perfect score team, the Shanghai Tigers. Only one team has reached the playoffs thus far, but we'll get to that shortly. At 10 a.m. Pacific, immediately after the conclusion of that match, we will have Agadmator's team, the Croatia Bulldogs, facing MVL's Blitz. It's an action-packed day as usual, and on plenty of Super GMs to go around.
Yeah, 100%, Danny. I mean, we have 2 different type of matchups today. One of them, we find out who is going to move on and join the Indian Yogis in the playoffs, 3-0. We're going to have a 3-0 team today, which is always very exciting to find out. But on the other hand, these 1-1 teams, this is a really important match. This is a huge difference between 2-1 and playing for your playoff hopes, and 1-2 and potentially being eliminated, Daniel.
Oh, absolutely. And you will be placed accordingly in the standings, and the standings are jam-packed at the top. Like I said, only one team has made the playoffs. That happened yesterday in a stunning victory by the Indian Yogis over the Levitov Chess Wizards, who themselves have victimized a couple of other teams. You can see the Tigers and the Gotham Knights, the only other perfect score teams, and well, that field is going to be thinned even further down, Amon. But some of those teams, like the Canada Chess Bros, I have to say, through clenched teeth, as well as the California Unicorns, just because they've lost one match, doesn't mean that you can fall asleep on their hopes and aspirations to win the entire thing.
100%. And I think one of the most important things for fans and viewers to remember is that these teams they have much deeper rosters than just the 4 people that you might see playing in a given week. Certain lineups might work better than others. So a team could get blown out of the water one week, come back, shake things up, different lineup, and be dominant the next week. We've seen that a number of times. The Levitov Chess Wizards, Dania, I thought they couldn't lose a single match. And then all of a sudden, they go up against an even stronger team. So absolutely, you said it, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of losing some matches, a couple of teams have lost more than one match. In fact, one team, their aspirations and hopes of winning the PCL title have vanished. I'm having a hard time reading the name of the city that assembled that team. It's the Charlotte Cabraz. Exactly, the Cabraz.
The Chess Bros and the Cobras.
Exactly, and it rhymes. Unfortunately, we've flamed and burned out and lost all 3 matches. But we'll be back next year. But what I wanted to say, Amon, is that the St. Louis Archbishops, um, shockingly, they're 0-2. They've won the PCL in previous seasons, which just tells you how ridiculously strong and unpredictable the PCL season is. But I have a feeling that one of those 0-2 teams has a pretty good chance to make a comeback. How amazing of a storyline would that be if, like, the Archbishops made the playoffs?
I know. Imagine. I definitely think that they are the most capable team of doing that. So you might have just spoke it into existence, Daniel. We'll see.
Oh man, now the PCL is cursed. Well, let's review the rosters for today's match. Of course, everybody knows who the MVP is on the Gotham Knights. It's that smiling face of Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who will be putting in an appearance today. But he is not the only Grandmaster and player capable of carrying a team. They've also got Lei Kwang Lim, former World Blitz champion, by the way, Vladimir Fedoseev, and one player, Amon, that I think a lot of people and fans are looking forward to seeing in a slightly longer time control format is, of course, I am Mikola Bordnik, who's thrown it down in countless longchess.com Blitz matches. Time for Mikola to test his mettle in a more serious event.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of those players that always has the rating that seems to back up, his incredible performances, but he doesn't get to show them on the biggest stages. So I'm absolutely excited to see what he can bring to this Gotham Knights team, to the PCL. Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura sort of leading by example. He had that one really shaky game right at the start of his PCL, season, but since then he's been remarkable for the team. And there's a reason that this team is 2-0.
There absolutely is, and Hikaru is a big part of that reason. He's also had a 4-0 run in a previous week, as has the sort of MVP member of the Shanghai Tigers, Wei Yi. Not to be outdone, the Shanghai Tigers have assembled a powerhouse team that is composed of some players, Amon, that don't necessarily have eye-popping ratings, but have already shown themselves capable of throwing it down with the best of them. I'm looking, of course, at Zhu Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion, and players like Wei Yi, Nihua, Zhang Zhang, and they are unbelievably solid. And that's ultimately what you need from a PCL team and from a player, Amon. You need players who can consistently perform 2.5 out of 4, 3 out of 4, and who rarely have flame out type performances.
Yeah, that's a great point. And what strikes me as maybe one of the biggest reasons why this team might be doing well, Dania, is they have all their players from China. So there's a lot of team camaraderie, a lot of chemistry, and you can really see it in the players. They're joking in between the rounds. You see Zhu Wenjun there on camera. I just think that this team is having fun with it, and they're all so talented. They're interested in sharing lines, sharing ideas in the openings with one another, and you don't always see that with different chess colleagues from countries around the world. So I think that might be one of the reasons why this team is currently 2-0 and looks like one of the absolute favorites.
Great point, and that also stands behind the success of a lot of chess Olympiad teams throughout history. Team chemistry really is important in chess team events, as is your participation in our weekly community questions. Voting does close on Tuesday, so it's too late to vote on this one, but just to tell you what you've been missing out on if you haven't used the Exclam Predict feature in chat. The question for this week: how many bishops will the Shanghai Tigers fianchetto today? Over/under is 5.5. Amon, it's too late to vote now, but I'll give you, as the commentator, the privilege of making that prediction.
Thank you, Dania. I appreciate that. And
the great privilege.
I will absolutely be locking in over 5.5, but I'll even do you one better because you gave me permission, Dania. I'll say over, but I'll specifically say 8. 8 fianchettoed bishops. Let's have the chat keep track, and we'll see how I do.
We'll alert our scribes and counters and our statisticians, and they will keep a very close eye on this one. But we will keep a close eye on the matchups and the lineups, because they are indeed quite scintillating. Starting with the board assignments, Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi both have had perfect runs. They are our board ones, and of course Zhu Wenjun, Xu Yi, and Lu Yiping. Amon, this is the lineup that has won, I think, both of the matches for the Shanghai Tigers with minimal changes. for the Gotham Knights, I think this is Mikola Bortnik's first appearance. Alina Kashlinskaya, don't fall asleep on her. I mean, she's basically a grandmaster. Two powerhouse teams that we have here.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at the two lineups that we have in front of us here, the most interesting thing to start off is that you mentioned it. Two previous 4-0 weeks are actually going head to head. So I'm sorry, but only one of those, and potentially none of them, have a chance to survive based on this incoming matchup when they do meet on board one. So that's already pretty exciting. And as we go down that list, I'm also drawn to the name International Master Alina Kashlinskaya, who I know I certainly remember from the I Am Not a GM tournament. I think she definitely belongs in the GM Not an IM tournament because she always puts in a good performance. I think she's going to be rock solid on board 3. Exciting to see her in action. And you just go over that Shanghai Tiger side, and it's like you don't seem to have to change that much. If it ain't broke,
No.
don't fix it. I mean, this team has been doing well with very similar lineups, and most of the players, Daniel, remain unchanged.
And I think you called it earlier, team camaraderie, right? When you've got the same lineup week in and week out, you almost feel a sense of responsibility to your team and to your teammates to keep performing well. Like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've seen different match and team assembly strategies, and I really am partial to teams that essentially keep the lineup week in and week out. So there are the board assignments. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody plays everybody. If you don't remember the format for the PCL, well, where have you been? Now, before we recap the format, let's actually look at the round 1 matchups, because Hikaru is not going to play Wei Yi in round 1. That happens, folks, in round 4 when board 1 plays board 1. Conversely, in round 1, board 1 plays board 4. So Hikaru almost immediately, Amon, thrust into, I use this term sparingly, must-win situation. Obviously, Hikaru, he lost to Heinemann in his first ever PCL game, and the Gotham Knights were just totally okay, but he really wants to set the tone early, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think whenever you see that board 1 versus board 4 matchup, you absolutely, you want to lean on your high-rated players, your board 1s. They're there for a reason. They're obviously expected to score the most points in a match, Dania. But one thing about these two lineups is they're actually fairly even. You're not seeing a 2200 in there and then a bunch of 2700s. You actually do see a lot of 24, 25, 2600s. So, I mean, you know it best, Dania. These 2400s are not going to be a, free point or anything like that.
No.
They're here to win, and they can absolutely give Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi on board 1 a good run for their money.
Absolutely. And I think this is going to be a really interesting PCL match. We will try to hit on all of the entertaining games as usual. And once again, if you don't know the format, all right, we will recap the format really quickly. The time control for the PCL is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. It's a nice cross between Blitz. It's not too blitzy and not too rapidy. Everybody plays everybody in a 4-round match. And the first team to reach a cumulative score of 8.5 wins the match. So this can happen technically in 3 rounds, but it's only happened that way in a handful of matches. And something tells me that this match is not going to be a blowout. In the event of an 8-8 tie, we reach tie breaks, which will feature the same lineups as in round 4 with colors reversed. But as I always say, we'll cross that bridge if we get there. We have had tie breaks on a couple of times, and if we are to have a match with tie breaks, likely, I think this one is definitely up there.
Yeah, it seems like, obviously 2-2-0 teams, you're certainly expecting that 8-8 is a very real possibility. I know from watching the, very tense and heart-wrenching Canada Chess Bros matches, we've won so many matches, Dania, 8.5, 7.5. Like, it really does get that close in the PCL. So it is not out of the question that we see tie breaks. And every time that's happened in the PCL so far, it has been so exciting to watch.
It has, and it almost happened yesterday with the Garden State Passers. That match came down absolutely to the wire. I mean, Sam Sevian, he lost his last 2 games of the match, and he had a game, apparently, I found out after the match, against Ivan Sarge, where he resigned in a drawn position. I still need to investigate that, but that's the kind of craziness that we see in the PCL week in and week out, and that's really why you should tune in, because you just never know what kind of epic stuff you'll see on any given day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you have no idea how professional and talented these players are, and yet how capable they all are of making blunders that just looked so insane. But that's why the PCL is so fun, because you get to see the highest level, and sometimes you get to see just outrageous blunders that don't belong.
Speaking of highest level, Hikaru Nakamura, his game has begun. He has the black pieces against the Tigers board 4, Yiping Liu. And Hikaru gonna casually make his way over to his laptop or contemplate his first move, which I think is gonna be knight f6, but you never know. It could be f5.
Feel like
All
I'm
right,
at
Hikaru.
a
Wake up, Susie.
feel like I'm at a wax museum. Like I'm not sure if that's the real, like, is that the real Hikaru or?
Yeah, he's not changing his facial expression at all. Nor is he changing the state of the boredom on. That's the slightly more concerning thing.
Yeah, yeah. I've had a few situations where players on the chess bra team, you're not there like right at the start of the round. So yeah, a little bit of odds here and there, but we'll wait and see if Hikaru gets his first move in. I see d4, Danya, and I'm already thinking, gotta give me a Catalan here for my Fianchetto, otherwise it's not looking good.
Yeah, d4 pre-move g3, and then
Yeah.
Hikaru would play e5. The I for the England is very good against 2g3.
That's right.
But the scary thing, Aman, and this happened in the World Blitz Championship, where Magnus Carlsen had 30 seconds before the start of one of the games,
Yeah.
and he didn't just win that game; he won it easily. It was just another day in the office. So the terrifying thing about playing Hikaru is that he probably could spot you 6 or 7 minutes and still be completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about that game, and I do want to give some credit to Kovalev, his opponent actually did sort of give back some of that time in the game that they
True.
played to sort of even it up. I'm not sure with PCL and everything that's on the line that you'd be so generous. If I was playing, I'm saying take the time advantage,
No.
see what I can do.
Every second that you can get, you need. And while we're figuring out Hikaru's game, we've got some more entertaining action on some of the other boards. Shu Yi and Vladimir Fedoseev are throwing it down. We have e4, c5. What about a nice Fianchetto g3, the accelerated closed Sicilian? What do you think about that, Aman?
It's funny because I've actually seen that a few times in the PCL. I will say, like, sometimes you're more likely to see these weird sidelines in Pro Chess League matches where the players aren't necessarily trying to play top theory. But I mean, we're gonna sit here and always expect d4, the mainline open Sicilians. But hey, bishop b5 check, kind of a mix between a sideline and a mainline.
Yeah, this I believe is called the Moscow variation or the canal attack. I've heard it referred to several different ways. I play this with white, and white plays bishop takes d7 check. Here, a major crossroads for black. Queen takes d7 is the more popular move,
Mhm.
but taking back with the knight on is the way to sort of unbalance the position if you want to preserve winning chances with black. And it's still a very, very solid system from the white side.
Right. And when you see the current structure, you're actually not looking to play d4 as white, like those normal Sicilians, open Sicilians that we all might be used to, but rather maybe like a c3 d4. So I could actually retain a pawn in the center after the eventual capture, as opposed to just having a knight there. So white kind of gets this nice center, but on the other hand, black has easy development. Shouldn't be any opening issues to start things off.
Yeah, and black in turn has a bunch of setups that he can counter with. I think Fedoseev is doing the standard stuff. He goes e6. You can also fianchetto the bishop,
Mhm.
but the most common response is to meet c3 and d4 with a well-timed d5, counter-striking in the center. And then if white plays e5, you get that sort of French advance type structure, but with the absence of light squared bishops, the black knight, which lands on e4, is actually going to be very safe. And the only way to kick it away is either to trade it off for one of white's knights or to kick it away with the f pawn. But a different kind of setup for Shu Yi, playing maximally positionally b3. And I do think Aman that he's likely to go d4 eventually, but
Right.
only if he's assured that he can set up the sort of Morozzi bind with c4 to follow.
Yep, that seems entirely like what he's trying to go for, and I think with B3, he's opening up other ideas of just playing more solid. He could even start with C4 before the move D4.
Hmm.
Bishop B2 looks like it's happening, and Danya,
Come
I
on.
know,
Don't jinx it now.
I
Don't jinx
know.
it. Now he might play bishop a3. You just never
Fianchetto
know. I mean,
incoming for the Shanghai Tigers. Statisticians count that one.
There's number one. Well, let's go to the bird's eye view and see if we have any other fianchettos. We actually might. There's good news on one of the other boards because all of the games, ladies and gentlemen, have in fact begun, including Hikaru Nakamura, who might have been setting up his stream. That might have been the solution to our mystery. And that's on the top left of your screen, folks. I'm having a hard time making out what the last move there was by Hikaru Nakamura. I think it might have been B6.
That's right, B6. It's looking great for all the potential Fianchettoers. But remember, Dania, it only counts for the Shanghai Tigers. This is a
Oh, yeah.
very
Oh.
specific, very specific.
But Hikaru doesn't play for the Shanghai Tigers. Oh, man. Man, I've got my teams all mixed up. Let's go to that game
Yeah.
and see how Hikaru is trying to guarantee winning chances with black. He has, in fact, completed the fianchetto, and he's just kicked away White's bishop from the center with f5. Early impressions, Amon. I like Hikaru's position, and I'll like it even more if he castles queenside here. What are the odds of that, do you think?
Yeah, and you could really castle queenside and go, I'm gonna call it crazy, but it might not be that crazy. Move like G5, like long castle, G5, G4. If you take my pawn on G5, I mean, we don't even have enough we don't even have enough ink to print the arrows from B7 to G2, C7 to H2. Like, I mean, this
Yeah.
looks really scary, especially if you add an open G file to the mix.
And Hikaru, you can see him talking. I can bet a silver dollar that he's deciding live between castling kingside and castling queenside. Now, it might be too early in the match to
Right.
make a move as brazen as queenside castles because we don't have enough ink to print black's attacking ideas, but don't fall asleep on white's pawn storm either. And
Mhm.
Hikaru just sort of delays the decision with bishop to d6 Amon, taking the sting out of the move before, against which I think he's planning this very devilish idea, knight e5.
Yeah, that's bishop d6 is really crafty because if you, let's say, take care of things and play like h3, then I think we really will get a long castle plus g5 idea. That makes a lot more sense there. And you just pointed out b4, not so simple because knight e5, if you take on e5,
I'll show this.
We're capturing back. And yeah, we can show everybody that the rook on a1 is attacked. And don't forget about the pawn on h2. Loose over there. Yeah, we get our fianchetto, but at what cost?
There we go. At a pretty steep cost. And it's not just the h2 pawn. The king is driven into the diagonal of the other bishop. You could follow up with h5.
Right.
Clearly, this is not the sort of thing Yiping Lu would want out of the opening against Hikaru.
Mhm.
So as we reload the live board, instead, white has counterstruck in the center with e4, a move that I actually really like.
Yeah.
Trying to get rid of the f-pawn, but more importantly, Amon, trying to contest this incredibly nasty bishop on the long diagonal with a bishop of white's own, which would land on e4 in the event of the trade.
Yeah, that position looks very good. So if we see f takes e4, bishop takes e4, I like white's chances. You have easy moves to make next, bishop e3, rook e1, rook d1, such simple gameplay for Lu Yiping. I'm wondering how Hikaru is going to react to this because I'm looking at pawn takes and that doesn't look so nice. But on the other hand, you just highlighted a move like g6. If you play that, Dania, are you committing to queenside castling? Because g6, you're not castling kingside after that.
No, you're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Instead, Hikaru moves his knight back to e7, and crafty, I think, is a word you use to describe bishop c5 to d6. I would use it to describe Hikaru's play as a whole. It's sort of cagey. He's trying to keep as many options open as possible. He's trying to keep the situation in the center undefined, and that's how you generate winning chances against a solid player. The issue is that it could backfire, and I wouldn't say that it's backfiring. I think that would be jumping the gun. But white is meeting Hikaru at the top, preparing e5, and suddenly the bishop on d6 could be encountering some difficulties. Bishop c5, b4.
Right.
You could probably save the minor piece by taking on f3, but that would hand white the bishop pair, and that's, again, not what Hikaru wants out of the opening.
Yeah, it does look like with rather logical move, e4, rook e1, he's already putting the question to black's pieces, and we might see that exact line show up on the board. I mean, it's actually quite possible now that e5 is a real consideration, Daniel.
Yeah, and white is going to spend some time deciding how to resolve the situation in the center. That, I think, affords us a good opportunity to travel back to the bird's eye view, because there is a game that I am so looking forward to seeing. And Amon, I'll give you the final say as
Mhm.
to where we go next. But I'm looking at Mikola Bortnik's board, and I'm seeing that he's got 9 minutes and 51 seconds. Wei Yi has 5 minutes, and that is such a deja vu situation for me. I can't tell you in how many Blitz games we make 10, 15 moves. Bortnik still has all of the time he started with. And I'm thinking there's no way that this is preparation.
Right.
Bortnik has some of the most dangerous opening ideas that you will find probably among any quote unquote international master. I hate referring to Mikola Bortnik as an international master given what he's capable of, but that's what he is.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Let's jump into that game because it does seem like with that time advantage, everything going through your head is this is prep. What does he have in store for me? Knight b5, hitting the queen was the last move. The bishop pair for Wei Yi, but it looks like one of these situations where you have to work. You still have a lot of work ahead of you to actually make that bishop pair relevant. Like you're not even fully developed yet, let alone looking forward to utilizing the bishop pair. So sort of a long term advantage if you can arrange the pieces, but for now, dealing with short term threats.
Wei doesn't seem too concerned about his clock. I wonder what he's doing. Is that a water bottle? He's fiddling with something off camera there. His queen is hanging, so I hope he doesn't get distracted to the point where he's like, oh, let's complete my development with bishop to d7. He is presumably going to move his queen. And the biggest secondary priority I'm on is, I would assume, to keep the e5 pawn protected.
Mhm.
Although you could make a move like queen b6 and try to engineer some tactics like queen takes e5, bishop f6. But that has to be calculated. And as we're talking, he's now under 4 minutes. This is a 6-minute time advantage here for a great tactical player in Mikola Bortnik, not someone that you want to mess around with in a time scramble.
It almost looks like he's sort of tweeting out like a "Don't love my position" hashtag PCL. You know, I think, and
Dude.
obviously the players have multiple cameras set up, so I think he was actually fixing his secondary camera. Is sort of what it looked like. But
Hmm.
he's looks like he's all good to go there. But as you mentioned, perfect time to put on the pressure. The guy's got the camera gambit, so put the heat on here. He still has not moved.
No, this is getting ridiculous. This actually might be in the biggest time deficit of the PCL type territory.
Yeah.
3 minutes now on the clock for Wei Yi. And I think the most obvious move is queen d6 to f6. So maybe there's actually something he's worried about on top of him being worried that his camera isn't properly positioned.
Yeah.
It might just be that white goes, let's say, rook f1 to e1. And when you're the top rated player by 500 points, like Wei Yi is, or 300 points, you're fighting a secondary enemy, Amon,
Mhm.
which is the need to win the game. Mikola has the luxury of essentially playing solid chess. By the way, the e-ball bar just shot up. I like the look of bishop f4 here because the bishop on e7 is undefended, but he continues to play instantly, and he's trying to shove that pawn down to d6.
I mean, can't blame him. D6 even comes with a package threat of knight c7,
Oh,
unless
God.
bishop d8 would be the only response. And yeah, you're pointing it out.
Ooh.
D6 d7. I mean, there's already significant threats on the board. Bishop d6 comes to mind as just a way to blockade that pawn, but you're already at the very least giving up your bishop pair. You're certainly not better.
Yeah, I mean, if white wants to guarantee half a point, then I would take the bishop on d6 and maybe play bishop d2, which may seem like the most passive developing move, but you're really aiming for b4. And once you dislodge that queen, you're playing d6,
Mhm.
essentially automatically. So right now it's decision time for Mikola Bortnik. He starts with bishop d2. Typical Mikola right there. I'm on classic Mikola Bortnik move. So easy to miss this trick in a blitz game.
Yep.
And I'm getting really concerned now for Wei's clock and for his position, by the way.
Definitely. This is not simple. In fact, sometimes the positions where the eval bar hovers around, the middle of the board the most, those are the toughest positions to play, especially when you're down on the clock. Rook e8, sort of an innocuous looking move, getting out of that exact threat, knight d6 and bishop b4. But the eval bar is just saying, nope, like that's a mistake already.
Yeah. Not going to fly. I think rook a to c1, that looks good to me. You could follow it up with knight takes d6 and bishop b4. And the problem, again, isn't just that black was losing the exchange. It's that you're dislodging the queen. That's why the queen, Amon, is the worst blockader, because it's
Yeah.
such an easy piece to attack. Once you attack it and get this pawn down to d6, I hesitate to use the word unlosable, but that's as close as it gets to like a risk-free position against Wei. Pretty dream scenario here for the Gotham Knights' board 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know that this is a matchup where a board 4 scoring any points against the board 1. Doesn't matter what roster you're coming with, that's always a good result for the team. So Gotham Knights will surely be happy with the performance thus far.
Yeah, it's a pretty cushy roll, I think, board 4, but it's an incredibly crucial roll, right? As you said, 1 out of 4. It really feels so much different from losing all 4 of your games where KC1 has been played. And as Wei tries to get his pieces out and muster up some resistance to Mikola Bordnik's initiative, let's go back to the bird's eye view because some of the other games have also reached a climax. Hikaru Nakamura is playing in the upper left-hand side of your screen.
Mhm.
He is locked in a pretty wild tactical struggle. He has, in fact, castled kingside, and he's managed to damage White's pawn structure. But a couple of the other games, Amon, that we haven't looked at also are locked in a very interesting battle. I'll give you the say. I'm experiencing decision anxiety as usual about where to go
Yeah,
next.
they all look tempting. I was really fascinated by the imbalances in the Kashlinskaya and Ju Wenjun game. It looked like it may have come from some sort of Nimzo, so I'd love to dive into that one. That one looks like it's got a lot of imbalances structurally and with the pieces, the minor pieces on the board.
Let's take a look. So Kashlinska has the white pieces. This came from I think, a samish variation of the Nimzo Indian, in which white accepts the damage on the queen side, but in turn tries to get stuff going on the other side of the board. I don't really think that Alina has been able to get anything going on the king side. Instead, with her move F4 Amon, she's
Mhm.
created a massive hole on E4, which black is ready to occupy. Black is ready to get control of the E file as well as the C4 square. Positionally, white looks totally busted here. What am I missing?
Yeah, looks like a dream position for Ju Wenjun. It does appear to me that at some point in this game, which is always interesting to think how we got here, White probably had pawns on C4, D4, E4, and F4. I wouldn't be
Hmm.
surprised. And then Black has sort of chipped away. This move F5 was probably well timed. That just looks like such a rock solid pawn. You mentioned the light squares. The dark squared bishop on C1 is just crying for attention here. Can't develop to A3. The F4 pawn also blocks that bishop on the other diagonal. Huge issues here for Kashlinskaya, and I think if Ju Wenjun is not taking a full point from this game, that's a big disservice.
Especially given the trouble that Wei is in. But yeah, that's like paying taxes. You have pawns on C4, D4, E4, F4. Beautiful. Everything's good. By the time you're finished paying off the state and the country, you've got like one measly pawn. It's blockaded. You've
Yeah,
got a big weakness on E4. So Alina basically just has to sit around and wait. But
yeah.
she's trying. She's bringing her knight back to G1. King H1 was a crafty defensive move. Perhaps one day she can get her knight over to E5. But I think there's no question that Ju Wenjun is winning positionally. She can play queen to E4 here and try to get the ladies off the board so that she can more easily attack the queenside pawns. I think she's got things under control.
Absolutely. Yeah, this looks like a great start for the Shanghai Tigers. You can see that the eval bar reflects sort of what we're saying as well. Super comfortable position. And, the clock is also indicative of, the strength of the position, right? Because White's clock is ticking down. It's tough to play, bad positions quickly.
It most certainly is. And Queen E4 has just been played. Ju Wenjun
Nice move.
executing her moves confidently, although it's pretty easy to play good moves in a position where virtually every move is good, whether it's Queen E4, Knight C4. You really can't go too wrong here. I think that we can trust Ju Wenjun to finish this one off.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view. A couple of the other games are reaching the time scramble phase. Top right is a game we haven't looked at yet. It's been very kind of quiet and positional all the way through. But Vladimir Fedoseev with the black pieces has developed a significant endgame advantage with that pass pawn on F5. Amon and Hikaru Nakamura, he is up a pawn as well. That's top left.
Yep.
We can look at Hikaru as he tries to win that off. And Mikola Bordnik, I think, he probably is going to draw his game if he trades queens in that position on the bottom right.
Yeah, everything looks like it's. I mean, we can jump to Fedoseev's game because definitely looks like it's progressing quickly and an advantage for him as well. Hikaru Nakamura appears to be basically completely
Yeah,
winning. In
Hikaru's going to win that.
Yeah, very typical style as well. But yeah, Fedoseyev's game definitely looks like the one to tune into because we have a rook end game. These are two grandmasters facing off in the very first round here, Danya. But despite the pawns being equal and it being a rook end game, would you
Oof.
say that this is borderline completely lost?
It is, and the eval bar was showing something like +6. That sounds like a wild exaggeration. Material is equal, for goodness sake. But the reason is just that white has no counterplay. Black's pawns are deep freezing their counterparts. White can never play c3. White can never play d4. His queenside pawn structure is utterly frozen. It's paralyzed. And black's disparity in piece activity is the secondary factor that makes this borderline hopeless for
Mhm.
white. Look at the state of white's king and white's rook. They're pushed to the back row. Okay, Shuyi is trying to get active desperately. He's trying to go after the A pawn and create a passed pawn of his own. But I think Vladimir can go directly for C2. And once he wins that pawn on, White's other pawns just collapse like a house of cards.
Exactly. And at this point in the rook end game, it's essentially like who can get a mobile pass pawn first. And I think pawn on b4
Ugh.
so much closer to queening than any of white's pawns. And despite the fact that Shu Yi is keeping material even, he's taking tons of pawns. Ironically, it's just not good enough. The b pawn will decide.
Yeah, congratulations. You now have an A pawn, but this pawn can be stabbed like 50 different ways. You can even wait for it to reach A7 and calmly drop your rook back to G8.
Right.
In this case, supervising a pass pawn with a king is so much more valuable than doing so with a rook. It shows you why people get so obsessed over king activity in the endgame. But Vladimir has to be careful. Like, he can't just randomly take pawns. He has to decide whether he's going to push his B pawn, when he wants to stop the A pawn,
Hmm.
and where he wants to bring his king. So a couple of questions left to be answered. Okay, there's the answer. He takes d3. He might take the d3 and h3 pawns upon, or he might meet rook takes c5 with something like f4.
I think it's clean to, you could potentially take h3 and go rook h1, rook a1, so you always have the a pawn covered. But I like his move rook takes d3 because it actually forced white to take the c pawn. You could not allow c4 to happen. Two connected pass
Hmm.
pawns. Rook d6, so he's
Great
stopping
move.
the pawn in its tracks, and that appears to be the cleanest way to win this thing. Now you escort the pawn, right?
Yeah, king a2, king a3, everything wins here, and white's king is cut off. So Fedoseev is going to carry this one home. I think we should go back to our bird's eye view because Wei Yi, we've had that game on our radar for a while, and now he has mere seconds on his clock. The
Yep.
queens have been traded, and his position has improved quite a bit. But Mikola Bortnik is one of the trickiest players in the opposing side's time pressure. Bortnik might have played too fast there, though, Amon, in the early middle game and end game. He's dug himself into a bit of a hole. Let's see if Wei Yi can handle his time pressure race. I think he's handling it amazingly so far.
Yeah, just the bishop, rook, and pawn. Both sides are working with the same instruments here. But blacks look far more dangerous. The pawn on e4 is actually mobile, and white's king is in a little bit of trouble. Imagine black gets a pawn to e3, rook d1 will be mate. So there are real issues for the white king here as well. And the bishop on b8, pawn on d6, so clumsy and easy to blockade that pawn.
And this is just what great players do. We thought that White's position was essentially risk free, but now it turns out that White is totally paralyzed. Yeah, that bishop on b8, it's tied down to the pawn. Bortnik might just have to sit around and wait, but you can't wait forever because Black is going to get his king up, I think, eventually, or not, Amon, because now he's cut off the connection between his bishop and the d7
Mhm.
pawn. That was a losing move, apparently.
Yeah, king
Why?
e1. I'm not even exactly sure why. Might have had something to do with rook e2 check and e3, getting that pawn
Oh.
pushed up the board. Because it basically, if the pawn gets to e3, you feel that things are crumbling for white.
Hmm. And then you could have actually gone after White's kingside pawns,
Hmm.
particularly the g3 pawn, if you had cut off the connection between White's rook and the pawn. But he can essentially do that again. He can play rook e2 and e3, and I think
Right.
he might be going for it. No, not yet. He's got 5 seconds, though.
That's the
He
thing. You
might not have
don't
enough
want to
time.
make that decision that ruins everything, right? Where you play e3 and it's like, oops, bishop b6, and you lose your pawn.
Oh, you can absolutely lose this, right? You lose the pawn, and with 2 seconds, you just might not have enough time to react to the change in environment. So, given the match situation, Wei Yi might want to play this conservatively and
Yeah.
just hold the draw. Hikaru has one, by the way. Beresayev has one, as we expected, and Ju and Jun is going to win as well. So, no surprising results there. But with the Tigers now down a point, it might be time for some risks here by Wei Yi.
Yep, I think he's not
Oh.
really exactly making progress because we kind of had this
Ooh.
position before.
Whoa, he
But
blundered his bishop.
what a mistake!
No, he did just do that with 3 minutes on his clock.
I was just about to say, it's insane. Rook b5 was very sneaky to play rook b2 check, but he was forgetting that his own bishop was on b8. He had so much time, Danya.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a heartbreaker for the Gotham Knights. And I
Oh
actually
my
think, Amon, that if he had moved his bishop calmly, he does have good drawing chances, especially if the
Absolutely.
rooks go off the board. That was insane, but we've got one game still remaining. It's been winning for Ju and June for a while, but Kashlinska is holding on for dear life. She is down, yes, a full knight. This is completely winning, but Ju and June has struggled a little bit here, and she's down to 30 seconds. Amon, you can win this in so many different ways. Even knight g2 and knight takes f4, transitioning into a winning pawn endgame where you've got the opposition is totally winning.
That's the one I like. Just keep it nice and clean. Don't have to worry about anything. But I don't think there needs to be any lessons in technique here. It's more of a choose your own adventure. Is so many ways to win.
The only way not to win is to allow the trade of all the pawns. But Ju and June, h5 there was a really easy win, and get your king over to g4. She's down to 17 seconds. I don't know where she's going. Okay, eventually it's time to, get on the pot, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think taking the f4 pawn is the easiest. It's the one I like the most. I think maybe if king e5, king e7 wants to be played.
Knight d3. Okay,
Yeah.
Alina's made it a little bit easier there. Now she's going to resign because she simply drops the f4 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to play these endgames down a full piece.
Down a full knight, yeah.
Yeah, and the women's world champion strikes with an important win for the Tigers. That means that we are all tied up. Hikaru, of course, has won his game. That Bortnik loss, someone, that was kind of a heartbreaker in the early going for the Gotham Knights, because that at least should have been a draw, given the time situation.
Yeah, definitely. Well, given earlier on when, Wei Yi was having some camera issues and he was way down on time, position looked great for
way
Nikola
down on
Bortnik
time
there.
You really did that. I mean, that is the lowest of the low-hanging fruit, Amon. At least you should reach up and grab some of the apples.
I thought that, it was that kind of show. Was I misinformed?
I mean, you'll have to Alina on me okay, I need to stop this right now, nip this in the bud, because we've got 3 more rounds, ladies and gentlemen, to cover in this fascinating PCL match. The score is 2-2. It is all tied up. First team to 8.5 wins. We'll have more Hikaru Nakamura, Wei Yi, and Gotham Knights against the Shanghai Tigers coming up in just a couple of minutes.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about. The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do. 92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
the smiling women's world champion Ju Wen-jun. She is laughing. I mean, to this she finds a commentary totally uproarious, as does everybody, of course. Ju Wen-jun is such a huge addition to any team. The Shanghai Tigers are lucky to have her, and she is an integral part of their lineup. We can see there that Ju Wen-jun is part of the Super Six women to have surpassed the 2,600 FIDE classical rating. Judith Polgar doing it, I think, at the age of 14 and 15, and Ju Wen-jun doing it for the first time in March of 2017, Amon.
Yeah, only a handful of these women have played in the PCL, right? So it's exciting to not only recognize the accolades of these strong chess players, but also that we have them here playing in the PCL.
It most certainly is. We're lucky, and just it's such an honor to be commentating on all of these amazing players, not just super GMs and 2700s, but such a nice medley and mix of really, really interesting players that hopefully the fans are finding all about. Where we're finding all about how close this match is likely to be, because the score after one round is 2 points apiece. We had no draws in the first round, with Nakamura winning his game and Vladimir Fedoseev winning a very nice positional game with the black pieces. But on the Shanghai Tigers side, their top two boards, Wei Yi and Ju Wen-jun, delivering as well. So really no upsets, Amon, in the first round. But in the round two matchups, we see slightly less lopsided matchups at the top, as Hikaru Nakamura faces Xu Yi. Vladimir Fedoseev is white against Liu Yiping. It looks like another must-win situation for Nakamura and Fedoseev. We could get another 2-2 round, Amon, if we don't see any upsets. But something tells me that we might see at least one draw.
Exactly. I mean, the way the match has gone so far, it's as if you were, only taking the expected results, right? Of course, the top two players on each team, they won their matches. That's what they're here to do. Really close on Bortnick's board. So definitely that's the only standout result that you're sort of eyeballing as both teams, as, a mischance if you're the Gotham Knights, but also very fortunate to be tied 2-2 if you're the Shanghai Tigers. So you're looking at the round by round lineups right here, and Daniel, it's going to be a tough round ahead. Every single game is where points can be scored. There's not like you play against Nakamura and you think you have no chance. These are 24, 2500s. You don't walk into a game against Hikaru and just think that all hope is lost. No, you're there to give him a good game. And there's Xu Yi on camera. Looks like he's playing from like a tournament hall.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a serious playing venue right there, putting himself in the mood. But Liu Yiping, he did give Hikaru Nakamura a close game. It wasn't easy, and there is really no such thing as an easy PCL game, because these top guys, they've got an X on their back, right? You always want to be that guy to defeat Hikaru Nakamura. Even if you lose the overall match, that's something that you can really hang your hat on. And so Hikaru knows that all of the Shanghai Tigers are going to be trying extra hard to deliver at least a draw. Let's see if Hikaru delivers a first move here. Within less than 2 minutes. There we go. He plays 1e4. And let's see what Xu Yi will put in front of Mr. Nakamura.
Yeah, so Nakamura won with the black pieces last round. So as the board won, it's always a nice feeling. Start off with a win with the black pieces. Now you're coming in, and interesting experience as a board one is that every single match you play, every single game you play, gets harder and harder. That's just how it works. Your opponents get tougher and tougher. So Nakamura definitely playing a bit of an offbeat line here, Daniel, when it comes to the Petrov. Knight takes e5, but then knight back to d3. What do you make of this?
And now forward, it goes to f4, creating the obvious threat of knight d5. So don't fall asleep and play knight c6 if you're playing with the black pieces. I'm pretty sure black typically drops the knight back to f6, leading to a forced queen trade. White can't avoid the queen trade, so Hikaru kind of making his bets that he will be able to outplay black in a kind of a long, drawn-out endgame. But I would even hesitate to call the ensuing position an endgame, Amon, because we still have all of the other pieces on the board. So definitely still plenty of room for tactics, and a lot of the middle game rules do apply, even with a pair of queens off the board.
Yeah, absolutely. c6 is the chosen move to stop knight d5. I'm more familiar with your move knight back to f6, but it looks like Xu Yi wanted to, I guess, leave a little bit more of something in the position right? Keep some pieces on the board, knight in the middle. But I mean, Knack is not having any of that. He says, okay, f3. You're not going to play knight f6. I'm going to force you.
Get off me. Get out of e4. And the other important thing is that after knight f6, that knight is going to be fully restricted by the f-pawn. So maybe it's worth for Shuyi to bring the knight back to d6 in order potentially to be able to reroute it to f5. No, he does go knight f6, but these subtle considerations, Aman, are what these types of positions are all about. You're not going to get a checkmating attack. Actually, scratch all of that. Because Hikaru said, you had your chance to trade queens, you didn't exploit it, and now I'm going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, he wants the queens on the board all of a sudden, and bishop on f1, I mean, eventually both sides, bishop f1 and bishop f8, they're going to either, have to move the queens, or we're going to see some strange fianchettos coming out from both sides. This is just such an atypical opening when you think about like how do you develop, where do your pieces go, what pawns do you push early on. This is the worst game to show beginners.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we don't even understand why these moves are being played. Okay, that I do understand. And Hikaru, without any hesitation, he castles queenside. I think he's going to go after Black's king as quickly as he can. Aman, another thing that should be pointed out, Black might and I think probably will castle queenside himself, but that pawn on c6, the king becomes a bit of a liability. There's no question that if both sides castle queenside, I would rate White's attacking chances as somewhat superior. I like Hikaru's position here. Bishop d3, rook e1. He's just faster to the center.
Definitely. Yeah, and Black's pieces, I mean, if you're playing bishop d3, bishop takes on d3, the knight can come back and capture. Knight on d3 is a great piece, hitting the c5, e5 squares, and you're drawing the arrows just as fast as the pieces are actually going to show up there. Rook h1 to e1 is super frustrating to deal with, because if you want to get your king out of the way, then it has to be queenside. I can't see you having enough time to move your queen, move your bishop, and get your king kingside castled before, devastation hits with rook h1 to e1.
That's the drawback of fianchettoing. It just takes so long, and bishop d3 is on the board. Hikaru, I think, already smells blood in the early going, and that queen on e7 could end up bleeding after White's rook gets over to e1. You don't have the d6 square because of bishop f4. I think Shuyi already has major problems to solve right out of the opening. h5, I think, was a little bit too cavalier. It was a cool looking move and an interesting opening, but when the smoke clears, there's no question that Hikaru has a clear advantage. This could be a quick knockout win if Shuyi isn't ultra precise in the next couple of moves. Well, as he contemplates how to solve his opening problems, let's travel back to the bird's eye view, because all 4 games are underway. We do have a Berlin in the top right between Fedoseev and Liu Yiping. Fedoseev actually playing a very fashionable line with that early a4, and a Benoni structure between Wei Yi and Alina Kashlinska. How? Try that on for size.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at the mostanya positions, I'm definitely drawn to the Berlin, of course. Riveting up there in the top right. But, by popular demand, Danya, for the chat, of course, I think we're going to maybe choose another one. I'm looking over at Wei Yi's position against Kashlinskaya. I think the opening in general, the Benoni just always gets super imbalanced positions, middle game struggle. So I'm looking at that game as an interesting one to drop in on.
And I'm looking at Zhu and Jun's board as well. So let's look at Yi against Kashlinska and then go to that chaos which is occurring in Zhu and Jun's game against Mikola Bortnik. But first, I do think we should do a quick overview of this Benoni structure, because really understanding structures that you don't play can be one really good way to sort of increase your general level of chess knowledge. And ideas can be borrowed, Aman, from one opening to the other. I think a lot of players and fans, they kind of get disappointed when there's an opening they don't play with either color, but that doesn't mean that some common ideas can't exist. This actually started as a King's Indian, so Kashlinska didn't intend to play the Benoni, but c5 was a response to the rare line that Wei Yi played. The bishop was on g5, it got kicked away with h6, and then Kashlinska struck at the center with c5. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the interesting thing about this position, maybe compared to more traditional Benonis that people might be used to seeing, is that knight on c7. Often that knight spends its time on d7. Knight on b8 developing to d7 is more natural. From c7, it doesn't have as much control over e5, but Black has ideas like maybe bishop d7, rook b8, and pawn to b5. So that's a big plan all of a sudden for Alina. But I mentioned the e5 square not under as much control, and neither is the b6 square. White has ideas like a5, knight c4 to b6. So it's really about, can black get b5 or can white stop that?
To that end, I also like the way that was unintentional, I promise.
Well done.
I
Well
like
done
the way.
again. Typical.
I mean, it's early in the morning, but my mind is sharp. So Wei Yi's put his bishop on d3, and in the main line of the modern Benoni, you often see the white bishop on e2. The reason I think this is an improved version has to do with the fact that after knight c4, white's e4 pawn is well protected. So if we pull up an analysis board here really quickly, if Alina plays bishop d7, and white stops b5 with a5, then actually black can use that square for the knight. You can see the eval bar dropping. That's not what's going to happen. White's going to play knight to c4, and if the d6 pawn falls in the Benoni, or if you have to play this incredibly ugly move, white can, by the way, just follow up with bishop f4. You can see how quickly black's position simply falls apart. I mean, you have to go here, and things are not getting any better after knight b6. So let's not talk about this line. Alina has instead put her knight on d7, Aman, rather than her bishop, which I think is a reasonable choice given how cramped she is. She wants to meet knight c4, I assume, with knight d7 to e5.
Yep, you're calling it exactly, and I think it's a good point for people to remember. Just look at where the pawns are located. Of course, white has that d pawn. Pawn on d5, way more space, more real estate for pieces to move around, which means the more pieces on the board, it'll generally be beneficial for white to have more pieces on. If black is trying to fit all these pieces, it's like a puzzle. There's just not enough space for where every piece wants to go. So knight c4, knight e5, trade those knights off. Then we have the d7 square available for the bishop.
And it's a little bit harder for white to attack d6. We've got total madness in Mykola Bortnik's game against Ju and Jun. So let's do two things. We have somebody named Levi Rosman who is waiting in the wings to help us make sense of his team's game. So that's first order of business. Levi, welcome to the show. Glad to have you.
Hi, guys. What's up? Thanks for having me.
Hey, Levi. Welcome. We were... were we going to check in on the absolute chaos that's ensuing on one of these boards? Because this might be an exciting one to get Levy's take on as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to get Levy's take on sort of Mykola Bortnik, I think, who's making his first PCL appearance. First game didn't go his way, but Levy, how excited are you to have someone this underrated, capable of basically beating everybody?
Yeah, we were just talking about this on my stream with our esteemed manager of the year 2023, already decided, International Master Alex Ostrovsky. And yeah, we were just saying how this guy Mykola has a rating of 3,000 Blitz. I'm sure both of you guys have played him. I've had the misfortune of playing him. I know, Danya, you've probably played him like 500 times.
Yep.
And last game, he had a great position against Wei Yi, but he got 2,700, I saw this game. His position is kind of insane, and I mean the engine isn't giving it the full blessing, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But the craziest thing is, as good as he is technically, I think, the underdog in every single matchup, and it just goes to show you how absurdly stacked not just the Shanghai team is, but just all of the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, you guys actually have a similar roster, whereas some teams come in with 2,200 on board 4, but it seems like the Shanghai Tigers and the Gotham Knights this week at least are coming in with a lineup of people that can pretty much win every single game. Was that a bit of strategy, Levy, maybe on your part or the manager, to bring in a lineup where everyone can beat everyone?
Well, yeah, so we didn't know exactly what to do going into the season, so we thought we would get two 2700s and be balanced. So today we have 2400, and we looked at some of the best women in the world, but it's hard because there's a lot of women's candidates events. There's a lot of European Championship, for example. But actually, Aman, you guys inspired us to have two lineups, because when we saw that you guys had Magnus, and we were like, oh, shit, like they could field Magnus,
exactly.
Saric, and like a 2600 maybe, and like a 2200. We were like, uh-oh.
Yep.
So we were looking ahead, man. We were like, if it's Braz and Gotham in the finals, like we need we've been calling it the Giga lineup. Yes, and
Well, I'm not.
your board 4 could be like a 2200. But yeah, dude, I mean, I don't know. Shanghai crushed the Blitz, and the Blitz had a monster lineup last week. So yeah, I don't know,
Right.
man. I mean, I think it ultimately comes down to the players and the games.
I'm not making any bones about who I'm rooting for. I'm on in a Bras versus Gotham matchup because I'm rooting for the team that didn't send our Charlotte Cobras into a tailspin. I'm going to let the chat figure out which team that is. By the way, I was kind of transfixed on this position, and I hate to be that guy who's like, let's get serious and look at the game. But Mikola Bortnik has just covered White's attack on the queen with knight b to d7. Instead, there was a ridiculous line, Levy. I think you'll be entertained by this as well. If we could pull up an analysis board here, bishop takes e4 was a possibility for black, trying to deflect the knight from its protection over the bishop. And after queen takes e4, the best move is queen takes h3. How did your guy not find this move, Levy? Come on. I think you need to recruit some new players.
Yeah, I don't know what the
Oh my
hell is
God.
going on in this game. I mean,
This is the best move.
the Catalan is supposed to be like a subdued opening that takes like 40 moves to convert some plus 0.2. Meanwhile, like both of these players are hanging on a knife's edge. By the way, my stream doesn't see it because you guys have like the live board. But yeah, there's like some completely insane fireworks in this game. And yeah, it just happened on my stream. There's a line here that Mikola was like -1.5 or something. But yeah, I don't know what is happening here. This is like this is terrifying is what it is. But it's also not bad because if you win with black as the board 4 of a team, you can't really complain.
As the board 4?
It's the board 4. I was going to say,
he's
like,
the board 4.
It's
the
crazy,
board,
right?
yeah.
To even say that. But as a board 4, aren't you happy to just have an insane position? Like, in general, kind of like increases the the fluctuation of the eval bar. Like, I think here the eval bar has been sure in Ju Engine's favor, but at the same time, I think it could flip with just a single move.
Yeah, I think against the 3,500 rated players on China's team, for sure. I think against Wei Yi, it was the total opposite from Mikola because there was a moment in that opening that he could have seized a really nice advantage, I think. And he sort of was just like, I'm not going to lose this game. And he wasn't losing it for a while, but then you hang a bishop in one move. And it's like, you just feel, what have I done? I spent the whole game trying not to lose instead of trying to play the best moves. I always like to say in those situations, like if Mikola was playing me, he would have won that game. It's just, you adjust your strategy sometimes based on your opponent. Yeah, this game is insane. Total knife's edge. No clue what's going on.
I should also point out that Hikaru, Levy, more good news for your team. I don't know where to start in his game, whether it's the fact that he's got 7 minutes and 20 seconds against 1 second. But if we go back to the bird's eye view, I'm not even worried about jinxing it with Hikaru because you just know that the game is in such safe hands. Let's watch Hikaru deliver the last couple of moves. He's playing this like a hyperbolic game, and I think he's got good reason to do that. Levy, I assume it just must feel so reassuring to know that you've got Hikaru on your team, and when he's got a winning position, you can breathe easier with Hikaru having a winning position than just about anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, literally. I mean, just like Hikaru Magnus, obviously on a team is a super super nice thing. Actually, there's something, and yeah, we do see the final move there and a resignation. My chat doesn't see it just yet, but I think the one of the most impressive things that we've done thus far. You guys might not know this, but we had to do a lot of study on these players. I had no idea who Zhu Yi was, and he's just like an uber solid 25 like 40 like FIDE guy. Last week, he had no problem holding Grischuk, no problem holding MVL. He like doesn't lose. And it's really reassuring that our big dogs just gave him 2 losses because that's like a match strategy. I mean, the guy was taking half points off everybody last week. And here we have Hikaru and Fedoseev, like super dominant display. This guy played the Petrov. Hikaru said, you want to play the Petrov? Welcome to the 2700 club. And gave him, the super GM treatment, and that's what you need to win these matches. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Hikaru spent like 2.5 minutes, and he beat a guy that I would probably not beat 10% of the time. So it's unbelievably impressive.
He dealt him his first loss since like 2003. Yeah, Hikaru has just been a complete buzzsaw, as he always is. Well, Levy, we know that you're streaming on your own channel, so we will let you get back and chill, watch your games in peace. So, Levy, always a pleasure to have you on. Good luck to the Gotham Knights, especially if they face the Canada Chess Bras.
Yeah, we will definitely need it. That's definitely the matchup that people want to see. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your commentary.
All right, see ya. Okay,
That was
that
it
was
was
Levy
nice,
Rosman.
Danya, that we could bring him on for some wins. You don't always bring the guest on and get to share like a nice moment. Sometimes they join the broadcast and it's like, oh yeah, all your guys just lost, by the way.
That's the worst because you just know how disappointed they are, and yet they're trying to keep it all buttoned up and nice, but you can just sense it.
Yeah.
This is looking really good for the Gotham Knights. They already have a point in this round. Vladimir Fedoseev is clearly in control in the top right, but I'm still looking. I'm transfixed on the bottom right because I'm watching
Mhm.
Ju and Jun's clock continue to dwindle, as is Alina's game. By the way, I think Alina might be flat out better in that Benoni line against Wei Yi. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, I'm starting to see what could be. I mean, it's a flip on that final board between Bortnik
Oh,
and Ju Wenjun, but we could honestly see the Knights, like dare I say, like potentially sweep this round.
listen, Hikaru won. Fedoseev should win his game, barring some sort of turnaround in the time scramble. And these other two games are complete toss ups. So I absolutely could see this go 4-0. I could also see this go 2-2 if Wei Yi can pull out this position in Alina's time pressure and if Ju and Jun keeps her composure in that utterly chaotic
Mhm.
struggle against Mikola Bortnik. So what's going on here? Alina has just taken on d5. The eval bar was not a huge fan of that move, and I think the reason why I'm on is that lets the queen get active. And if you move the bishop out of d7, you're potentially walking into an incredibly nasty four.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see what the move is that's so special here. I mean, sure, we can just push pawns in the center, pawn to e4, pawn to f4, but specifically
Uh-huh.
pawn to f4, I was concerned about because I'm thinking, okay, white moves the bishop. What is the next move for black? Because you have to be careful that white doesn't start controlling those light squares and just blockading the pawns in the middle.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget that b7 is also hanging. If you take that pawn, you hit the bishop. So it's a total 50-50 position, but that was an excellent move by Alina. That was the whole point. Queen takes b7, runs into bishop c6 with a double attack
Mm,
against the queen and the mate threat on g2. But you're right.
right.
Wei drops his queen back, and he is preparing to drive the bishop into d5 to keep the queen as stable as possible.
I was even I was even considering rook takes c4 here to try to play
Oh,
bishop c6 after
oh.
that. I'm not sure if it actually is good or not because white can throw that rook up to d5, but man, it might get really spicy here all of a sudden.
Alina's playing some incredible chess right now. B5 keeps her foot on the gas pedal and
Mhm.
forces this bishop out of c4. Now, it might seem like white wants to go to d5 anyway, Aman, but if you play bishop d5 too early, I'm looking at bishop f5 followed by e4. And
Yeah.
when black's center pawns are set in motion, there will be hell to pay.
100%. And bishop d5 blocks the communication from the rook on d1 and the pawn on d6. So all of a sudden, pawn d7 just isn't a move after black moves the bishop.
No, this is getting crazy. Wei Yi is now down to 2 minutes. He survived the first game, but Alina Kashlinska just seems so confident, and she's got nothing to lose, right? You lose the game, okay, you're the board four. That's the luxury of being one of the lower rated players. All you really need is 1 point here, half a point there. Speaking of full points, it looks like Mikola Bordnik is gaining the upper hand against Ju Jun, who's down to 10 seconds. I think we should go back to our bird's eye view and see if Mikola Bordnik can finish this game off. He's up a piece still. Ju and Jun with their last seconds trying to keep harassing the Kangamon. I
Yeah.
feel like White's initiative is fizzling out at a breakneck pace.
It definitely is. Bortnik
That's
is
it.
all of a sudden on top, and I'm looking at the clock being the deciding factor. I mean, Bortnik cannot let this chance go amiss, right? After that game one, where things just went south for him from a great position, you cannot afford to pass up on this opportunity.
And part of not letting that happen is managing your time well. You don't want to get into a time scramble here. You've got 4 minutes on your clock. Take 5-10 seconds per move at least. Get your rook into the game and get
Yep.
your king over to b7. Don't try to win, the game in 3 moves here. And I think Bortnik is handling this exceedingly well. If Ju and Jun pulls this one off, I
That's too
literally won't have
insane.
anything to say. Yeah, no, I don't
That
see
is
that happening
too
at all.
insane. I think that Bortnik has got this. I also think that what I mentioned earlier is kind of coming true, where it's a good feeling to have like a absolutely insane toss-up position where you're board four is in the game. Like, you want to have these tumultuous evaluation swings. That's what it's all about, because it's paid off here.
This was phenomenal decision making by Mikola in the opening, not getting discouraged after that first round loss, knowing his worth. And I hate to say we told you so as the rook comes into e2. That will signal the end of Ju and Jun's resistance. What a win for Mikola Bortnik. But Aman, it was pretty clear that Bortnik was not about to go 0-4.
No, absolutely not. This is just reassurance that is indeed the case. But no, we saw how capable he was. He was not going to go 0-4. He gets a win here, which is huge for the Knights. But I see Fedoseev, as we're looking at our bird's eye view. What is going on in that game, Daniel? Looks like a queen endgame. I
think it's a draw. I actually think that might end in a forced perpetual check, because even if white promotes to a second queen, queen takes f3, keeps white's king at bay. So black is going to go king hunting, and Vladimir Fedoseev is going to try to escape the checks with a series of zigzag maneuvers with his king. I'm also partial to the Wei Kashlinskaya game, which is now officially reaching the time scramble phase. Kashlinskaya is now up in exchange. So, Aman, if you don't mind, could we maybe watch the end of that game? Because this would be a monumental upset if even Alina could pull out the draw, but Fedoseev is now winning again.
Well, Daniel, I officially mind.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go to Fedoseev and watch him dodge the checks here, because black's let the king get out of the cage.
Yeah, it seems like this was a really crafty idea. Queen takes f7, earlier played by Fedoseev, and he could have made a queen, Daniel. He could have queened his pawn on the board. He said, no, don't play king d5 here, I think. Wait, queen a2? Oh, c4.
Queen a2, c4. Oh my gosh, so
I thought he was
close
maybe
to winning
blowing the entire game right there.
And then he would be losing, because he'd make another queen, but you would lose the f3 pawn. Now, the key, Aman, is to chart a course to the right area of the board. Which area affords you the best opportunities to dodge the checks? I'm not sure. And he's kind of zigzagging and meandering for now.
The nice thing is you don't have to have an answer to that question as white, but you do have to have an answer to that question as black. There's a lot more pressure on Liu Yiping to pick the right checks versus
queen d5
on Fedoseev to pick the right defense.
Exactly, because you can see that even blundering the queen doesn't even really blunder the queen, because he still has c4. I think Vladimir is doing all of the right stuff. That's it. No more checks. Look at his queen on d5, dominating its vis-a-vis. Nothing left to play for. What a win for the Gotham Knights. Oh, my land.
And
Alina Kashlinskaya.
To potentially see a 4-0?
Alina Kashlinskaya is completely winning, but she's down to 40 seconds. If she forces a queen trade in this position, the Gotham Knights are going to go 4-0. This is unbelievable. Look at her position.
Insane. I was hinting at this earlier, but I didn't even believe myself when I said 4-0 was possible here.
Yeah, I mean, I was just surprised when they told me I'd be commentating with Lamont Hamilton. I'm like, maybe hypothetically possible, but is that really going to happen? But let's be real, Lamont. The game is not over. Look at Black's king. No. Black's king could just as easily get checkmated. It's easy to blunder your queen here. And Alina must be feeling nervous
queen
right
F7.
about now.
Yeah, only move on the board, I think, there. King h6.
Maybe even h4 to cover the g3 square.
Like e2, bishop d2, right? It's weird. You might almost get mated.
Oh my gosh, bishop d2 is a devastating move. And queen b2 to follow up. That's the last thing you want.
Bishop e4, by the way, is a ridiculous defense. Queen takes e4, queen takes g8.
Dude. These freaking 2700s, man. You just cannot bring them down. 5 seconds now for Wei Yi, who's had a spotty connection. So you got to make sure you're not flagging.
G3.
Queen f6.
Bishop's coming to c3, maybe.
Uh-oh, but not immediately, because g3 hangs. Oh my gosh, that's a mate threat. That's a mate threat. Rook g8. Don't blunder mate.
Time is ticking. h4 might be a nice move for black.
h4, I think, was winning on the spot. Queen back to g5 and then go h4. Oh, she's blundered the
E3.
pawn. She's blundered the pawn.
Bishop c3.
Oh, no, he didn't. He's going to win.
Oh, my goodness.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2 is such a big threat.
It's mate. It's mate.
Queen h8.
Queen f6. Oh.
Yes. Oh, my God. What a swindle. He pulls it out, Dania, and Wei Yi is the sole reason it is not a 4-0 round.
And a 4-0 round would be, this is such a monumental result for Wei Yi. Alina goes for the win. She was one move away, Aman. I think if she went h4 in that position a couple of moves ago, it wasn't just, oh, you need some more precise moves. That was game over. White's king would get massacred by Black's heavy pieces there. Instead, Alina blunders the e3 pawn, and White's bishops decide the game. A huge result indeed. But, Aman, let's not miss the forest for the trees. Still a huge round, all things
That's
considered, for Mikola Bortnik and the Gotham Knights.
Yeah, that we can't forget, just because, you know, Wei pulled magic out of a hat there, absolutely. But it's still a 3-1 round. Obviously, Levy will be super happy to see that. His top boards continue to perform, and whenever you get a full point from your board 4, Dania, it's always a really, really good sign going forward.
It most certainly is, and we see there the individual scores. Hikaru, we've gotten used to excellence. He is displaying excellence once again. He's got 2 out of 2. Vladimir Fedoseev likewise, and Alina Koshlinskaya will hold her head up high, because if you're that close to beating your opposing team's board 1 with the black pieces, I think that bodes really, really well for her chances in the final 2 rounds. Well, folks, we'll have the final 2 rounds for you coming up soon, but Aman, I think there might be something else coming up pretty shortly, isn't there?
I think there is, Dania. We want to make sure to remind everyone, while the PCL is super exciting, of course, the women's candidates finally comes to a head. That's Tuesday, March 28th, after taking down 6 of the strongest women in the game, including PCL's very own Katarina Lacno and Alexandra Kosteniuk. Lei Tingji and Tan Zhongyi are now vying for a seat across from reigning women's world champion. You just saw her in action, Zhu Wenjun. We are bringing you the live camera feeds and the exciting commentary, of course, of that match, and it'll be right here, twitch.tv/chess. Use !candidates in the chat right now for all of the details. Dania, that is going to be super exciting. I think this match is shaping up to be super exciting. We had a 3-1 round. There's work to do for the Shanghai Tigers, but we are going to be right back. Everybody stay where you are, because it's 5-3 for the Gotham Knights. You won't want to miss the next round.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
Well, Hikaru Nakamura might be traveling, but he's not letting him stop. He's not letting that stop him from being the silent engine of this incredible Gotham Knights team. Hikaru is 2 out of 2, but the supporting cast, Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton, has definitely arrived for the ride.
Yeah, you can't, say enough about Hikaru Nakamura, Danya. You can see his overall PCL record there, 9-0-1, and we should point out for the people watching that one loss came way at the beginning of this entire PCL journey. So he's been undefeated since. It's hard to imagine your team not doing well when you've got a guy on board 1 that is basically winning every single game. Look at his overall PCL record, Danya. I mean, 76 wins? This is insane.
All he does is win. You're telling me he won 9 games in a row? That's out of this world. He won the 3 remaining games in the match in which he lost against Heinemann. Then he went 4-0, and now he's going 2-0. And these games aren't even close. It's not like he's in these time scrambles. He just crushed a Grandmaster with 8 minutes left on his clock when he delivered checkmate. But this time, Hikaru Nakamura's opposition gets even stronger. Let's review the lineups for round 3. The score, ladies and gentlemen, is 5-3 in favor of the Gotham Knights. So they could hypothetically finish this match in this round with a 3.5 half or 4-0 performance. Wei Yi is going to try to stop Hikaru Nakamura, but they are not playing in this round. They are playing in the next round. Right now, Hikaru faces a different difficult trial in the Women's World Champion, Ju In-jun.
Yeah, and I should point out as well that Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi both still have those undefeated streaks alive, if you will. 4-0 week still possible for both of them. It would be really exciting to see if they were both 3-0 going in to the final round. Wei Yi barely kept that streak alive with that last round swindle. I'm excited for these pairings this round. Hikaru against Ju In-jun is going to be an incredibly exciting matchup. In-jun has the white pieces in that one, and you see Hikaru Nakamura there. I mean, I feel like the guy doesn't need his professional setup, his lights, camera, action. No, just a lamp will do. The skills are there regardless.
Give him a lamp, a 3 Mbps internet connection, and he is good to go. Of course, Hikaru is streaming, so he is making sure his setup is optimized. And I think another X Factor game is going to be Vladimir Fedoseyev's game against Wei Yi, because Wei Yi has not inspired confidence the first 2 games I'm on. He was 1 move away from suffering a shock defeat at the hands of Alina Koshlinskaya. But that's what great players do. Even when their form is not ideal, they make it happen. But Hikaru's form has been ideal thus far in the first 2 games. What strategy is he going to adopt in the opening? Is he going to go all out, Aman? Or is he going to play something a little bit more tame?
I think the thing about when you're at that level, you're so strong in chess, is that even when you're playing in a way that's kind of boring or not taking much risk, there's still so much that the other player has to put into just neutralizing or not getting a worse position. So I feel like even when Hikaru's just kind of chilling or not trying to work too hard, maybe he's okay with a draw, the guy just accidentally gets a good position.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the collective factors that we collectively refer to as the Hikaru effect, right? It's part of it is that feeling that you're always worse, even when rationally, objectively, you know that you're not. And Hikaru, he's essayed a Bogo Indian with his last move, e6, e5. He wants to carve out that juicy c5 square, and his knight is ready to jump into that square at a moment's notice. Of course, if you take twice, then you're going to potentially lose a piece along the d file after the trade. Black can put a rook on d8. That seems out of the question. Is Ju In-jun likelier to just keep the tension? Yes, she actually adds to the tension on the queen side.
Yeah, and actually a plan that that I've seen White do a lot in these positions is something along the lines of a knight going to f1 and to e3. So maybe rook e1, knight f1, knight from f3 to d2, and then the knight from f1 to e3. White eyeballs that d5 square, but also wants to leave that d pawn on d4, because the knight on a6, you can already see, if you ever push that pawn or capture on e5, the c5 square is just right for the taking.
That knight is going to be on c5 faster than a teenager, eats a free donut. And that brings back some memories of college donuts in the dorm lounge. And by the time you come there 2 seconds later, the knight's already on c5, and there are no donuts remaining. Okay, I need to stop talking about donuts because now I want one. Might have to do a little Dunkin' Donuts trip during the commentary, Mon. I think you'll be able to handle it. But let's see if
Yeah,
Ju and Jun
I'm
will
fine.
be
I'm
able to
good.
handle the
Yeah.
tension in the center. How about that transition?
Hey, that was pretty smooth. I see no holes in that transition, unlike donuts. Um,
And unlike the C5 square,
I
we're
like
milking this to the
perhaps
extreme.
rook d1. Okay, same idea. I guess the rook going to d1 also means though that the e pawn is not supported, and these knights aren't so easy to move. Another way I was just thinking you could bring the knight there is knight h4 to f5 to e3.
Mm. And I guess the benefit of that is that you're simultaneously protecting the e4 pawn, which has just become a lot more important since Hikaru's put his rook on e8. I love positions like these because they're not about king safety. Both sides have no problems with their king, but their centers are not safe. The tension has reached a peak, Amon, and it's a battle of who flinches first. Because if white plays d5, does that lose the game immediately? Are you much worse? No, but you've conceded the c5 square, and that's exactly what Ju and Jun has done. She waited for Hikaru to play rook e8. Now the rook on e8 kind of looks a little bit dumb, so she's gained the tempo in a way. And knight c5 really isn't the end of the world. Let's not overstate the case.
Yeah, I have to say the way that my brain sort of functions is that, oh, white played d5, game over, black wins.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. That's
c5
it.
square, you couldn't have given up that square. Obviously, as you pointed out, it's not the be all end all, but it does mean that strategically Hikaru has achieved essentially the maximum for what his position could hope for. The knight on a6 defending the b pawn on b4. If you ever capture it, the knight's just going to take back.
Oh,
I think the way that Ju Wenjun has approached this game is
oh.
it's too compliant in
It
her play.
And her last move was even more compliant because what she does is closes down the queen side, eliminates a source of tension that I think is favorable for white because it was keeping the a6 knight at bay. I was going to point out bishop c8 is automatic in this position. Why? Well,
Yep.
you might be rerouting your bishop to g4, but more importantly, you're preparing the sort of typical King's Indian type plan, f7, f5. White is completely devoid of play on either side of the board, Amon. And as crazy as it sounds, Hikaru is close to being positionally winning here. As
Yep.
much of an exaggeration as that may seem, I really don't think it is. I think Ju and Jun has misplayed this considerably.
Yep, I think Hikaru has a tremendous position. This is what I was talking about. He might have played this opening thinking to himself, I've started out fantastically in the match so far, won 2 games. I have the black pieces right now. I don't mind making a draw, I'll play a solid opening, maybe play for a win with white in the last round. Instead, he's just accidentally winning. Like, he just has a great position for no reason.
Crazy. An easy play, which is so valuable in a rapid game. Bishop g4, f5. The cost of a move here is not high. Even if black makes an inaccuracy, he's so solid that it really is hard to ruin your advantage. Hikaru doesn't really make inaccuracies, though. And I think things are getting worse and worse here for the women's world champion. We'll see if she'll be able to wheel her way out of this highly unpleasant position. In the meantime, all 4 games are underway, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to look at our bird's eye view. And some of them have already reached a wild position. I'm looking at the top right, Wei Yi against Fedoseev. Exactly the kind of position you don't want against Vladimir Fedoseev typically. And the Grunfeld game on the bottom left is just as crazy, Amon.
Yeah, the bottom left definitely has caught my attention with that sort of queen on h5. Like, what the heck is going on there? Fedoseev against Wei Yi is just such a star-studded matchup. Probably one of the closest games in the round. But how do you not take a look at this position? Like, queen on h5. Hey, first things that are coming to my mind: f3 and g4, or knight to f4. And hey, guess what's coming? h5 and the rook on h1 would like to join the party.
I'm just captivated by Alina Koshlinska's change of appearance in the last couple of hours. I mean, you can never really pin her down. You never know who's going to take her place. We're going to go back to the bird's eye view for a second. Alina is in the kind of position in which the Evo bar might be showing an advantage for white. But that's the great thing about the Grunfeld. I think similar to the King's Indian, Amon,
Yep.
even if black is objectively much worse in the Grunfeld, the game is never over because white's center can really collapse at any moment.
Yep, that's a great point. And probably one of the reasons why at the very highest level, you maybe don't see these openings as much, but completely, I mean, they just make for such exciting games in the meantime. Rook d8, d4, clearly a target here. It is defended adequately, but, it does tie every single piece, bishop, knight, and queen to that defense.
Interestingly, black's queen is almost trapped. If it didn't have the a5 square, knight g3 would win the game on the spot. You can imagine a black pawn on a5, knight g3 would simply trap the queen. So black has to keep an eye out for that. There could be ideas like d5 and then
Mhm.
knight g3. Of course, in that case, the e5 square opens up. That's a classic scenario, right? Where you take away one square, some doors close, but you inadvertently open other doors. What catches your eye here from Alina's side? Should she play rook b1, something more positional, or should she go full pedal to the metal, d5, knight f4, etc.?
I think there's sort of a phenomenon that happens when you're in a position like this with Alina clearly having an edge. One thing that happens is sometimes you fixate on that queen on h5 and you go all out. You're like, okay, I gotta get the queen trapped, so let me defend the a5 square. Rook b1, rook b5, bishop d2, and you're fixated only on trapping the queen. Alina has to realize, and I think she does, so credit to her. Her position is fantastic because of the queen on h5. Just play the game, right? Just develop your pieces, bring the pieces to good squares. There's no need to rush. If you can trap that queen in stride, go for it. But I like her choice, king f2. Just says, okay, back to you. What the heck are you doing with the position? She's not going to compromise her structure and make too many concessions trying to win that queen and win the game outright. Instead, she just passes the move back and says, oh yeah, you figure it out.
I think that's a great explanation. And I think as menacing as the pressure on d4 might seem, this is the worst of the enemies that white is going to face. Black literally has no other pieces that can be recruited to the cause of attacking the d4 pawn. And God forbid, the move e5 is not only terrible because it blunders the queen, but even if knight g3 didn't exist, white could meet that with d5. So attacking the pawn with a pawn isn't always a panacea. Black could try some tactics with knight takes d4. I think this might be something it's worth calculating for Yiping Lu, but I'm so pessimistic about any of that working because, again, anytime black plays e5, white not only can respond with knight g3, white also has the simple move g4, and at the very least, that's going to win a piece. So Yiping Lu takes a fundamentally different approach. He tries to trade off the dark squared bishops and soften up the d4 pawn even further. I'll tell you one person that didn't like that move, Mr. Evalvar.
That eval bar is, man, he's tough to please, I tell you.
Yes, Jesus. Try everything, never works.
Is I mean, it really is logical when you think of like, okay, after we maybe trade these bishops, black's queen might have an avenue to safety, queen h6, queen g7. So I'm immediately fixated on queen c1 to just, if you take me, I'm take right back with the queen. The status quo has not changed. Queen is still in trouble from h5. Pawn is still defended on d4. So queen c1 looks like a nice option. There might even be better. I'm not sure.
I think queen b3 is a move that achieves the same exact thing. The primary point is that you're reinforcing the bishop on e3, but you're simultaneously attacking f7. I like your move, though, Amon, because it forces black's hand. It hits the bishop on h6, and provided that you don't lose the d4 pawn, white is dominant on all three sides of the board. That's ultimately why black's position is so unappetizing, but Alina takes a more concrete approach. I don't know about that. She takes on h6, and she's going for checkmate down the h file. But black could keep things relatively closed down. And you mentioned avenue to safety, Amon. Alina better have something in mind against this move because d4 is now officially hanging.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think that's got to call a spade a spade. I think bishop takes h6 was a blunder, like a big time mistake.
Yeah.
Queen b3 and queen c1, just maintaining control of that diagonal, leaving that queen stuck on h5. I think that was the way to go. Now you're looking at that d pawn, and you don't really want to play d5. It blocks your bishop, gives up the e5 square. But at the same time, it's like, are we really surviving and basing this whole line on king e3?
Yeah, I mean, king e3, knight takes d4 becomes a much higher likelihood now that black doesn't have problems with his queen. That was the main issue that black was facing. And Alina, she solved that issue for him. Bishop takes h6 is one of those impulsive moves you make And 2 moves later, you're like, what was I thinking? Maybe
Yeah.
she overestimated the impact of the H file, but the queen on G7 is just such a phenomenal defensive piece. Bishop D5, though, I think is a level-headed response by Alina. And, let's not overstate the case. I still think that white has the advantage, but Alina's work is going to be cut out for her. As Black ponders the way to keep his initiative, his newly minted initiative going, let's go back to the bird's eye view because we've got some crazy developments on a couple of the other boards. One board that hasn't had any crazy developments, Amon, unsurprisingly, I think Hikaru continues to display surgical technique against Ju and Jun. That's completely in the bag.
It is. Yeah, that doesn't look like there's any chance for Ju Wenjun there. I mean, Hikaru has been so dominant and his position looks remarkably easy to play. I trust that he's going to be winning that game. I'm looking at now the rest of the games because if I'm looking at this from, the Shanghai Tigers perspective, we need points on the board here, right? Where are we going to get them? I see Wei Yi and Fedoseev in a tight battle there, but Dania, where are these points coming from? Is it Wei Yi? Is it Shu Yi?
I think at this point in the match for Wei Yi, it's essentially a must-win game because you think about it, Alina Koshlinskaya might very well win her game, even though she's let a lot of the advantage slip. If she does, that's already 2 points right there. You're in the territory where you can go down, 8-4 at the end of this match, and let's be real, you're not coming back against a Gotham Knights team when you need to go 4-0. So let's see how Wei Yi is doing. He does have the kind of unbalanced position that you would want in a must-win situation. There's a small problem, Amon, in that I think he's got the worst end of the stick here.
Yeah, it's like there are a few things that go into the checklist of what kind of position you want in a must-win game, and it's like imbalance, check. Better side of the imbalance, can't quite check that one off.
That.
But still, I like the idea of the imbalance. That's something, right?
And it's an imbalance not in terms of the pieces, right? When we say imbalance, I think players often think, well, where's the knight versus bishop, or where's the queen versus 2 rooks? That's not the only type of imbalance. When the kings are castled to opposite sides of the board, that's just as much of an imbalance, which creates oftentimes just as much intrigue as you would get when the players have differing pieces on the board. Now, first of all, I'm going to make a very controversial observation. So, Amon, you might have to save me from,
Bracing
the
myself.
marauding crowds. Yeah, I think Black is up a pawn here, which might not seem like a problem right now, but as the rooks get traded, I think Wei Yi might be borderline lost. His last couple of moves were very sloppy. He gave up the E-file, and the E-file is the main conduit that Black can use to get more pieces off the board.
Yep. No, that's well said. Rook E7 is also a really, really good move. I think it takes the E-file by force here. So you're up a pawn, protected, pass pawn. I think Fedoseev is in control completely.
Oh my gosh, this is a disaster in the works right now for the Shanghai Tigers. Hikaru Nakamura has officially won his game. They have now reached 6 points. All they need is 2.5 more points. They could conceivably get it this round.
Insane.
If Vladimir Fedoseev finishes this game off, let's go back one more time to the bird's eye view because those 2 other games, now they officially become must-win games for the Shanghai Tigers if they want to have not only if they want to make it to the 4th round, but if they want to have any realistic chance of staging a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how strong teams are. You see the Shanghai Tigers week after week; they look unassailable.
Oh
now,
no! And
look at this,
Alina.
Look at Alina.
Look
She's
at Alina's
about to
position.
win this match
oh
potentially.
My lands! How did that happen? It feels like she's made 5 moves and Black has made 0. Yiping Liu has gotten nothing going against the d4 pawn.
Nothing.
And ultimately, Amon, Alina's strategy to go down the h-file, it's been a dashing success. She's going to go rook h1, queen f6, and checkmate Black on h8. There's nothing that he can do.
This looks so simple. I'm wondering how you even form a defensive idea. Like, you're just pointing out the obvious.
Oh
rook
my
h1,
gosh.
Queen f6. Not rook h8 first, but queen f6. Even the queen trade is fine. White calmly takes back and says, okay, rook h8 is waiting for you. That's mate in 1.
The queen trade actually makes matters worse, but doesn't matter. Rook h8 comes even without the queen trade. I think what says it all is the top computer recommendation, which is rook d8 takes d4. And you might say, oh, that's a brilliant rook sack. Black gets counterplay. No, after knight takes d4, Black is supposed to offer a queen trade with queen takes c5. So that's the only way to stave off checkmate. This game is over, and
Daniel, this
it's not
match
even.
might
This is
end.
crazy.
This
If
is
Mikola Bortnik
unbelievable.
pulls out a draw, this match is over.
Oh my god. I can't believe I'm even saying that when you have these two powerhouse teams matched up against each other. Daniel, it's also official that
Oh my
Fedoseev
gosh.
has won his game.
Oh, it wasn't even close. Wei Yi just resigned. He blundered a
just gave
second
up.
pawn, and there was nothing left to play for. He is disappointed and discouraged, as is Yipping Lu. I think his facial expression says it all. It's basically down to Mikola Bortnik. If he pulls out a draw, this match is over in this round. Even if he doesn't, that will still be a crazy blowout. The Gotham Knights, at least, will be up 8-4. It's hard to say that. I mean, it's crazy.
You know, like imagine going into the last round. It's like, all right, Bortnik, Kalinskaya, Fedoseev, and Nakamura. I'm gonna need half a point in total, and we win the match. It's like, great. I think we can manage that.
I'd like to go to the Mikola Bortnik game because I think the result of this game is not in question. Yipping Lu might very well resign in this very position.
Yeah,
There's nothing left to play for.
truly.
More good news for the Gotham Knights. I think Bortnik is handling himself very well. I think he's got a draw in the bag.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my gosh.
You can almost force a draw with a perpetual of some sort. So, I mean, Bortnik has done all he needs to do.
He has indeed, and he scored that crucial point against Ju in June. That gave them the boost that they needed. This is a dead draw. I would just take the bishop on. I wouldn't even play around with these checks. Knight takes d6, c takes d6, and maybe just queen c8 and queen takes b7, and black's actually on the defending side there.
If I want to make a draw, I'm looking at queen c8, queen f5, and like, how is that endgame? I don't know.
Queen c8 and queen c2 is a forced draw. Literally a forced draw. Let's see if Levy might type in the chat, in the group chat, that all we need is a draw. Queen c8 and queen f5 is probably a drawn pawn endgame, but there's no need to calculate here.
Yeah, but I mean, he can also just sit there, right? Play h4. There's absolutely no need to do anything insane. I think he's located queen c2. And barring absolute insanity on Kalinskaya's board, this should be the match, Dania. I can't believe that's even coming out of my mouth right now.
He takes b7. Mikola Bortnik might say, hey, I'm now playing for the win.
Exactly.
I don't need just to make a cowardly draw here. But
He
of
says,
course,
you
black
make the
shouldn't
draw.
have any problems.
You check me.
That's the meta game, because we might meet again. Queen e5 check. Yeah, Bortnik's playing for a win here. I mean, king g2 was a draw. I don't really know why he's doing that.
Yeah.
And I think he's got to be a little bit careful, Aman, because he is kind of playing with fire, and you don't just want to like give this game away. Yeah, they're going to win even with an 8-4 score, but you don't want to give even the slightest inkling of a chance for a miracle.
Yeah, and I think he can rein it in at any point because he has this queen e4, queen e8, draw mechanism. So I truly think he isn't risking a lot. But you're right. If he has that mentality that, I have to play for a win at every moment here, he might mess it up.
I said this yesterday. I'll say it again today. For the purposes of the team match, you're not an individual player. And ultimately, you have to sacrifice your individual intentions for what the team needs. And we saw players agreeing to a draw with an extra piece, which is what you're supposed to do if that guarantees victory for your team. I agree, Aman. I was overstating it a little bit. White is not risking here at all. And I think a draw for might actually just be forthcoming.
Indeed. And
oh my gosh, Alina's up a queen. Oh, she's going to win.
Extra queen, eh? Yeah, that's...
Look at that position. Where is Black's queen?
Resignation.
Bortnik, time to repeat moves. Like the good team player that you are.
Yeah, queen e4 will seal the match. It's unclear if he knows that at the moment. However, it's also probably the objective, best decision overall. So he continues to play on for seemingly no reason.
This must be driving Levy crazy. He's just like, just seal the deal, make the draw. But
I can hear
White's
the
got all of
commentary
his pawns
now,
protected. Yeah.
I would be the same way. If I'm watching a game and it is a draw and all we need is a draw and they're not making the draw, it's like, excuse me.
Oh, God. I mean, the pawn end game might even be winning for White. At least White's not risking in that pawn end game, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen ways, you can lose every single pawn. It doesn't matter how much better your king position is. It's always possible to mess it up. So I think Levy still has a little bit of anxiety here. Oh, and apparently the pawn end game is now winning.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. So it does make sense that if you take with the D pawn, that it may indeed be winning. I'm wondering what happens if the f-pawn captures.
Oh, I think you just make your way to the queen side. I kind of forgot, Amon, that there was a pair of pawns lying in wait on the queen side. White's
Right.
king is just a lot closer to b5.
I mean, look, we've been talking about being a team player, but what about being an absolute stud and just winning out the last round? Just like on demand, getting a W and your team winning 9-3 in round 3 against the Shanghai Tigers? I mean, that's a statement.
Mikola Borton, by the way, is an incredible endgame player. I've lost so many pawn endgames to him that I was totally convinced are unlosable. So he's going to invest some time and calculate this. I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to calculate it accurately. Come on, being a stud, that works too. That's going to win you some matches. Are we actually seeing a potential 4-0 in the final round in a match where both teams were 2-0?
I also want to mention, first of all, yes. Second of all, it almost happened last round. Let's not forget. It's almost like back-to-back 4-0 performances from this Gotham Knights team. I mean, Daniel, are they cementing themselves as one of the scariest teams in the PCL right now?
Listen, we've had a couple of teams look unstoppable. You pointed out the Levitov Chess Wizards. Well, they were stopped yesterday. In this match, the level of unstoppableness had reached entirely different proportions. Among this was the kind of scary level where you're like, if our team pulls out half a point in any of the rounds, that's already a miracle. This is insane.
Yep.
It's over. Borton's going to win. He's going to play h5, fixing
over on
the pawn on g7, and he's just going to walk his king over to g7 and use this pawn as a decoy. It's a 4-0 final round.
That's just incredible. I'm just languishing here because we don't get to see a final round, Dania. But
yeah,
I mean, you can't complain when people are putting performances like this on the board. You have to just tip your hat. This Gotham Knights team came to play today, and this Bortnik addition to board 4. I mean, what a signing!
That is an incredible signing. They've got such a well-assembled team. Basically, every one of their players, from Hikaru Nakamura, obviously, to Mikola Bortnik, are capable of getting a plus score. And when you've got a board 4 that gives you this kind of push, you're already one of the top teams in the league. They're going to make the playoffs after Bortnik wins this game. They will be the second 3-0 team after the Indian Yogis. I don't think anybody is even remotely looking forward to the task of facing the Gotham Knights in the playoffs. Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah, G6. So the idea is H5. And if it gets captured, you take back on H5. The king gets to F5. And I mean, the win is so trivial.
Yeah, the pawn race is kind of like a Ford racing against a Ferrari. Black's going to go after the B pawn, but he's about 7 tempi short.
Yeah.
I think he's going to resign right here.
You know, the issue that I'm having with this scoreline, Dania, is we're not seeing a round 4, which doesn't give me as many games to see Fianchettos. And I'm distressed. What can I say?
That must be a conspiracy, man. They heard your prediction. You were doing well in the first round. By the way, H8 equals queen, check. And it's official. It's official. Round 3 ends in a 4-0 victory for the Gotham Knights.
Unbelievable.
The final score of this match, I don't even want to say what it is as we look at Mikola Bortnik there. He's got a little bit of that half smile on his face. He's checking the match
he might not know the final
smile
score,
is going to grow. His smile is about to grow to a full-on grin.
Yeah. Like, oh, dang, you guys did what I just did as well? Nice. Oh, there's no final game? Nice.
Safety in numbers. And there's no numbers on the board for the Shanghai Tigers. Well, there is. It's 0. It's 0. Everybody loses. This was the craziest blowout that we've seen in the PCL thus far. And there's no debating that.
And something interesting that I just saw in our chat here, Greg Shahadi saying that the playoff seeding depends on the margin of victory. So potentially this is like very impactful here for like first seed versus second seed, Dania. So everything seems to be going in the Gotham Knights' favor with a 9-3 final score. You don't even need to play the last 4 games.
I'm totally speechless. I don't know what to say. I think the scores really say it all. The final score, ladies and gentlemen, is 9-3. 2 separate players had perfect scores. Try that on for size. 3 points for Hikaru, 3 points out of 3 for Vladimir Fedosev. And Hikaru has now won his last 10 PCL games. We've got crazy performances all around. And to help us unpack these performances will be the team captain for the Gotham Knights, Levi Rosman. We're going to set Levi up and hear his thoughts on this absolute blowout. But first, we're going to take a short break. You're watching the Pro Chess League. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we'll have Levy Rosman for you, and then our second match of the day in just a couple of minutes.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. Most importantly, all of our courses are powered by Chessable's exclusive Move Trainer technology, which uses the science of spaced repetition to make sure it all sticks. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
My inspiration was reading about great players from the past, great performers from the past. Arthur Ashe, reading his life, his legacy. Jackie Robinson, who was even earlier. After reading about people like that, Malcolm X and Dr. King, their journey, James Baldwin, those are people who made me feel, as I was pursuing this history-making moment, if you will, that I wasn't really going through stuff that was that hard. I mean, I know we were still and still are in the middle of a deeply divided society in this way, where the struggle is still real for African Americans, where equality of treatment is something you thought should have happened a century ago, or at least in the last century, but it's still happening today. But it's not like it was. And I understood that I'm standing on the shoulder of the giants, and they were absolutely my inspiration in dark moments, difficult times.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League. We just witnessed perhaps the craziest match, the craziest blowout, that's for sure, of the Pro Chess League thus far. The Gotham Knights have blown open the gates against the Shanghai Tigers. 9-3 the final score. And Levy Rosman, the one and only, is joining us to share his thoughts. Levy, congratulations. That was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous, and I will thank you for having me on, because I am like the cheerleader and the creator behind this team. But all credit to the players and the manager of the team, because the strategic lineup that we put in this week was absurd, and the performance of all the players was completely unbelievable. But I will happily be our glorified cheerleader on camera, because just unreal, honestly. What a performance! Absolutely not what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, Levy, you're the captain. That's what you got to do. Take the credit, man. You put the lineup forward. Now, I wanted to ask you about that lineup, because obviously it worked wonders today. You just kind of came out ahead on all the 50-50s. But what do you think about some of the lower board performances, like Alina and Bortnik getting in there and scoring crucial points for your team?
Bortnik was wild. When you guys had me on in the second round, it's kind of everything we wanted. It's sort of what went into planning a lot of our lineups. So we looked for young, talented players. We also looked for guys like Bortnik, who is criminally underrated in classical chess, in my opinion, and in the manager's opinion as well. And we just didn't know if Bullet and Blitz would translate to Rapid. And man, it did. Like, his nerves got in the way in that first game, right? He hung the bishop, but second game was absurd, and that could have gone either way. And that's just how it goes sometimes. Today, a lot of things went our way, but he was great. And Alina's playing style was also super, super aggressive, fun to watch. And she almost deserved that second game, but Wei Yi did what 2700s do. But it paid off in that third game. So, yeah, I mean, you can't ask for much more. It's like everything went right that could have gone right today.
Yeah, Alina played amazing against Wei Yi. I mean, she was basically one move away, which is crazy. I mean, it's anytime your board 4 gets a chance to beat the opposing side's board 1. At what point, Levy, in the final round, I guess technically it's round 3, at what point did you start suspecting that a 4-0 victory might be possible?
I didn't. I mean, I thought it was going to happen in the second round, because everybody was doing so well, right? Like, it literally almost did happen in the second round. I mean, Hikaru it really helps when 5 minutes into the round, Hikaru already got you a point, right? Like, I don't know if the players know that, but let me just tell you as the commentator, I haven't followed the chronological order of the Chess Bra matches, but like, I'm sure it's the same, oh, Magnus won. All right, we got a 1-point lead. Great.
It's a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice feeling, and he was taking care of business, like as if he had like somewhere to go, like he had a business meeting to attend. The rest of the games in the last round, the Wei Yi loss just came out of nowhere, because it looked like he had a nice position from the opening, and I was confident Alina was going to get it done, but it was so wild, man. Like, there was literally almost a chance that we won 2 games back to back, 2 matches, 4-0. I mean, I did not expect that going in. I was super nervous to play Shanghai, and yeah, team pulled through.
I think that's the thing, Levy, with like teams that are 2-0. You look at them and you're like, okay, these guys are never losing a match. Like, these teams look insane. And then based on the lineup that you put forward in a certain week, it could just work wonders as it did for you guys in this round. Like, going into this and now seeing the result, Levy, I put you on the spot here. Do you think you're one of the absolute favorites in the Pro Chess League?
So that was still TBD. I was going to say that was still TBD, I think, before this match today. But yeah, I mean, after seeing today, it's kind of hard to argue. I mean, we fielded a lineup today that, just so like my manager was explaining this to our stream, you have to have a lineup that's 25-50 after all of the rating adjustments. And our lineup is 25-49.75.
It's getting much better.
It literally, like, if any player was 1 or 2 elo above their current rating, it would not work. And unofficially, it's over 2,600. So I think on paper, we've had like the top 3 best lineups, but that doesn't always translate to points, because you have to be a good Rapid player. You have to be good under pressure. You have to be good against people higher rated than you. So if it works, it works, but there's other teams that are perfect. And, if the Bras field the 3 stack again, and Eric doesn't have a rough day, you guys might get 10 points in a match. So anything can happen. That's like, I'm happy we went 3-0, but there's still really, really good teams in this league. So I just want to keep doing it the way we've been doing it.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's going in the right direction, Levy. We've got a couple of featured chat questions. You mentioned that it's not only about ratings, it's also about experience level and how good these players are in rapid time controls and under pressure. BJH13 asks, Levy, can you talk a bit about having a woman as strong as Alina Koshlinskaya on your team? How much of a boost has that given you, and how much of a boost will it give you as you get into the playoffs?
We actually have, I don't know if it's on our official roster, if we made any adjustments, but we have like 4 women on the team, all of whom are really good. We might have had to remove one because she wasn't available, but we were going to have Nurgul Salimova, who's like winning every tournament in Bulgaria. She's like 20, 21, and she's probably going to be a GM within a year or two. But unfortunately, she had a lot of classical tournaments committed to. Natalia Buksa, super strong. And we have like a young player in Kazakhstan who's 2200 and 2700 Blitz and fits in with a 3-stack, right? So she would fit in with like a Hikaru Fedoseev and then like Shield, which is what we ran last week. And she had a rough outing, but she was playing a lot of really good players. So it really helps. I had no idea what was going to happen today in Alina's games. I didn't even know that she was so aggressive. Like, did you know that? Because I did. She went after everyone's head every game, and she was winning against Wei Yi, and that it ultimately paid off in that third game. So I really like this lineup this week. We didn't know what to expect when Bortnik, Mikola was like, play the youngster. I don't know if I'm in as good as form as him, and I would say he's in pretty great form. I don't know what you guys think, but he seemed to do pretty well. So I don't know. I mean, it got a good team of 4, and we got Liam now, who's played only 1 match. So, but I don't want to jinx anything. We're in the playoffs, but that doesn't mean we won anything.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really impressive lineup. Levy, I got another chat question for you, and I'm a big fan of this question. Would love to hear your take. Screws02 asks, question for Levy. Were you upset that Bortnik was not immediately making a draw in the final game? Now, obviously, it was going so well for you that even if somehow, disaster strikes, he loses, you're pretty much a favorite to win the match. But still, as a captain, on looking there, were you thinking, hey man, where's my draw?
No, so there was something really funny. You can't contact the players during the match. Like, they don't know the score, but they have access to a spreadsheet. I'm not explaining this to you guys, just to the audience. They have a spreadsheet they can check to have the scores. And my manager was like, oh, I forgot to send it to them this week. So we were just cracking up, like, Mikola's probably out here grinding a result, has no clue what's going on in the match. Like, oh man, like maybe if I lose this half a point, we're gonna like lose the match or something. And meanwhile, just 3-0, and maybe the Chinese player Zhu Yi was like looking at, man, I got to play for a win, and it obviously backfired. So no, I wasn't too upset. I mean, it's hard to be upset when you're up 8-3. Like you secured a playoff already, So, but no, I don't think. I think Hikaru was a little rattled by the Alina Wei Yi game. People, chat was relaying like he was like watching it, and but it's hard to be mad when you have a 5-point lead. I think in this format.
Yeah,
that's can't complain.
Unbelievable. Levy, final question, and we'll let you continue chilling on your stream. If you're the manager of the Shanghai Tigers, how would you handle a loss like the one that they just suffered? What would you be telling them, and would you be making any serious lineup changes if you're trying to get them into the playoffs?
Well, they have a very balanced lineup now, right? I think they just need. I'm actually surprised they fielded the same lineup 3 weeks in a row because it had so much success, which obviously can't blame them. But I would figure against the Hikaru in another 2700, like they would have, they would try to find a way to field Wei Yi and like Yu Yangyi or Wei Yi and. But I don't even think Yu Yangyi is on their roster. I think it's like Nihua, and I think maybe they have another player, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's really hard to win the Pro Chess League without 2 2700s, but 2700 rapid. Like Fedoseev is underrated. He's 2668, I think, classical, but over the board rapid, he's 2750. So you need these short time control specialists that won't tank and that have like good openings that can kind of be more flexible in this 10-minute format. That's all I I would say. But I thought their lineup was ridiculously scary. Like I thought Ju and June could easily get 2.5 or 3. And like I'm saying, you have like some small moments in every single match. And this match, literally every moment went our way. So sometimes that happens, and sometimes it happens the other way, and momentum is everything. So, but very tough to win, I think, without two players that are top 15, top 20. So, but I'm not the manager. I'm the glorified cheerleader. So I just come here and talk about the team, and Mr. Ostrovsky makes all the decisions.
Well, Mr. Glorified Cheerleader, we appreciate all of the insight. This was such a fun match to watch. Congratulations on making the playoffs. We'll let you take your rest. That was an amazing wire-to-wire victory, Levy. Congrats once again.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right, bye, Levy.
That was fun, Dania. That was...
Oh my
I've never
gosh,
seen,
man.
I've never been witness to a 3-round match before.
Yeah, I knew it was possible hypothetically. I mean, the Cobras, I think, might have lost in 3 rounds in that 3rd round. But to see it unfold, and to see it unfold, Amon, with a team as strong as the Shanghai Tigers, we're not just saying it. I mean, they were 2-0 for goodness sake. They had the numbers to back it up. And you know you're a monster team when you make other monster teams look like the victim, right? The Yogis did that to the Levitov Chess Wizards yesterday, but this was on a whole nother level.
Yeah, no, this was on a whole other level, Dania. I mean, we saw the overall score there. Speaking of those other matchups, let's look at the overall standings here. We see the Week 3 standings. They are now updated with a clinched playoff spot for not only the Indian Yogis, but the Gotham Knights, joining them as the 2 teams that have qualified and the only teams that will qualify from Week 3, Danny.
And you just have to be realistic. I think if you're the manager or the captain for other teams, and you just got to say, listen, if the Gotham Knights play the way that they play today, if they display this level, I don't think there's any team in the league that's capable of stopping them. At the end of the day, you just have to hope that one or more of the players shows at least some signs of being a human, particularly Hikaru Nakamura. But the Yogis are definitely a force to be reckoned with. And if you're the Chess Wizards or the Norway Gnomes or Canada Chess Bras, not telling you kind of what to do or what to tell your team, but you can get too discouraged. I mean, you're still 2-1. You've got every shot of making the playoffs. You're going to have at least 2 more shots of making the playoffs. And just because a team has suffered a loss doesn't mean that it can't avenge the team that defeated it potentially in the playoffs.
That's right. While there are people at the top of the standings as well, there's also people that have fallen to the bottom of the standings. And without naming any names myself, Dania, without telling you what to tell your team, the Charlotte Cobras there have been eliminated. And I wonder
team I'm on.
I wonder who will be joining them. St. Louis Archbishops and the Berlin Bears. I can't even believe that one of these 2 teams is going to be eliminated, but that's going to be an incredibly tense matchup to look forward to as well.
Listen, you just see how this could have gone another way. This just shows you how evenly matched the teams in the PCL are. And I think how well formatted the tournament is, right? That's what creates the intrigue, the idea that a pre-tournament favorite could be sitting on 0-2 and staring down the barrel of elimination. But like I said at the start of this match, I think we're still going to hear from the Archbishops. I think they're going to hunker down, and we might very well see 3 victories rattled off in a row. Obviously, realistically, that's an incredibly difficult task to achieve. But the Passers, and of course, the teams that we have playing each other in the next match, the Blitz and the Croatia Bulldogs, any one team can defeat any other team in any particular match. So we do have, ladies and gentlemen, the Blitz featuring Agadmator's team, the Croatia Bulldogs. They've got some incredibly strong rosters, I'm on. So if anybody had work plans, has to meet their boss for brunch, just forget all of that. You won't want to miss our second match of the day, will you?
No, I mean, this is a different type of matchup. It's not 2-0 teams, but I think it might be closer for that very reason. The 2-0 teams, it's like, even if you lose, you're 2-1. You really don't want to be 1-2. And as you said, staring down the barrel of elimination with 2 losses going on 3, that really puts your team in a tough spot. So these teams at 1-1 right now, Dania, have everything to play for.
Yeah, it's a total toss-up. It's a wild card. Listen, if this match isn't closer than the previous match, then we're in a lot of trouble. If we see more of a blowout than 9-3, well, I won't know what to say. So we can count on this match at least reaching round 4. I think it's going to be a really entertaining one, and we will delve into the rosters, into the round-by-round lineups, and into the sort of nature of this match. But first, we're going to refill our coffee cups. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Pro Chess League. One match down, one match to go. And before we refill our coffee cups, you, Aman, have another announcement to make. Oh my gosh, fine, go ahead.
Danya, I just want to give me a break. I want to remind people we're in a new month. It's March. And this month we are celebrating women who have changed the world with the March bots on chess.com. Challenge Mary Jackson, NASA's first black female engineer. Test your skills against Ada Lovelace, often recognized as the first ever computer programmer. What lines will the visionary and activist Malala Yousafzai bring to the chessboard? You don't want to miss your chance to find out. You can get these new bots over there at chess.com/play/computer. They will disappear once March ends, so head over there quickly and use !WHM in the chat to play now. Daniel, we have some new bots. We are not going to be going to a break without a tear in our eye that we didn't get a round 4, but I will say I'm excited for round 4 potentially in this upcoming match. The teams have a lot more to play for, so everybody stay where you are. We're right back with another match in this Pro Chess League action.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
What a beautiful tactic. The Indian Yogis are the first team to make it to the playoffs.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Because there's a back rank weakness, Rooksy. What a stunning move this is. Just unbelievable what he does.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Did King F5? F4 is falling.
That was a huge blunder. He's going to get mated.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
And the B pawn comes. Oh my goodness, Miley, way to go, girl. That's huge. That is huge for us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just had some of the most ridiculous 2 hours of the Pro Chess League thus far, and it's been a great pleasure commentating. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky alongside Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, and we just witnessed, Amon, without question, the craziest blowout of the Pro Chess League as the Gotham Knights beat down the Shanghai Tigers with a score of 9-3.
Incredible. Incredible. I mean, it's one thing to just say that was the craziest or most impressive or widest margin of defeat, just, you know, on a whim, but it actually was. It truly was the most one-sided result. The Gotham Knights punched their ticket into the playoffs. Of course, we'll still hear a lot more from the Shanghai Tigers, but what a match earlier today that was. And Dania, the upcoming match will surely not disappoint either. I think it's going to be even closer.
Well, I mean, the bar is set pretty low. And I think the most impressive thing to me about the Gotham Knights win, I forgot about this until like 2 seconds before we went live, which is that the score after one round, I think, was 2-2. I mean, this was tied, and this went off the rails in only 2 rounds, both of which could have easily ended with a 4-0 score. And the fact that Mikola Borknik didn't even go for the draw to secure the match. No, he actually won to hammer home the total sweep. That might have been the ultimate alpha move that just encapsulates how much of a blowout this was.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the Shanghai Tigers right now. They haven't changed anything, right, from their lineups. And I think it might be time. We look at the week 3 standings, and Shanghai Tigers, they're fine. They're 2-1, right? They're still a win away from qualifying to the playoffs, but it might finally be time, Dania, to shake things up in their lineup. They've used the same lineup for all 3 weeks. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it just broke.
Well, and some of the other teams are broke as well. The manager and the captain roles, they might sound very cushy, Amon, like, oh, you just kind of sit back, and once you initially assemble the roster, you just kind of watch them play. No, you're actually making a lot of decisions about the roster, and those decisions are very impactful. And of course, the Chess Bras, the California Unicorn, some of the 1-1 teams, for those teams, I mean, the manager and the captain must be feeling nervous because in the next match, a lot of their decisions will either prove very wise or they will dig themselves further into the hole because 3 strikes and you're out of the Pro Chess League. But there's only one team that's out of the Pro Chess League thus far, Mark.
Yeah,
only one.
There's only one team, and I would like to say that result has actually freed up a certain someone for commentary today. Great to have you with us in unrelated news, Dania. But indeed, the Charlotte Cobras, bottom of the table there. The first team eliminated, but not the only team. There's going to be either the St. Louis Archbishops or the Berlin Bears. They're going to be joining them. They will face off against one another. But the match that we have for you guys, right at the top of that standings list, you can see the Blitz and the Croatia Bulldogs 1-1. There's such a big difference from going 2-1 and 1 and 2. It doesn't just feel like, this is just one random match. No, this puts you on the brink of elimination or almost punching your ticket in to the playoffs.
Yeah, you've been saying it from the start. The difference between 2-1 and 1-2, one in which you feel like, okay, just one win away out of the next 2 matches and we're in. The other, one more loss and you're out. 2 polar opposites. So these 2 teams are going to be in completely opposite places at the end of this match. But teams like the Garden State Passers and the Brazil Capybaras, I mean, we got blown out. The Charlotte Cobras got totally blown out by the Brazil Capybaras, Amon. And when you lose a match like that, you start asking, man, how does this team lose to anybody? That's what we were wondering about the Levitov Chess Wizards yesterday until they got blown out by the Indian Yogis. So it's a hierarchy in the Pro Chess League. One team looks like a monster one day, they look like the victim in the next, and we'll see which team is the monster and which team is the victim in today's match between the Blitz and the Croatia Bulldogs. Their rosters are pretty mouth-watering, Amon.
Yeah, no, we're jumping into the rosters, and there's a lot of things to talk about here. The Croatia Bulldogs, they're 1-1. They're led at the top by Bogdan Daniel Deak, super strong player at 2,700. But the thing is, it doesn't just drop off from there, Daniel. There's a star-studded list of cohorts here. Alexander Indic from Serbia, Grandmaster, is also going to be showing up for the Bulldogs. He is such a strong player. He's actually played for the Chess Pros in previous edition before, so I know firsthand just how strong of a player he is and how much he's worth at 2,630.
Yeah, that's a great pickup. And in general, the Bulldogs have a lot of GMs in the rating range 2,500 to 2,630. That's a rating range in which a lot of chess fans, I think, aren't as familiar with some of the GMs who occupy that vast space. But I actually think they've got quite a few good pickups. I'm looking at Leon Levaich, who is a very exciting young player. He recently became a GM. He had a very bad run in the Bulldogs' loss last week. So he is itching at the opportunity for redemption. And some of their female players as well. Eileen Rubers had a standout performance in the Tata Steel Challengers, where she dispatched a couple of players over 2,600. And Polina Shuvalova, who's playing today, again, is basically, for all intents and purposes, a GM.
That's right. I mean, this lineup here is such a strong one. I also am drawn to Bardia Danshavar, which is another I think it's another player that is worth way more than just 2,500. We talk about, essentially, for all intents and purposes, a GM. I think Bardia is very much in that category. Standout performance recently by him. So I'm looking at this team, and I think my summary is that I'm looking at a lot of players that are likely worth way more than their rating would indicate.
You're absolutely right. By the way, Daneshwar, we got word a couple of weeks ago, did complete his final Grandmaster norm, and his rating unofficially is over 2,500. So
there we
his
go.
rightful title, you called it, even without knowing it, will be confirmed pretty soon at the next FIDE Congress. Let's confirm the roster for the Bulldogs' opponent today. The Blitz are one of the most fascinating teams in the league. You called them a family team because there are a couple of couples and father and son relationships in the Blitz. You got the 2 Bacros, you got the 2 Cornets, and you got Katerina Lagno and her husband Alexander Grischuk. I love that, Amon.
Yeah, I think I spoke about this earlier with the Shanghai Tigers, how, everyone on their roster was from China. You could see the camaraderie in between the rounds. Everyone's laughing, having a good time, likely sharing analysis, and truly wants the best for one another. I get the same feeling about the Blitz, right? It's captain, of course, Blitzstream, Kevin Bourdi, has put together a roster of mainly French players, but also Grischuk, Lagno. They have a connection literally like no other. And this team has been fun to watch so far, Dave.
That was really smooth. Now, Amon, let me ask you this. When you've got, let's say, a couple like Grischuk and Lagno, or even father and son, Etienne and Alexander, do you think there's a little bit of healthy competition that might happen, which might drive the players to do better? Like, hey, I did better than I'm sure that Alexander Grischuk, Katerina Lagno didn't let Alexander Grischuk forget his rather mediocre performance last week. So do you think that actually contributes to the motivation that some of these players feel?
I would actually say yes, but only because they're on the same team. So it's like you're competing against one another for fun, and it kind of motivates you. You want to do better. You definitely want to do better than your son. I mean, that's a clear rule of the house. But also, if you were playing against one another, that's, I think, when it gets dicey. Husband against wife. I mean, look, I like my Elo, but I also like sleeping in a bed. So you gotta make some decisions.
Well, you also have to make some roster decisions because you can't just play all of your top players. There are some rules and requirements. In particular, each team must include at least one woman every week. The total cap average rating is 2550, but there's some good value to playing players over 2700 who count as 2700, and women over 2350, such as Ju and Jun, they count as 2350. So once again, the captain and the manager don't just have kind of a cushy role. They actually are really involved in the decision making, and these requirements are in order for the teams to be as evenly matched and as intriguing as possible. I think we can safely say, Aman, that these requirements have produced one of the most fascinating PCL seasons ever, maybe the most interesting ever. So I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of these requirements.
Yeah, I think they bring a lot. I mean, they allow people to be flexible with the rosters, but also you're able to have those 2,700 plus players on your team without feeling constrained. As we look at the board assignments
Speaking
here.
of 2,700 players,
yeah, I know.
Got
There's
a couple
few
of them here. Just a few of them.
A few of them over there on the Blitz. You may have
Grischuk,
heard of
MVL,
them.
Jeez.
Yeah, they're household names, shall we say? But obviously, the Bulldogs have 27 of their own in Bogdan Daniel Deak. If I'm looking at these boards, top to bottom here, Dania, I definitely think that obviously we're not going to get these board versus board matchups until the final round. But on board 3, I'm looking at Bardia for the Croatia Bulldogs to have a big performance. And over there on the Blitz, I'm actually looking right to the top. Alexander Grischuk, you hinted at it earlier, did not have the most scintillating performance last time. He needs to step up as board 1 and score more points than he did last time.
He most certainly does, and I've been saying this from the start. I think there are two large-scale strategies that teams can adopt when choosing their rosters. You can have the sort of evenly balanced team like the Shanghai Tigers had, or you can have the sort of top-heavy team where you have two super GMs, but then you have a slightly weaker board 3 and 4. And if you're adopting that strategy, Aman, I think you want to have the kinds of players like Mahel Boyer, who I pointed out last week when I was a guest commentator for about 5 seconds with Hess and Danny handling the duties. That Boyer's one of those players that a lot of people don't know, but I've played him in a bunch of Title Tuesdays, and I know that he's capable of delivering a couple of upsets. So if you're Boyer and if you're Cornet, you're not necessarily aiming for a 4 out of 4 performance. You're offloading the heavy lifting to your 2 super GMs, but you need to get them on. You need to get half a point here, a full point there. That might be the difference in this match.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dania. We see these are the board assignments, but these aren't how they're going to be matched up initially, right? Obviously, things start off with board 1 against board 4. So we see the round-by-round lineups here. This is round 1. Grischuk is starting with the black pieces against Polina Shuvalova. MVL on board 2 also starts with the black pieces. I'm immediately drawn to the board 2 and board 3 matchups because I think you have two very hungry, very talented IMs on both sides, Mahel Boyer and Bardia Daneshvar. Both of these players are going to be looking, with the white pieces, mind you, looking for a big result to start off round 1. Daniel, I'm looking at both of those boards as potential upset situation.
Oh, completely. I agree. And even though on paper, round 1 is the most lopsided matchup because board 1 faces board 4. First of all, we've seen board 4 defeat board 1 on several occasions. So we're not just saying this to keep people in their seats. I mean, we saw Alexander Kostyanyuk defeat Salam Saleh. That's just the first thing that comes to mind in like 20 moves. So for Polina Shuvalova, I mean, she's got the white pieces. She's an incredibly solid player. This is not just a walkover win for Alexander Grischuk. And I really think, Aman, that Mahel Boyer is not thinking of this game as one in which he just has to hunker down and try to eke out a draw. I think
Right.
he's just flat out playing for a win and probably not even looking at himself as that much of an underdog, given how good he is in rapid time controls.
Yeah, given how good he is, and there's another sort of X factor there. Given how young he is, I think in general the younger players are just so confident, right? They're always ready to play for a win. There's never a position in front of them where they're like, whatever, I'm fine making a draw. I think that's the that's my mentality. That's the older generation's mentality, Daniel. They're like, I'm willing to take a draw here and go home. No, I think the PCL is all about the hunger, the determination to win, and knowing that a half point versus a full point for your team is a huge difference in the value that you bring. So I think that he's absolutely going to be hungry here. He's going to be looking for results. And what better way to start than an upset in round one to really give the Blitz some confidence going forward?
Yeah, and of course, Bogdan Daniel Deac also has to step it up. He had that incredibly disappointing game against Dariusz Švirch in the Croatia Bulldogs loss. That actually was one of the big reasons that they are not 2-0. So definitely a shot at redemption for the young Romanian Grandmaster. And well, the PCL is a fascinating tournament, and part of the reason why is the format. So if you're not aware of what the format is, well, again, where have you been? We hope you're here now because the time control is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. The teams play a match consisting of up to 4 rounds. The first team to reach 8.5 points cumulatively wins the match. That can happen in 3 rounds, and now I see that actually might happen in 3 rounds. And in the event of an 8-8 tie, we reach tie breaks where the players maintain their round 4 matchups. Board 1 plays board 1, etc. But the time control shrinks to 3+2. So, Aman, if we get another 3-round match, I think I might just quit PCL commentary for the rest of the season.
Yeah, if we get another 3-round, crushing, I think that's just even more unexpected than the first. Because, like I mentioned in our previous match, 2 teams that are 2-0, I can theoretically see a more lopsided match there because they're just 2 powerhouses that can definitely decimate the other one, and just depending on how players play and match up, it is pretty likely. But teams that are 1-1, they have so much to play for. So much is on the line here. They're not sitting cushy with 2 wins already. They could be going to 1-2 and be facing elimination next week. So I think everyone wants it. I think everyone is excited to get into their matches. I definitely think we're going to see a close match, but it's important to take note of those tie breaks, which may indeed be needed here. I speak about tie breaks, Dania, because if I'm not mistaken, the Blitz are no stranger to tie breaks and have actually pulled off a super impressive comeback victory that they won in tie breaks. So in case we do see tie breaks again, I might give the slight edge to the Blitz just because they have experience there before.
Yeah, given how nerve-wracking these tie breaks are as we look at the Week 3 standings, you need all of the experience that you can get. But I'm really looking at that kind of peloton, that group in the middle that's 1-1 and 2-1. Those are the teams that really want to try to stand out as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. And it's really not like the NBA, Aman, in which we get basically 2 obvious categories
Wait a minute.
of teams.
It's
like the
not
playoff
like the
teams.
NBA? Wait, hey, don't I see the Golden State? The Garden State. Sorry. My fault.
If I had a nickel for every time I said the Golden State Pacers, I would be be buying up some real estate here in Los Angeles. But essentially, it's not like you got the playoff teams, then you got the non-playoff teams. I mean, for goodness sake, you got the Archbishops sitting at 0-2. So I think it can't be emphasized enough. If you're a fan choosing which team to root for, don't just hop on and off the bandwagon. It can actually be really interesting to root for a team that comes back all the way from 0-2, or even from like an unremarkable 1-1 to potentially win the whole thing.
Absolutely. And, we have seen that a little bit. The Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they came in and won their match after being 0-2. And suddenly it's like, hey, don't forget about us. We might have started 0-2. You counted us out. We're on our way to 3 losses. But instead, like I keep reminding people, the rosters are deep for all these teams. Only 4 players play at a given time, Dania, but there's so much more depth to these rosters. And if you find that perfect roster that just works for you, all of a sudden, you kind of found the holy grail there, and you can run with that for a few weeks.
Well, as I told our team manager at the start of the Cobra season, I was reviewing all of the rosters, and it just immediately occurred to me that the PCL, I think, is largely going to be decided by form,
Mhm.
not even really by the rosters themselves. Although the Gotham Knights beg to differ in that regard. I mean, you got
Certainly.
players who are basically guaranteed 4 out of 4, but unless you're a team that has Magnus or Hikaru, a lot of it is going to depend on the form that your players show. And I think in this match today, we see that more so than ever with Grischuk and MVL. I mean, these are two complete X Factor players. I could see if Sasha, let's say, is in very bad form, I can see him go 2.5 out of 4. I'm on. But if he's in good form, you could see two different players go 4-0, much like we
Exactly.
did with Fedoseev and Hikaru.
Right. I mean, if you have your top two players going, 3-0, 4-0, I mean, you're already not
it.
losing the match right there. That's 8 points all of a
Yep.
sudden. So, I mean, while we saw the bottom of the standings there, we also, of course, have to think about the flip side, the teams that are celebrating a little bit at the top of the standings, 3-0 records and already punched their ticket into the playoffs, the Indian Yogis and Gotham Knights. We saw the Gotham Knights in action, really making a statement that they are one of the absolute favorites. A reminder that, Daniel, all you need are 3 wins. So those teams, the Chess Bras, Gnomes, Wizards, and Tigers, even though their record is 2-1, they're still just 1 win away from joining the Indian Yogis and Gotham Knights in the playoffs.
Yeah, nothing cataclysmic happened to the Levitov Chess Wizards. And I don't want to say that losing a match in the regular season is a good thing, right? I don't want to be that guy who tries to put a positive spin on everything. But if you're the team captain of the Levitov Chess Wizards, for example, you get more data, right? You get more data about which rosters work. And if a roster crashed and burned and you were pinning all of your hopes on it, well, listen, you're getting data about what changes you can make. You know which players are displaying better form, which players are struggling in the team format, and you can use that additional data if you do make it into the playoffs to really find the best roster. But all of this, again, needs to be taken with a major grain of salt, Amon, because especially when you get to the good teams, it's really all about the form that the top players display.
That's right. I mean, there's one team that in particular is all about data collection, the Charlotte Cobras. Really just trying.
Hey,
really,
we're rebuilding. We're in a rebuilding phase.
really just
Amon.
trying to collect as much data as possible. I can actually see the Indian
Next
Yogis.
season.
They're quivering at the top there. They just lack the data that I believe Charlotte has to go through this rebuilding stage. So agree completely, Dania. We see some players that certainly don't need any more data collected on them to slot them easily into your starting lineups. Alexander Grischuk is playing with the Black Pieces to start off against Polina Shuvalova. And Dania, I mean, where's my featured chat question? I feel empty here. Where is my Fianchetto question? Come on.
The Fianchetto question, it's gone. Well, the voting has closed already, Amon. It's too late for everybody
Yeah.
to talk about it. But we're going to get our statisticians to count up
Yeah, I want to know
the
if I
number
won
of
or not.
Fianchettos. How about the move B3 in this position? I think that's a pretty workable move, right? I mean, sacrifice them a knight, but you at least get the bishop pair there.
Anything for the Fianchettos. I've been trying to say that. But honestly, we see in Nimzo, bishop D3 early. It is a little bit flexible. You can go knight F3, or you can go for knight E2. Usually knight GE2 is a move played before the bishop gets to D3, and then immediately you're ready to challenge the bishop on B4 with A3. For the most part in the Nimzo, it's not usually too common to play A3 to chase the bishop because the bishop will probably take on C3 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've seen actually some very modern treatments of this line in recent years. This line itself, it's called the Rubinstein variation or the classical Botvinnik system. Sometimes I read these chess.com line labels and there's like 7 different players. I could say it's the Makaganov-Kasparov defense of the Alekhine sub-variation.
How do you get your name on
in
one
the
of those?
classical traditional system? Like, okay, if everybody's not hopping on the train, yeah, where's the sign-up sheet? Now, C6 by Alexander Grischuk is a pretty unusual way to handle this position because it's not a
Very weird.
semi-Slav, and normally C5 is pretty much automatic. Amon, what do you make of this?
I'm shocked. I have to say, C6 is shocked. I was also shocked a little bit by A3 because I thought maybe we'd see knight F3 castle or knight GE2, but instead A3, so forcing the issue. But then it just feels so weird to me to play a3, force the bishop to take, and then play knight e2. Why not knight e2 first and then play a3?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 92 had a downside. I get that you want the bishop pair, but a3 was inflexible. I'm with you there. Now, the one line where you see the move c6 featured in the Nimzo Indian happens in the same. So I do want to show this just kind of generally for context, and some players in the chat might find this familiar. If White plays the move f3, which is, I think, the Kmach variation, there is a line. It's not the most popular in the world, but after d5, a3, and the trade on c3, a Lithuanian Grandmaster Eduardas Rosentalis, who's a Nimzo expert, really likes the move c6 here. And if White plays e3 and Black plays b6 and bishop a6, then you actually get a very similar position to the one that we have in the game. Actually, we might have transposed into the Kmach variation. Let's rewind to the current position. I literally think this is indistinguishable. You would have never known that this came from a Rubinstein.
True. Yeah. This now it looks like Grischuk has actually done exactly what you set out to do in this opening, which is trade light square bishops. He's done so on a6 and the c4 square. Hey, it might take a while, Danya, but I'm really looking at knight b8, knight c6. Yeah, exactly. I like that one too. Yeah, knight e8, knight d6. I mean, this is just great. There's so many ways to get to c4. And if you're wondering how to kill like 5 or 6 moves, there you go. That'll take some time off the clock.
Now, White needs to kill some moves as well. And I think for Polina, really the only plan that I'm familiar with in these positions is to play e4. And that doesn't end humanity. I mean, Black can just ignore that pawn, but then White can drive the pawn over to e5 and send the f pawn in motion as well. So I think we're going to get a very clearly defined battle between Black's positional play on the queen side and potentially his square control and Polina's attacking chances on the other side of the board. So fascinating position. Sasha is down on the clock. All things are normal. The world continues to spin, and he protects the knight on a6. We will continue to spin around the horn and look at the other games, Amon, because all 4 of them are now underway.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at the game in the top left of your screen, Grischuk with the black pieces. I see MVL is in a position that looks very symmetrical thus far, and it's actually the other games on boards 3 and 4 there that seem to have the most action going on. And I say action, of course, I'm drawn to the Benoni type position.
Okay, let's start with the Benoni game between Mahel Boyer and Becca95. That's Alexander Indich, who's a very sharp player. He always looks for unbalanced positions with the black pieces. And this is indeed a modern Benoni. So Indich making no bones about what he wants to do with black to start this match. No, the pawn count, which I've been counting for the last 3 minutes, is actually even. I thought that White was up a pawn because normally you get this kind of position in the Benko and the B pawn has disappeared. Here, Black hasn't even sacrificed a pawn and he's still gotten that Benko compensation. But on the flip side, I'm looking at Black's queen side and I'm getting a little bit concerned because if White can grab control of the E file with Black's rooks not coordinated, you got to be very, very careful about not allowing a rook infiltration to E7 or E8.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's funny that you mentioned the positions are sometimes from a Benko because I'm looking at that eval bar and it really likes White. I'm starting to wonder if the pawn was not on A7, would it be more equal or what's going on here? It's almost like the pawns are equal and Black's position is worse. What the heck happened in this game? I love that the move Rook E1 had highlighted. I think Queen D2, Rook E1 are lethal moves. Black looks like he's going to be way too busy on the queen side, getting knights, bishops, rooks out. And hang on, Queen D2, Bishop H6. And that could be just like a lethal checkmating attack before Black can even bring any pieces over to defend.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, right, Black is doing great. He's got the bishop pair. He's got the Benko pressure on the queen side. From a developmental standpoint, though, he's in pretty big trouble. And that's why I have my eyes on the immediate Rook E1. If we could pull up an analysis board, this obviously looks like it blunders a pawn. But the last thing that Black can do is send the queen over to E1 and then not defend the E8 square. This is the best way to get checkmated in 2 seconds. Yeah. And I had some fun actually looking at this position I'm on.
Yeah.
I could not, I don't know if I'd be able to resist the move Rook E1 with queen takes F8 check as a threat. But I actually think that bishop h. Oh, look at this line. Bishop h6. Sack the rook. Oh.
Sack the rook.
Sack the rook. And then after knight d7, send the knight in, and black can't defend f7 and f8
That's amazing.
at the same time. So this is just one indication of the price that you pay for not developing your queenside. Rook e1 is on the board.
That's, I think, just good instincts. You can't teach moves like rook e1, right? You don't study those in books. You just have to have that feeling that, no, this is the time to strike. I need to play direct moves. And guess what? The knight and bishop are still on b8 and c8 respectively, which means that those rooks it's just one move short of defending one another. You can't, rook f8 just doesn't make any sense. So you will have to surrender the e-file by the looks of it.
Yeah, and the best way to surrender it might be to simultaneously develop your bishop. I think the top priority for black, forget the b2 pawn, get your bishop and your knight out so that a queen doesn't land on e8. He takes on e1 though, and maybe he wants to meet queen e1 with bishop d7. No, knight d7. Oh man, I'd be quivering in my boots here, Amon. I mean, queen e8 check looks scary in and of itself. I guess white wants knight f8 and then to smoke the queen out by fianchettoing the bishop.
Right.
There you go. Another fianchetto.
Yeah, it's hopefully we're still keeping track the amended scores. Queen e8 looks dangerous, but the funny thing is the bishop on g5 is on the square that the knight would need to jump into to make another threat. Speaking of that, I actually started looking at queen e8, bishop d8, and knight g5.
Oh my god!
What the heck is happening there?
Well, what I love about bishop d8 is that it actually blocks the a file, so the development of black's bishop won't come with tempo anymore, which is a good thing for white. And you might end up sacrificing, the rook on a1 and the knight on c3, because the only three pieces that you really need are the queen, the bishop, and the kingside knight. So Mihail Boyer has a lot of calculating to do. The one piece of silver lining for Indich is that white's position, in a weird kind of way, Amon, is harder to play than black's, because white's the one who's doing the calculating. Indich is the one who's making the forced moves, whether or not he's going to get checkmated.
Correct. And that's such a frustrating feeling as a chess player. Mihail Boyer is going through it right now because he feels, oh, my position is so good. What the heck is this? Queen e8, it must be working. Whereas Indich, it's like, if it works, I made it. There's nothing more I can do. I can't fight the evaluation. But if not, I know exactly what my next moves are. So you're right. He definitely has an easier time with the black pieces here. And Mihail Boyer, he's got a lot to think about.
Yeah, I hate that feeling. It's that feeling when your opponent plays terribly, but he's playing instantly. You're like, this isn't fair. It's like I'm playing better, and yet somehow I'm losing on time. And Boyer has to keep a certain amount of time in reserve, because you just know that this game is going to stay tactical for a while to come. So as Boyer is hard at work there, leaning back and forth and stretching his arms a little bit and enjoying the moment, we are going to enjoy a look at the bird's eye view. I see a pawn on g4 on the top right. Berdia Daneshvar has his hands tied with MVL. Looks like a pretty decent position for the Frenchman with three names I'm on. And of course, Cornet against Datch in the bottom right also looks like a pretty nice position for the white pieces.
Yeah, I feel like, in this commentary duo, I've been making far too many decisions, Daniel. Which one would you like to go to, MVL or Bogdan Daniel Dach?
Okay, let's go to BDD. Let's go to Bogdan Daniel Dach. I'm getting better and better at saying that.
The Croatian bulldog with three names.
Yeah, exactly. That rolls right off the tongue. BDD. Well, BDD is facing a pawn that has just landed on f4. This started as an Owens defense. e4 was met with a b6. So Dach, much like Alexander Indich, is not hiding his intentions. B6 just screams, I want as unbalanced of a position as possible. But let's be real, Owen. I once faced that move in a Blitz tournament from somebody. Some GM played it against me recently. It's a pretty dubious move, objectively.
And the move b6 screams that you're either trying to imbalance the position intentionally, or you've been watching him on Hamilton stream far too much for your own good.
No such thing. Come on.
Victim of trying that opening myself, perhaps a little too often. I can tell you that in my tenured, 15 plus year career playing the opening, I have never in my entire life had the current position on the board.
I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that we have a pawn on f4, and Black's like, hey, why am I not invited? I'm going to invite myself to the party, and he stops the pawn in its tracks with f5. The big question, Amon, I think, is who benefits
Right.
from this highly unconventional pawn structure? Because on the one hand, Black has this long-term weakness on e6, and White can try to attack it with like queen d2 and queen e3. But on the other hand, Black's got some positional assets of his own. That bishop on g3 definitely has seen better days.
Absolutely. The bishop on g3 is stuck in defense right now. As soon as you said that we have something that is kind of unorthodox, we haven't really seen it before, I immediately feel that that favors Black because he's the higher rated player. He wants a spicy position that, will seem unorthodox, unusual. There's not many, I guess, patterns that the players have to go off here. And I'm also looking at White's knights. They would love to make their transition to the e5 square, but they're in possibly the worst positions on the chessboard to reach that square. It's really awkward to get there.
One knight is restricted by Black's pawns. The other knight is restricted by its need to defend the f4 pawn. So you're right.
Yeah.
The knights are very immobile. I think Derek should go full shebang here. I think you should go knight d7 and castle queenside. You can't play 1 e4 b6 and then, castle in cowardly fashion to the king side. No. I think he's castling queenside and sending that h-pawn full down the board. But Derek, one thing that has plagued him, Amon, in rapid time controls is his predilection for time pressure. He's always in acute time pressure. And this is a case in point. 4 minutes after 12 moves, he's got to be very careful.
Yeah, I I actually remember, possibly, I can't even remember now if you were on the commentary, but it's possibly like the funniest moment in the PCL thus far when Bogdan Daniel Deax's camera fell. Like it fell off his monitor. I can't remember who was doing the commentary, but it was like the funniest thing I've ever seen because he has to fix it, right? You can't keep playing your game until it's fixed. It's like in, tournament chess when you can't actually keep playing until you make sure your score sheet is written down properly. So, I mean, he's had to deal with a lot this PCL. Let's put it that way.
Well, we saw that with Wei Yi in the first round. He had like 2 minutes and he was just casually adjusting his camera. It was Canty and Hess who were on the commentary team, but I was watching that and it was an amazing moment. Bogdan also had one of the most painful moments of the PCL when he failed to promote a pawn and win the game on the spot. A game, without exaggerating, that really could have changed the course of the match and the course of the Bulldogs' entire season. So let me tell you, he is not going to forget that, and he is determined more than ever to prove his worth on the team. Okay, I think the position is somewhat stabilized. His king is on f7, so I'll give him a pass, right? He hasn't castled kingside. He's done something a little bit more gutsy than that.
That's right. B6 living up to its expectations. I think both sides actually have a number of pieces that need to be where they are. The rook on h8 has to be there, defending the h-pawn. Rook on e8 also seems like it needs to be there to defend e6, whereas White's bishop on g3, queen on e3, knight on e2 are all tethered to that f-pawn. The bishop's also tethered to the h-pawn. There's so many pieces stuck. The bishop on f3 can't move. The rook on f1 pretty much can't move. So even though the eval bar is not a super fan of knight to d1, I have to admit, Dania, kind of struggling to see what other pieces to move, and I kind of like it because I can see a nice rewrite there.
This is a huge threat. Knight f2, knight h3, knight g5. The eval bar is creeping back up, but I feel like the players are making incredibly natural moves. I'd be giving all of this exclamation marks. The eval bar is just laughing all of these moves out of the building. What's wrong with queen d8? I mean, you are hitting White where it hurts on the h4 pawn.
Yeah.
And if he can force Demonte to go queen f2, well, that takes away the rightful square from White's knight. On the other hand, it gives the knight a different pathway, but that pathway could be easily blocked with a well-timed move such as b5. So it's just such a weird, cagey kind of position. You called it, Amon. There are no patterns here to speak of. The players are entirely on their own.
They certainly are, Dania. And I see the bird's eye view. If we can take a look, we have to probably jump to the game that we haven't touched on yet. Because I see MVL as potentially committed just a serious offense here, and I was hyping up the possibility of an upset in round one. It might happen.
You called it even before we went live. You pointed out Bardia Daneshvar. He beat Ray Robson with the black pieces in the previous match. Oh my goodness. No, he didn't just take on g6. His king, that's the ultimate twist him on. Black was the one going after White's king just a couple of moves ago. But MVL, he was overzealous. Now the White king is fully safe. And obviously, f takes g6 is unthinkable because of rook b7. It looks like Black has to stay alive with rook f8. But rook b8, does that finish it? Oh, there's a trap there. Rook b8, fg. Rook b7. There might be queen takes f2 check. Might be queen takes f2 check.
Unbelievable.
He missed it. I jinxed him.
Yeah, I think he just spotted, like MVL, by the way, spotted that. Credit to him. Like he saw that whole thing coming. Now I'm wondering what was he supposed to do? And I think it was maybe the slow approach. Bishop h5 or something, and bring the rook in next. I don't know. Bishop e4 maybe, but what a miss. Like that tactic came out of nowhere from MVL.
Well, I'm going to show exactly what he missed. I think even rook b7 I'm on because Black literally has no threats here. This is resign time. You just take on f7.
Right.
You're up 1,000 pawns. What he was trying to do is force fg and now go rook b7. What is the rook on f8 doing here? Well, it's allowing the tactic which he missed. Queen takes f2. The bishop steps away with a discovery. But what's crazy about this, apparently, is the move is bishop e7. I apologize. And Black actually wins. Oh, so it's the same idea.
Yeah.
But after queen takes e7, you actually do get mated after queen takes f2 check. What a miss for Daneshvar. And what a great decision, Aman, to not stubbornly play rook b7, but accept the inevitable. Or has he accepted the inevitable? No, he's going for the win.
Yeah, so basically Black was about to play bishop g7 if the checks kept coming. Instead, he's played d6. He's also low on time. He can actually lose this game.
Oh, he absolutely can. And I apologize. MVL was the one who went for the win by tucking his king away on h7. I think he is going to lose this game.
Definitely.
This is insane.
Yeah, knight f4 is in the picture. The king is actually remarkably safe there on h7. And guess what? a5 it can't move. The pieces are covering d8. White's pawns, even though there's 3 of them for the piece, they suddenly seem so immobile.
Nothing about this match is normal thus far. Another crazy thing has happened. Alexander Indich has won his game against Mihail Boyer, who did get into acute time pressure on. This is exactly what we kind of predicted.
That's right.
He didn't have the time to figure out how to conduct his initiative, and the tables turned almost immediately. So a big win for the Bulldogs there in the early going. That eval bar is swinging and swinging. How does MVL finish off the attack?
Yeah, I'm looking at knight d3, and it's like, how do you defend
Queen
f2?
c7, queen c2, queen c7, queen c2.
Oh, wow.
But then there's bishop e5, and there might be a fork on e1? Oh, my God.
Yeah, what the heck is going on? Queen a7? Oh, and now you want to move the knight and defend from a7. I missed a lot there. I'll start by saying that.
So did I, and I think so did MVL, who probably did not spot queen a7. The fact that he's thinking right now says a lot. Now, where does the knight go? Does it go up to d5, which Aman threatens checkmate with knight f6?
And stops queen f4.
Is going to get victimized in the end.
Yeah, I love knight d5. That has to be the decision here.
Oh, it's the wrong move again.
What? Unbelievable. It looks like everything that White is doing makes so much sense, but MVL is up to task.
Oh.
King g2, queen d5.
Oh. That was the reason that knight d5 is wrong. How could he have missed that with 10 seconds left?
Come on.
Come on, Bardia, step up your game. And the king doesn't have any other squares. King f3, knight e1 is checkmate.
He has to play
that
f4.
mating pattern.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Okay, queen e1.
Yeah.
That's got to be the move. Although that's... Oh, king f3, knight e5.
That's a great tactic. I'm wondering where the win is after king h2. Oh,
knight e5. He missed it. But he's got mate. Oh,
he missed it in favor of mate.
This winning the queen.
Amateur. That's a beautiful mate.
God.
I still was not convinced after king h2 what the win was, but MVL was seeing so much there. He missed the initial bishop sacrifice, and then it felt like he saw literally everything.
But that just belies the earlier craziness that happened. Boyer lost. He was winning as well. Bardia Daneshvar was winning in one move, but it's so
incredible.
Easy against these 2700s. I mean, their ability to weasel out of virtually any position. It's inhuman, Aman. It's spiritual. It's otherworldly. Speaking of otherworldly, we have a crazy game unfolding in Diamante Daulite's affair against Bogdan Daniel Dach. where I think his decision to play the Owens defense is now looking pretty darn good, as
That's
is his
right.
position.
It's paying off, and this is a really important game because we actually see that it's 1.5 to 1.5, a draw between Grischuk and Polina Shuvalova. That's board 1 against board 4. This is the other board 1 and board 4 matchup, and if Bogdan Daniel Dea can win this game, that's not a bad start for the Bulldogs. They would jump out to a 2.5, 1.5 lead.
Something's in the air today. All of these games are wild. Shuvalova, by the way, really didn't give Grischuk too many chances in that Nimzo Indian. I mean, she held a comfortable draw from a position of strength in the endgame. Speaking of position of strength, that king on g6 is crazy. It's crazy how safe it is. It's
Yeah.
impossible for white to even set up a check. Maybe it's worth going knight e2. That's the only way that I see to even deliver a sensible check to the black king.
Yeah, and at some point, this king might find itself situated very nicely on, a dark square like h6, pawn on g6, and is just so entrenched in there. I'm also looking at aggressive ideas for black just down the line, something like queen h4, knight g4, and strangely enough, if you take the knight, you kind of open up the h file. So maybe black can set up some checkmating attacks as well.
Oh, absolutely. And 50 seconds now for Demonte. I mean, Bogdan is very experienced in time scrambles. He gets them literally every single game. It feels like Demonte is losing the thread here. I would still try knight e2 because anything can happen when you've got a knight and a king and a queen in such close proximity. But she continues to hesitate here. I don't even see an alternative. Knight e2 is on the board.
I like
and
that
look
move.
at Bogdan just bringing his bishop back, which is kind of passive, and it gives white, it hands over the initiative. Where's the king going to hide away? F7 maybe?
Yeah, F7 guards the pawn. My feeling is that, king H6 is just kind of safe, and I want to play G6 after that. But down to H7 it goes. That's probably my third choice, honestly.
Now, I think the idea is that if the bishop moves away from F3, the knight could have jumped into G4. Demonte takes the other pawn, attacking the queen. Another totally sensible move. We've got a trade, and rook E8 is going to be tough to deal with, I think.
Yeah, there's also, some ideas like queen E3 check, right? Let's say you play queen takes C6, queen E3 check comes, and I could see some funny lines like knight G4 takes at like rook back to H8.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden,
And
don't
then the
forget
king
about the
steps
H
away.
file.
I think this is a primitive remark. It may sound very primitive, but having a knight in these types of positions and in a time scramble is always preferable because there are just so much more tricks that can be generated when you've got the knight, let alone the fact that black is also up a pawn. So
That's right.
barring a cataclysmic turn of events, I think Diaz should be able to bag this game and take home the point.
Agreed. This looks very good. I mean, you can trade the rooks with queen H4 and rook E1 if you want. You can also just sort of solidify things with G6. This looks good.
I mean, I think he's just going to grind white down, trade the rooks, and exploit the 3-on-1 pawn majority. You have to be careful, though, about how you do that, because the last thing you want to allow is either a perpetual or some sort of fork. Don't fall asleep on white's pawn majority either.
Yep. Yeah, queen C1 is an extremely good move here. Yeah. That'll just win on the spot. You can pick up every pawn, and guess what? White is threatening a total sum of 0 with queen B7.
Bogdan, though, just going directly for checkmate. Queen C1, Queen C2, Queen F2 was forced mate there, which he missed. Knight E5 even. Listen, Queen C2 was literal forced mate. The game's still not over here. He's got 8 seconds. I would just take the bishop and push my H pawn.
Yeah, that should do it. Queen F2.
Or this.
Keeping the B6 pawn defended, but H4 at some point has to be thrown in, you have to say.
You would think. I mean, F4 also possible with Queen G6 coming up. It's just all about king safety here, and black's king is utterly unapproachable. That's what makes this such a one-sided position. Just don't go... Yeah, Queen G4, Queen H2, and Queen G2, and eventually white's queen is going to get smoked out of there. But Demonte doing a great job of keeping some chances alive.
Yeah,
King E6 maybe?
King E6, King F6.
Oh, that's game. G5 was such a devilish move.
It was actually threatening a lot. Like, my instinct was King E6, but I have to admit, I didn't realize it got out of queen f4. That was just luck.
Neither did I. I just noticed that queen f4 was the threat. Okay, this position was basically indefensible for Demonte. She put up a tremendous fight, but the board one of the Bulldogs takes the game, and they take the first round, Aman, but only by a point.
And I'm looking at those at these results on your screen. Ardia Daneshvar, no points for that game and position that he had. Nothing on the board. Same for Mahel Boyer. So while the upsets were possible, at the end of the day, results are clear. The higher rated players pretty much got things done, with the exception of a player that I highlighted earlier, a player that I have a ton of respect for, and I know he can be performing better than he is. Grischuk, only half a point, continues to just come off to those shaky starts, Dania.
We always talk about it, Aman. Those half points, they accumulate. And if you're the board 4, you don't need an outsized performance. You don't need 4 out of 4. Would be nice. And someone like Mikola Bortnik probably is going for 4 out of 4. But if you're Polina Shuvalova, every draw is incredibly valuable, because those draws, they add up incredibly fast. So it's a good start for the Croatia Bulldogs. And it's a good start that could have been even better. Bardia Daneshvar is going to have a slightly more manageable matchup in the next round. And I'm really excited to watch him try to score some upsets with the black pieces, Aman. This is a fascinating match in the works. So, ladies and gentlemen, you go absolutely nowhere, because we will have round 2 of the Croatia Bulldogs and the Blitz coming up in just a couple of short minutes.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, like the chess players, we got our own little circle, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
well, he won't be an international master for very much longer. Bardia Daneshvar is a key part of the Croatia Bulldogs. Even though he lost his first game, he was oh so close to defeating MVL and Amon. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, he finished his GM requirements, scoring his third and final Grandmaster norm. He is a player with a very bright future.
Indeed. I think it was just basically a formality at this point, getting that title approved, but still a formality that needs to be undertaken. Obviously, I think with him slotting in at a board 3 position, I mean, he's sitting at like 6 out of 8 in the PCL, Danya. That is such an incredible score for someone that, you know, can be like board 2, board 3, depending on his position. I mean, 6 out of 8 is a good score for board 1.
It's crazy how many PCL teams manage to ferret out, you know, these underrated young players who are on board 3 or board 4, but absolutely capable of maintaining plus scores in most PCL matches. So Daneshvar is a huge pickup for the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs, they're a powerhouse team. They're incredibly solid. They don't have any weaknesses on any of the boards, and they are currently leading with a score of 2.5, 1.5 on the strength of Polina Shuvalova's draw against Grischuk. I said Polina was going to have a slightly easier game. I'm sorry to say that I was wrong. Sorry, Polina.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm pretty sure what happens is that as the board 4, you're supposed to have your hardest game first, and then, you know, it gets like way easier. Eventually you play the board 4. Your day is not really supposed to go from playing Alexander Grischuk to playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So as you said, good luck with that. A similar experience though over there for Demante Cornet. She started off with a tough opponent in Bogdan Daniel Deak, and well, hello, Alexander Indic is waiting for you in round 2. So no rest for these board 4s.
It's true that Cornet lost, but I think she has to try to go for exactly the same types of positions in all 4 of her games, because that was a 50-50 position. They were in a time scramble. Both kings were weak. And if Cornet can get 4 of those positions, she's going to pull at least one of those games out. So again, if you're the board 4, I think the best strategy for scoring an upset is not hunkering down and groveling for a draw, especially if you're playing white, but really to go after your opponent and lean into the fact that they are the ones with something to lose. Same, of course, with Polina Shuvalova, who did play a very solid endgame and held MVL. That's a huge confidence boost, Amon. I think when you're the bottom board, knowing that you've held the top player, that's a total game changer for the next 3 games.
It is, and it puts not only your team in a good frame of mind, but it helps your confidence tremendously. I always, you know, have some sympathy for these board 4s because a lot of them come in and they have their toughest matchups right at the beginning and just sort of like defeats your mentality before you even get out of the gate. So by the time you get to, you know, round 4 and you're playing what should be your easiest pairing, you may be suffering because you're just like taking so many losses by that point. So they have to stay mentally strong. As we see Bardia and Grischuk, their game has started, and Daneshvar is gone with the Caro-Kann here to start off against Grischuk.
Yeah, the Caro-Kann, obviously super popular nowadays at all levels. And Alexander Grischuk essaying the line, which I think of all of the lines in the advanced Caro is probably the choice of most super GMs who really play principal chess. This is the short variation where the bishop modestly comes out to e2, but don't be fooled by the sort of modest appearance of white's kingside development. Amon, I think you'll co-sign this point. The short variation is actually a very principled and aggressive line that leads to some wild tactical struggles, particularly when black castles queenside, which is pretty often.
That's right. You'll definitely see that Grischuk's play is based a lot off what he gets in return from his opponent. Right? It depends which way the king castles. It depends how black develops. Black sometimes has lines where they go for g5, even f6. Knight e7 is definitely a more modest approach. I think g5 and bishop g7 is still on the table, but a lot of times you see, you know, even the bishop move again, like dropping back to g6, knight f5, bishop e7, just slowly getting developed like that. But you mentioned it, most top players these days are going for this advanced line with white because, hey, it takes more space, the computer co-signs it, and it's not easy for black to find enough squares for his pieces to develop.
A4 is the ultimate typical grandmaster move. White grabs space on the queen side, and this move will double as a pawn storm type of move if black in fact castles queenside. There's no doubt that this pawn is either going to land on A5 or support the B pawn in its quest to shatter black's queenside pawn structure. So it's largely a game of cat and mouse, and you often see the players try to be maximally flexible. I think that's easier to do for white because white's already castled, white's already committed in that regard. Black has to figure out how to generate more real estate for his minor pieces, and that's precisely what Dineshvar does. He pushes c5, and Amon, the idea isn't so much to win the d4 pawn, which is very well protected, as to vacate the c6 square for the knight, and then the bishop can take the parking spot that was cleared away by the knight.
Absolutely. Yeah, knight c6 is the intention, and black's pieces actually look quite good, honestly. After that, they've all found good squares. As Grischuk, I'm definitely looking at a move like a5 because I'm getting the impression that if black plays knight c6 and white plays a5, potentially a6, you could really loosen up a lot of light squares, and you're highlighting it exactly. Bishop b5, queen a4. That knight on c6 is extremely hard to defend, and white is just getting more and more space. So I wouldn't mind seeing a5 here from Grischuk. I'm also drawn to other moves like, just simple developing moves, but I mean, he just played a4, so a5 is the first move on my mind.
Having said A, you have to say B, but probably Grischuk is going to take 6.5 minutes before saying B. You also see white taking on c5 in these Caro-Kann lines, which is a very difficult move to explain, I think, particularly to newer players. Why would you voluntarily shatter your own pawn chain? And the reasons are complex. They're very tactical. But one of the reasons is that you can use the d4 square as a very powerful post for your knight. And from d4, the knight is needling the bishop. It can also later move on to b5 and d6, as is common in a lot of different French variations. So Sasha is going to settle into another long think. He's already down 2 minutes on the clock by move 9. Again, the world continues to spin. Society isn't falling apart just yet. Sasha Grischuk is down more than 2 minutes.
Yep. And we take a look at the bird's eye view there. Grischuk with the white pieces. We'll leave him to think for now. I'm also noticing some of the other games and the specifically the openings that we see down in the bottom left. Bogdan Daniel Deac has this weird kind of double fianchetto position, and he's just trying to not commit anything. He's finally played d4 in the middle of the board, but he's been sitting there kind of toying around with fianchetto here, attack the center there, and finally he's taken the center with d4.
Well, let's take a bit of a closer look, because I think we're going to get a lot of committal moves by both players. Really, before we reach move 10, this is only move 7. And the line I'm on where white plays knight f3, e3, fianchettos the queenside bishop, and then plays c4, that in and of itself is very popular. I actually haven't seen that combined with a second fianchetto very often.
Exactly. Yeah, the bishop, it does well on d3. So that's why usually you see all of this combined with just bishop e2 or bishop d3. But the extra g3 move as well, I mean, it definitely says to black, if you want to play pawn to c6, that's great against the bishop on g2, but it might not be great against the rest of the position. So you kind of have black guessing, how do you handle this structure? I'm looking at e5 or c5. I mean, those are the breaks. If we can get those pawns pushed, fantastic. If we don't see c5 here, I'll be kind of shocked.
Well, in a bullet game, I actually would still consider the move e5 to meet de with bishop b4 check, creating some tactical intrigue, but it's not the best thing to do against a super GM in a rapid game. Boyer actually withholds. He doesn't play c5 just yet. Instead, he prioritizes the development of his bishop. He wants to meet bishop g2 with the classic bishop b7, neutralizing the bishops, kind of cancel each other out. And I have no doubt, Amon, that he's probably leaning toward playing c5 because logistically e5 is going to be harder to achieve. Maybe not unachievable, though. Maybe he can go knight bd7 and then e5. But I feel like c5 is a little bit more typical when you're facing the kind of semi-hanging pawn structure that white has with the pawns on d4 and c4.
Yeah, absolutely. I think b6 is possibly a little bit more flexible than just going c5 initially. So I kind of like his decision there. If c5 was played first, white would play bishop to g2, and black could not get his own bishop to b7. So I really like the move order. He's making sure, as you pointed out, he can challenge the bishops on that long diagonal. And now he has c5 if he wants to, or knight bd7, and you're still withholding. Do you go c5 or do you go e5? Making your opponent guess could actually be more valuable here, whereas c5 might show your cards too early.
Boyer lost a frustrating game in the first round, and his clock management was a big part of the reason why. You can't really blame him because, as we were discussing him on, and this exact scenario unfolded, he had a position which I'm sure he knew was overwhelmingly better. But in order to figure out the right path, he had to invest almost all of his time in the early middle game.
Right.
And these GMs are so good at spinning up intrigue and complications the moment that you hit time pressure. So Boyer has to avoid that scenario unfolding a second time. And I'm getting really worried because he's no Sasha Grischuk, with full due respect. When you're down 5 minutes in a PCL game against someone like Dach, the game's not over, but he's got to put a move on here. He's got to make an intuitive decision.
Yeah, and I think that he's overthinking it. Like there's nothing here that I think he needs to be concerned about. So it's just him choosing a plan, and maybe unfortunately for him, they all look good. Sometimes so many options in front of you are like, yeah, that's good. Oh, wait, but that's good too. Oh, wait, but that's also fine.
Whoa.
And then you don't know what to do at all.
We have to go to the MVL game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view because craziness is unfolding in MVL's game against Polina Shuvalova. Not only we have to look at the current position in which white is down in exchange, which MVL has, of course, sacrificed. Well, let's rewind a couple of moves and see how this got crazy. 5 moves ago, Amon, this was a totally normal kind of semi-Torres structure, whatever. Okay, bishop d3, white's just going to get his kingside on castle. No, Polina goes knight to b4 in this position. It looks like the knight cannot be captured because after the trade, black plays queen c1. But that check isn't as scary as it appears. White blocks with queen d1. Black delivers another check. Is this a fork? Yeah, but white defends. And now queen c1 check is a move that MVL, I think, might have overlooked because queen to a1 check runs into, of course, rook to b1, and white wins on the spot. MVL can repeat moves with queen d1, but without any hesitation, he sacrifices the rook in the corner and chases the queen with rook b1. The queen is not trapped. It can take on g2 and evacuate through h3, but that open g file, Amon, could spell doom, not to the queen, but perhaps to black's king.
Wow, this is such a weird position. And
Jesus.
I mean, the idea is clearly queen g5 is a follow-up. After g6?
Rook g3 might trap the queen there.
And then I guess you can like try to free your queen by playing f for h6 or something, but oh, it's such a weird position.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the eval bar, as usual, tells none of the story here. What do you mean
exactly?
Equal? So I really do. Yeah, I mean, okay, position that's balanced. I think we should show this on the eval on the eval bar on the analysis board once again. So queen h3 is forced. I don't know what Polina is thinking about. She has to go to this whether it's losing or not.
Correct.
And after queen g5, g6, what we're talking about is rook g3. And I say no problem, queen h5. But remember, the rook pins the king. White just takes back. So what you're saying, Amon, is that black has to counterattack white's queen and try to open up some escape square, probably h5, because white's queen, incidentally, oddly enough, cannot move onto a square such that h5 is still protected because queen a5 actually runs into b6 with queen h5 on the next move. This is mind-boggling. This is wild. And Polina is down 7 minutes on the clock now.
And so important to do it the way that you just did with f6. If you go h6 first, then queen e5, and you are guarding h5, and f6 is way worse there because now you can just take g6 and f6, and it's just over. Yeah.
Get me out of here. Get me out of here. f6 has been played. Polina stays afloat.
Look at these two. I mean,
this is ridiculous.
What is this line? They're both playing it like they've seen it before.
Well, Polina definitely hasn't. She's got 2.5 minutes, although she's accelerating her pace of play. You would think that she would be taking longer, but no. I mean, the further advanced they get in this game, the more familiar Polina seems with the position. MVL is finally thinking. No, never mind. He's still not thinking.
Well, I was going to say, you know, his opponent only has like 2 minutes, and that eval bar is saying equal. Now, I think it might be related to a potential, like, hey, rook g5, queen h3, rook g3, haha, it's a draw. But like, the MVL is not taking a draw in that way, like, not even close.
Yeah, he could have taken a draw earlier with queen d1 and avoided this entire brouhaha, but he feels that with 7 extra minutes and a long-term attack on Black's king, he's got every winning chance here in the world. And I agree completely. If the bishop moves away, the queen takes on e6. I will point out, Amon, that I think players sometimes fall into the trap of assuming that if you don't deliver checkmate, that you're automatically going to lose. That's
Right.
totally not true. White is only down in exchange. Yeah, that's a lot of material, but if you win the pawn on e6, you're basically not down any material. You can even potentially transition into some sort of endgame and exploit your connected passers. That's not out of the question.
Yeah, rook c7 was just played. I'm looking at a potential bishop b5, but now kind of walking it is such a strange position here. I have no idea what's going on, but I've said this before. As a board 4, you're happy to be in a chaotic position against someone as strong as MVL. I'll just say that.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about this, right? This is what Demonte Cornet did in the previous round. It didn't go her way. But if your board 4s constantly get these types of positions, they're going to pull a couple of points out. Rook g5 by MVL, disliked by the eval bar. I think this might be sending the queen to a square that it wants to go to anyway, Amon. And is MVL just playing too quickly here and banking entirely on Black's clock?
I will say that I don't think MVL can mess this position up. Like, I know the eval bar is kind of creeping, but I don't actually think that it can be messed up to a point of no return for MVL. And I do think that the time will tell the story. A minute on the clock for Black. It will be difficult for Paulina to keep up in this position with the eval bar, although I say that and look at her doing that. So I'm so impressed that she is finding moves here.
She has to find some way to clarify this position, and I'm just as impressed as you are. This could go either way, and I think I know one man that must be watching this on the edge of his seat, and that would be the Croatia Bulldogs manager, Vyacheslav Nemec. Vyacheslav, welcome to the show. We're glad to have you. What are you feeling right now as you look at this game?
Hi, guys. Nice to meet you both. Very, very
Likewise.
good pronunciation. A bit Russian, but very good of my name. Yeah,
Is it
I'm
Nemec
looking-
or Nemec?
Nemec.
Nemec.
Yeah.
Got it.
I also have
Sorry.
to say
Please continue.
hi, Daddy, to Aman because he adopted me 2 times, and I promised my chat I would say that live. So, yeah. Anyway,
Well,
yeah,
it's
this-
a pleasure to meet on even terms here. Yeah, right on the PCL broadcast.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. How even I don't know. I think I understand these positions much less than you, but okay, we'll see.
Yeah,
the bar's pretty low. I don't understand them. So.
I know the eval bar in this position. We were looking at this game here between Polina Shuvalova against MVL, and the eval bar is just an embarrassment to chess right now. It's saying 0.00, but the position looks completely insane. I mean, obviously, I was pointing out right before you joined us, I think it's a good place for your board 4 to be in, just a wild position where there are winning chances. What do you think about Black's chances in this wild position?
Yeah, definitely. Like something we want. Although, yeah, the clock situation is a little bit concerning. And if I'm not mistaken, this is also kind of MVL's type of position, right? We have seen that also in the previous game to a certain extent against Bardia. Although he was probably quite lost at some point, but yeah, he managed to navigate his way and even win in the end. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Although I am a little bit concerned with the time situation.
16 seconds now for Polina. Now, this is what MVL does, right? He always has 7 minutes at the end of each game. And this is just... The problem is you make one tiny mistake and Maxima has 5 minutes to refute it. Queen d8 check is a huge threat here. I don't see a move here for Polina. Maybe queen a5 to protect the rook. She's not finding it, though. Oh, queen d8 and it's over.
But it's
queen
like
d8 takes the rook
I
with
didn't
check.
even know what move to play there. Like,
nah,
whoa.
It was
That was
impossible
crazy.
to defend that. But that's only one
Man.
game, and queen e5 check is forcing the queen trade. Okay, so that's game. MVL. But a couple of the other boards
Jeez.
are looking promising, Vyacheslav. In particular, I wanted to ask you about Bardia Daneshvar. whom you referenced. Let's click onto his time scramble against Sasha
Yeah.
Grischuk. Are you as excited as we are about Bardia and what he can bring to the team?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's like sort of a discovery of the season, right? Like I thought before the season that he might be like a good pickup, like some sort of a dark horse. But so far, what he has been doing, beating Robson with black, beating Matthias Blubaum with black, scoring 3.5 out of 4 in the previous match, I think he shows that he's very, very much underrated. Like I don't know. Do you have any experience playing him in online? I saw that he is like very high on chess.com. I presume there might be some matches, right? So
Yeah,
I
actually played him recently, but I don't think I've ever played him before. Played him in like a Title Tuesday recently. That might be it. And I recognized his name because of the PCL. I was like, wait a minute, this is the guy that's tearing up the PCL right now. So kind of intimidating, but a really good pickup for you guys.
Yeah, it was a pity that today he started on a slightly lower note because he had a very, very good chances, I thought, in the first game. And this second game also doesn't look too good for now. But okay, I mean, MVL and Grischuk, I mean, that's crazy, crazy. First two boards, very strong. So yeah, it's hard, tough to stay alive there, right?
I mean, Polina and Bardia get MVL Grischuk in different orders, and the silver lining for them is that they do have two significantly easier games. Polina pulled out a draw against Grischuk, and I'm sure that Bardia is not exactly going to be, mourning the losses too much. He's got two winnable games in the next two rounds, and this game is not over. It's far from over. The eval bar has just dropped, but it's going to be really hard to defend this with only a minute left on the clock.
Yeah,
I get the feeling
he even has less time than Grischuk. That's surprising. Yeah,
achievement.
That's the worst sign.
Achievement unlocked. No, that's always going to be tough. It's not just how strong the top players are, but like when you're low on the clock as well, it factors into it. Offhand, I look at this and I'm kind of thinking that if he survives a couple moves here, the light squares for Grischuk are insanely weak. That bishop shows up on e4. I start to get concerned, but it's the immediate issues in the position like a7 hanging, c4 hanging that are the cause for concern. But I feel, Daniel, like we've done a disservice. We keep showing him the games against Grischuk and MVL. I mean, what about his guys like Bogdan Daniel Deak? That guy's got a nice position. Let's go to that game maybe.
He does have a nice position. He's up a pawn, and it does appear that Sasha is going to take that one. But Bogdan is up a full pawn. He's got a big advantage. And Vyacheslav, unless we're missing something, looks like your guy is up 2 minutes on the clock, and the coast is pretty much clear.
Yeah, it looks good, especially since I've been very much impressed by his ability, by his technical abilities to convert all kinds of positions, even in very severe time trouble. I think we have kind of seen it to a certain extent in the previous round. But yeah, this looks even better. But okay, it's not over until it's over, and yeah, the level of resistance in this Pro Chess League, and I think also the level of nerves. That's something I have noticed when in these Title Tuesdays, in these Pro Chess Leagues, there are always some sort of crazy upsets and some mistakes,
Yeah.
and I think that happens more often than in, let's say, non-official events online. And I think here with the team also at the line, there's an even extra component. So yeah, it's exciting to watch, but I hope this will not be the game where we will feature yet another instance as happened, for example, in his game against Svirts. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I think you were commenting, Danya. You remember that, yeah?
I was. Yeah, that was a crazy moment. But the PCL isn't only about the individual results, but also how you're coming back from match to match. So Bogdan has acquitted himself fantastically in this match thus far, but obviously the two biggest games are still remaining. So Vyacheslav, we will let you watch the rest of the games in peace. We really appreciate you coming on, the manager of the Croatia Bulldogs. Thanks for putting in an appearance and sharing your insights.
Yeah,
well, in peace is a strong word because I'm watching them with my girlfriend, but okay, thanks. I'll try. She'll kill me if she hears this.
Yeah, we're not on air or anything, don't worry.
Meeting you, and thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, Vyacheslav.
Our pleasure.
Nothing but brutal honesty there from the manager, Danya, and we wouldn't have it any other way here on the PCL.
It's okay. We're not live, Amon. Nobody's hearing us. It's okay. We
No,
just got
no,
a
I
couple
don't think-
viewers. We're just testing our stream.
I think that the chat, Danya, wouldn't mind keeping a little secret. You guys can keep a secret, right?
Come on, guys. We're bros. We're good. This is off the record. Come on.
You know, Queen E7 has just been played. I'm only seeing, green pastures ahead here, because if you put enough pressure on that E6 pawn and you get E5 to happen, the game just ends right there.
No, it feels like the combination of White's time advantage, 30 seconds is a lot of time in a position like this, coupled with the extra pawn, coupled with the weakness of Black's king, makes this virtually indefensible. Also, Amon, a move like Queen C7 accomplishes exactly nothing. That knight on F3 is such a strong defensive piece. And if I'm Bogdan, I'm considering Queen takes C6, but after the trade, Black plays King F7, and that's exactly how you let your opponent back into the game. There's nothing that Black would rather have than an endgame. That's like paradise compared to what he had in the middle game. Okay.
Paradise is not so bad.
Yeah, but okay.
I'm actually drawn to a potential move like knight d4 and bishop d5 after. Kind of like sacrificial in nature, but knight d4 and bishop d5, rook e1 looks just fine. No need to stress, but that bishop on g2, I think it wants to get on a different diagonal. Knight needs to move to h4 or something like that. Bishop d5 is going to be great.
I think I got slightly overexcited about Black's chances in this endgame. Paradise, it might be overstating the case just a little bit. I've seen better positions than this one. By the way, more good news for the Croatia Bulldogs. Alexander Indic has won a very smooth positional game against Demonte. The position was defensible, but Cornet was just too low on time. So a good effort there, and it's all down to this game. This is a huge game. If Daj can win it, then they tie the match 2-2. If Boyer can pull out a draw, then the Blitz will be able to tie the match.
And this seems counterintuitive, I have to say. King g7 rather than king f8 to keep control of some of the e-file squares. Like in the future, rook e7 is on tap, and the bishop on b8, that's the problem piece. Put that on b6, hitting f2, and everything changes. But bishop on b8 is so bad.
That bishop on b6, and Black might be declining a draw. Boyer is going after the bishop on d5, but I think he will have to play king f8. The problem is that if you play it at the wrong moment, then knight d4 is going to be utterly devastating, because knight e6 will be unstoppable. 3 seconds, I don't see him defending this. No, he's going to flag.
No, I mean, he
Rook
can make
E7.
moves, and he's got the right idea trying to stop knight d4, but there's too many things to keep track of. Where's the mate?
Where's the mate? Bishop f7 looks interesting. Even bishop g8, you can just go after the pawns. Just Bogdan has to keep an eye on the clock, right? I'm always worried about that. And bishop takes h7. Trade the rooks is a simple way to win. It's not the most efficient.
Yeah,
but as long as he keeps a2 protected him on, I think he should pull this one through.
Gets the job done. We see him sort of perking up in his chair
Bishop
there.
b6. Wait a second. Black might be able to win the f2 pawn. Knight d1.
Knight d1.
Oh, knight e4 though.
Ooh.
Oh, it was so close. And he has f5 coming up. This is not over just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, now it is.
Now it's getting to over territory.
Still though, 5 seconds, anything can happen. It's easy to blunder a pawn here. Blunder a piece. Go king g2 and walk into knight f4.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
And this looks like pretty clean conversion, but presence of opposite bishop means, Daniel, if you take those knights, trade them off the board, draw.
Yeah.
Just
Depends
like that.
where. I mean, if the knights are traded on g5 and Black lands a pawn on that square, White will not be able to make any progress.
That's right.
Oh, God. Bogdan's struggling to get his pawn to f4. He gets it to f3, but bishop e3. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. Okay.
He's maintaining control of the dark squares here, though. You have to say, Mahel Boyer has fought so well. I mean, you can't do much better than this.
Dude, he had 5 seconds for the last 3 hours, and he's somehow able. I mean, knight c2, that's such a tricky
Bishop
move.
c7, king f5, and mate. King f5 and mate.
Oh, he blew to the fish.
Oh, he was going to get mated. Oh my god! It was
That might
actually
be
a
the
checkmate.
most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. And wait a second, Black could still lose this. That's the craziest thing. King F5, and White is still playing for a win. What a twist that would be. Knight C6, got to get your knight in the game.
Oh my goodness, taking knight c6.
King H7. And now Black might win after knight D4. The pawn's the right color.
This is remarkable. Yeah, the A pawn is the right color for both bishops.
But, okay, White should not lose this because Black can't make any progress. In fact, Black could lose this after knight G6, bishop D3. Sack
Knight
the bishop for
G8.
G5. Do something.
Probably
Knight
a
H6.
good move. He takes it, yeah.
Oh my god.
Playing it safe. Holy smokes, what the hell just happened?
Dude, Bogdan has honestly had the most frustrating PCL run of anybody with these
Literally.
2 games.
Oh
Oh my
my
god, we
God.
gotta show this.
What the heck was that?
How did he manage this? Bishop
He
C7
is
check.
beside himself. He can't believe.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is a mate.
Yeah. So that was set up on the previous turn. What was the move? Knight
With
C2.
this move. He
That's
saw
right.
that when he played knight C2. He must have seen that mating net, and it's a miracle that Bogdan has knight E4. Has
That's
knight
right.
D6, otherwise he loses.
Otherwise, it's over. Holy smokes!
Dude.
Yeah, and by the way, after this, I know that it kind of is leaning in Black's favor, the eval bar. But I have to say, it's like not entirely obvious at all how Black is supposed to win this. So I think draw might be a fair result.
Oh, I don't think it is winnable. I think point 8 is the eval bar getting a little too emotional. Maybe you can
Exactly.
somehow go king h6 and bishop e7, but no, with just 1 pawn remaining on the queen side, I don't think this is winnable even remotely. In fact, I
Same.
think Boyer deserves credit for drawing this with the pawns running up the board like that.
Yeah.
He maintained the presence of mind, didn't get nervous, and he holds a huge draw that allows the Blitz to tie the match at 4 apiece. Aman, this was insane.
Yeah, and you highlighted it. It just feels like Bogdan Daniel Deac keeps finding himself on the wrong end of highlight clips. I mean, for all the wrong reasons. The poor guy, he put together an amazing game. I mean, we had Vyacheslav on, and he was talking about the great conversion technique, and he was right.
Yeah.
That was like literally flawless. Just a kind of a freak accident there, and what a setup by Boyer to even find that checkmate idea. 2.5 to 1.5. The round 2 score, which knots us up at 4 points. This is so close, Daniel.
This has been a wild match. We've had some games that have gone completely off the rails, really from the very first round. Grischuk managed to win a big game against Bordia Daneshvar, never an easy opponent. And MVL, he is the engine of the Blitz match right now. He's got 2 points out of 2 games, but he's gone through some very dubious positions. He had a crazy game in round 1, which he could have lost to Daneshvar. And this time, MVL winning a significantly smoother game, although no less crazy game against Polina Shuvalova. They need more of the same if the Blitz are to have a good chance to reach 8.5 points first, Aman.
That's right. We've seen a lot of mismatches so far. It seems like the higher rated players are getting it done as they should. A very similar situation on both sides for where the teams are getting their points from. And we want to remind people, Dania, before we go into our break for round 3, of course, we have to remind not just the chat, but the titled people in chat. Are you a titled player? You want to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour? This is your chance. Don't miss it. You can qualify for the tour's second event. We host the qualifiers every Monday, excluding the days when other Champions Chess Tour events are underway. This is your next chance to join the action Monday, March 6th. For details, use !qualifiers in the chat. I think there's no doubt, Daniel, we'll see a lot of ! qualifiers, a lot of titled players in the chat, a lot of chat grandmasters that are certainly going to be looking to qualify for this Champions Chess Tour. Dania, that was a exciting round. I am pleased to say we're tied up 4-4, which means I can say with certainty we are going to get all 4 rounds today. But round 3 is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. PCL returns after this.
I don't think about it during the games, but I certainly like do think about how like few African Americans there are at like the top level. So I try to do my best to motivate more people like us to give it a try and hopefully succeed.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those are some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
What a beautiful tactic. The Indian Yogis are the first team to make it to the playoffs.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Because there's a back rank weakness rook. See, what a stunning move this is. Just unbelievable what he does.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Did King F5 F4 is falling?
That was a huge blunder. He's going to get made.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
And the B pawn comes. Oh my goodness, Miley, way to go, girl. That's huge. That is huge for us.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League, and we have guest commentator Garrick Sporf. In all reality, it's GM Daniel Yanaditsky. Sadly, no Gary for us today, but we have a different world champion, Grandmaster Mon Hamilton. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage of PCL Thursday. We are in the midst of a much closer match, Amon, than we saw in the morning. The score in Croatia, the bar isn't very high. It's not very hard to have a closer match. It's as close of a match as it gets, though, all tied up at 4.
Yeah, truly, I think this has lived up to the expectations. Neither team wants to give any ground here. We have 4-4, and look at the results. The top 2 boards for each team are bringing home the majority of the points, but you're getting a half point here and there from your board 3 and 4. That's exactly what you're looking for. It seems like both teams' managers have drafted some very close lineups, and they're matching up neck and neck, Daniel.
Well, we heard from the Bulldogs manager. He is very proud to have drafted Bardia Daneshvar. And on that note, as we look at the round 3 lineups, I really like the role reversal that happens with players like Mihail Boyer and on the other side, Bardia Daneshvar, who just played MVL and Grischuk. These are not games he's expected to win, but the last 2 games of the round, he turns from the hunted to the hunter, and he needs to do some hunting if the Bulldogs are to succeed in the final 2 rounds. And yes, we are guaranteed a round 4. What a relief, Amon.
I know. We're here for all the action today. Bogdan Daniel Deac against MVL. I think that right there is an extremely high-profile match because Bogdan Daniel Deac, he just has not had his match. He hasn't had his PCL season, I want to say. Things just keep happening to him for the wrong reasons. And, this is exactly a moment.
Laughing.
I know. It's so criminal because he puts in like all the legwork. And then right at the finish line, it's almost like he trips over his own feet, queening a pawn. Like just something as simple as that when I couldn't even begin to put in all the legwork that he does beforehand.
No, he honestly is playing such high-quality chess. And 2 of the best games that he's played in his entire PCL season thus far, one of them was against Darius Schwirtz. What will not be talked about against the context of him not promoting the pawn is that was actually an incredible positional game that I'd be proud to play in a classical game. Same with his game against Mihail Boyer. So he has to find some way to maintain his composure and time pressure. Ultimately, Amon, I think that is what's driving these freak results, is the fact that he is finding himself, Grischuk style, in a lot of time pressure right out of the opening. So maybe trusting his intuition a little bit more, leaving himself with that extra 10, 15 seconds that he can use to avoid those freak checkmates and, lack of promotions and whatever has been affecting him. So he's got to push all that behind him because he's got a major trial coming up right now against Mr. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That's right. The teams decided to match up everyone with 3 names against everyone with 3 names.
Yeah, BDD, MVL.
This is actually similar, but finally we see the bishop on a more natural diagonal. I think BDD had G3 and bishop G2 previously.
Not to be confused, Amon, with BD. That would be Bardia Daneshvar. So we got 2 players whose initials are BD on the same team. What are the odds of that? Anyways, sorry to distract us from this enlightening, illuminating analysis of this fascinating asymmetrical position.
Yeah, no, there's lots going on here. And as I say that, it kind of is a lot going on here. Bishop F3,
especially after Bishop F3.
I mean, this move needs explanation because the move B5, it almost looks like an error. It's like, wait a minute, did you think you were getting your bishop to b7? You're gonna have to play rook a7, and strangely enough, the rook might even slide over all the way to d7 in front of the queen. We could see the bishop go to b7, and Black's getting his pieces developed in such an unorthodox way here.
And I think newer players, they hesitate to make awkward looking moves because they look at a move like rook a7 and something about it just seems very discordant. Something about it just seems like you're admitting defeat in the opening. But in reality, the rook is very well placed on a7. It's essentially as good as it would be on a8. And what a move by MVL. Very committal decision to play e5. Very importantly, the knight cannot jump out to f5. That's one of the benefits of keeping the bishop on c8 for now, is that it forces the knight probably back to c2. You could go knight e2, but then you'd have to reckon with the very nasty idea of e4. That might lose a piece. I think MVL is doing... Oh, there's also knight c6. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Knight c6 is a bit of a funny-looking move because you're entering your opponent's territory there. Now, there's 2 pawns hanging. MVL has b5 and e5 hanging. However, because it's his turn, I think there are a few different ways to sort of gain time. Attacking a piece, for example, I don't know. Queen takes queen can be played. Queen c7 hits the bishop, as well as defending the pawn. And I'm trying to think what move I prefer here. It's not that easy to decide, if I'm honest.
I'm having a hard time making heads or tails of this. B takes a4 can be flicked in to kind of eliminate the headache of one of the hanging pawns, but then you have a different headache to deal with, which is that bishop takes c5 in response, trades a corner pawn for a center pawn, and then there are some crazy ideas connected with trapping the rook in the corner with bishop b8. So now is decision time for BDD.
Maybe bishop takes e5.
Maybe that's a move.
To play bishop b8. I thought I might say that as a joke, but now I'm serious.
Well, I think the less exotic alternative is obviously to take on a4, but there's another decision associated with that. Which piece are you taking with? And oddly enough, Aman, I actually think bishop takes a4 might be worthwhile. The bishop has sort of overstayed its welcome on c6 and can actually be used by Black as fodder for getting his rook to d8 quickly. I'm predicting bishop takes a4. I think Daj, especially after the last round, wants to play with an abundance of caution in the early going of this game.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I think that would be a wise decision, at least early on. I mean, these players are going to be playing for a while. There will certainly be chances for one, if not both of them, later stages of this game. So, I mean, looking at the bird's eye view of all the games right now, we see in the top right, that's the game that we just started by taking a look at. I'm looking at what we have on the board here and find myself immediately drawn to some of the other positions, like bottom left, Mahel Boyer. There's like a bishop that appears to be hanging, temporarily using a pin there. And if I'm not mistaken, that we've seen this opening before. It almost seems reminiscent of that MVL wild game that he played against Polina.
Yeah, White is, I'd say, definitely finding himself more in Maheaven than in Mahel. I mean, the bishop on c4 is hanging. We're just going to pretend. I was watching you on the camera as I was saying it. It was just sort of an experiment. I was just watching your face, react in this contortion kind of way. That tells us all we need to know. The bishop on c4 is not technically hanging. Well, it is, but it can't be captured, obviously, because of queen takes d8. And Aman, that is the price that Black pays for not coordinating her rooks soon enough. So presumably, Polina is going to get her knight out to d7. And the big question for Boyer is going to be, how does he want to recapture on d5? I would be leaning toward doing it with a piece in order to preserve maximum activity. So I would like bishop takes d5 here. But pawn takes d5 does come with tempo. Where do you stand on that topic?
I think in these kind of, first of all, in this opening, you very often see e takes d5 and just pushing that pawn, like takes, try to play d6. For the moment, if you take with the pawn, it definitely looks like Black's intending knight a5, attacking that light squared bishop, and then perhaps queen d6. So a lot of times if White can take on d5 and then play d6 and maybe d7, I know it looks funny, but getting that pawn all the way to d7 really early on can completely restrict and tie down your opponent's pieces. But I think black is going to get queen d6 to blockade that pawn before that's even possible. So because of that, I think I'm leaning bishop takes d5.
Agreed, and that's actually a total game changer. The presence of the possibility of knight a5 to buy yourself that tempo that you can use to blockade the pawn. And then the d5 pawn goes from being white's biggest strength to white's biggest liability, because it could be further attacked by a move like rook a to d8. So if I'm Boyer, this is where I'm trying to save time. He's experienced pressure on the clock the first 2 games. Right here, these types of decisions are the ones, Amon, that I think he should try to make a little bit more intuitively than he's been making them in the first 2 games.
For sure. It looks like he's trying to calculate when, bishop takes d5 can be played by white here with almost no calculation. You know that move cannot be a mistake. Pawn takes on d5 admittedly does need a bit more calculation behind it, but still, knight a5, queen d6 is kind of a 2-move thought. You just have to pick which position you like more. I do think that if you're unsure, you find yourself just going over variations in your head, bishop takes d5 keeps the structure a bit more intact and definitely has less risk. So he eventually makes the decision, which I would consider to be just the solid option.
Agreed completely. Polina gets her queen off of the d file. There were ideas like bishop takes f7 with the queen moving away and exposing a discovery against black's queen. So I think it's a wise decision by Polina. The position has more or less stabilized, and I think it's a good time for us to travel back to the bird's eye view, or the BEV, as the industry specialists tend to refer to it. I'm looking at the bottom right, where we have a Sicilian. I think it might be our first Sicilian of the day in Cornet's game against BD, not to be confused again with BDD. Bardia Daneshvar has played a Sicilian and is embracing his new role, Amon, which is that he really needs to try to go 2-0 in the last 2 games.
That's right. Let's jump to that game. It does look a little bit strange to see a pawn on f6 in black's position, but the bishop on f4 means it's going to be a while before that knight gets booted out of the e5 square. And guess what? If it does, there's great pastures awaiting on c4. Knight c4 is a move that black might play anyway, so I am liking the way that Bardia has set up his pieces. Feels like a very strong position, and while Cornet kind of has all her pieces developed, I'm not really convinced that they're on great squares. It's sort of weird. It's like almost like a little artificial. Every piece is developed bishop on g2, knight c3, bishop f4. You almost want to play rook to d1 and just say, okay, I've got all my pieces where they should be. But something about white's position for me just feels a little incomplete, Daniel. I'm not sure how to describe it.
I think part of it is the lack of targets in black's position. I mean, d7 is a bit of a weakness, but right now it's defended 3 different ways and it can't really be effectively attacked. And combine that with the excellent placement of black's pieces, especially if that dark squared bishop comes out to c5. So Cornet is trying to spark some sort of fire on the queen side with a very typical move a4, but black could meet that pretty straightforwardly with b4. I wanted to show an instructive line. I think a lot of newer players in particular would be very tempted with the possibility of bishop takes e5. So let's say, for example, that after b4, black takes on e5 and then drops the knight back to e2. Why is this so bad for white? Aren't the pawns doubled? Isn't the pawn structure damaged? Well, all of it has to do with the dark squares and with the newly opened f file, which black piles up on so quickly. After something like rook 81 castle short, Amon, I think you'll co-sign this, the pressure on f2 becomes virtually unbearable in the span of like 2 moves. So definitely Cornet wants to keep her dark squared bishop alive. And we see a couple of moves here. Knight c4 and queen back to c1 is on the board.
Yeah, knight c4 it looked like definitely the way to go. Now you can throw in the move b4. I find it hard to imagine that won't get played. The only other move that I might be considering is, I was even going to say bishop b4, but we see bishop c5. It is similar in nature, but interesting. He's kind of baiting the move, pawn takes b5, knight takes b5, hoping to get queen b6, hitting f2, and that loose knight on b5. So bishop c5 does come with a little bit of poison to it. And as you pointed out in the previous line, makes way for black to kingside castle.
Yeah, and let's see what Cornet decides here. I'm thinking about the move b3 here, as nerve-wracking as it could be to leave the c3 knight without a defender, particularly with that rook on c8 staring right at it. I think getting rid of the knight on c4 might be the first step toward achieving at least some breathing room for your pieces. If you're Demonte Cornet, right now she's driven all of her heavy pieces are really driven back to the first rank. The knight on c3 doesn't have any prospects. Her bishops may look nice, but they're also not really controlling any important squares. If you allow queen b6, Amon, black tightens the screws a little bit further, and you could find yourself, driven so far back that you just don't have the activity to keep all your weak points defended.
Yeah, exactly. I think you said it best early on when you pointed out there's just not many targets for Cornet to attack in this position, and it makes finding a plan very difficult. And honestly, you give this advice to beginner players as they're starting out. It's better to have probably a bad plan than no plan at all, because at least all your pieces are moving in some sort of cohesion. You have an overall goal in mind, and your pieces are working together. So that's the impression I get with Bardia's position. The pieces are coming out. F2 is a target. Everything seems to be working, but Cornet just doesn't have anything to get going. And B3 just looks like, hey, I've got to do something. Let's kick out one of Black's best pieces. Tactically, does this work, Dania?
I think it might. Knight e5 is, I wouldn't say forced. I mean, the knight could have dropped back to b6, but this is the most reasonable square because you want to leave the b6 square for Black's queen. And once again, knight takes b5, queen b6 is a straightforward fork on the knight and the f2 pawn. So that's unthinkable. I'm also looking at Demonte Cornet's clock. I could totally see her take 2 or 3 minutes on the next couple of moves. I think Bardia has this not just under control, but I really think that Black might be winning in just a couple of moves here if Cornet is not ultra precise.
Agreed. Yeah, we can let the players think about this position and maybe return and take a look at all the games overall. But this looks like a good spot for the Croatia Bulldogs to be in on this board. Dania, looking at some of the other games that are ongoing, I mean, we haven't checked in with the heavyweight matchup there between Grischuk and Indic. Should we go to that?
Yeah, especially because a lot is happening there. The queens are off the board. Someone in chat said the most obvious statement of all time, which is the Grischuk is down 5 minutes. I mean, tell me something I don't know. But I think this is exactly the kind of position you want to have with 2 minutes. Exactly. I mean, yeah, it's true like 99% of the time.
Bishop e6. So down 5 minutes, but I mean, you have to say of all of Grischuk's 5-minute down positions, this has to be one of the most manageable.
Yeah, this looks like it might fizzle out into a draw, like in the span of a couple moves. In fact, I think White is the one who has to be cautious, at least for the next couple of moves, because if you just nonchalantly grab b7, maybe you can get away with that, but I would not be allowing Black's rook to infiltrate down the second rank, because we know, Amon, that in the end game, it's really all about piece activity. Material count is often subservient to how active your pieces are, especially if you can get 2 of your rooks on the second rank.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pull up an analysis board just to show how bad it could get just with Tempe, bishop takes b7, let's say, I don't know, rook b8, bishop a6, rook b6, and I'm just imagining like chasing the bishop to e2 and then something like rook b2. And you're just saying, okay, you can't castle. I'm attacking your bishop. Okay, bishop f3. All of a sudden, Black might play bishop c4. And suddenly, maybe it's not that bad according to the eval bar, but I think most players, Dania, look at this and just see the inability to castle and value that way more than a pawn.
Yeah, we take it for granted when computers give equality in a position like this, but playing when you're this paralyzed, going back and forth like rook c1, rook a1 is incredibly hard for a human to do. Now, this is insane, Amon. They have this position. Rook b2 has been played. They literally are going down this line. I can't get over that.
It was with rook b6 as well. Okay.
It was specifically with rook b6, as you indicated. That was the moment of the commentary. Good job.
There we go. We got one there. I wonder if bishop f3 will be played because it isn't forced. You can play like, rook d1, for example. But I think the reason that it was so surprising is because White had the option to take the bishop. Why did he want this?
Yeah, this is so unnecessary. You could have taken the bishop and gone king e2. And okay, maybe you make a couple more defensive moves. That's a draw. Let's be real. White shouldn't have any problems securing half a point. Why is Indic doing this to himself? Following him on Hamilton's, I mean, maybe he misheard you. And he thought that this was a good line for White. Under what circumstance, Amon, in what universe does he voluntarily opt for this position? He might still be able to draw, But now he's in for a long and torturous defense.
It doesn't make sense to me because he had the draw there. Look, the match is 4-4. No one needs to be a hero right now. It's clear that a draw against Alexander Grischuk is not a bad result. He just had to make that draw in front of him. He had to take the bishop, but he felt compelled to do this. And guess what? He is already in full regret mode.
Oh, totally. And the great thing about being Grischuk here, and this is what I wouldn't do, I would just take the rook and play rook a2. I would start by eliminating the risk because you're going to win that pawn one way or the other. White probably should play a4 and try to use that pawn as a bargaining chip and force the bishop trade. But Indic, I still think he should be able to hold half a point. And he's going to have his work cut out for him. Unless, of course, Grischuk decides to take this pawn quickly and White somehow gets his king out of the cage. But no question that Grischuk is in the driver's seat here, and will continue to push this.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah, no, it looks like bishop a4 is it's just presented itself.
Okay,
and
never
he's gonna take it. If you ask me, Indic kind of got off scot-free there. I think he'll be happy to have made the draw that easily, let's say.
Yeah.
But okay, probably the expected result overall.
And I think the expected result is a draw in our other heavyweight game between Deac and MVL, which is heading in the direction of a time scramble. Bogdan once again is down 2 minutes, but that's not the only game which is catching my eye. My help Boyer is also in some trouble against Shuvalova. His central pressure did not turn out very well. And I'm also looking at the bottom board, bottom right. Looks like Bardia is still very much in control against De Monte Cornet. Amon, I know I've made too many decisions today. No, I've made not enough decisions, but you've made such good decisions that if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I think it's clear. We got to check out the game of Mihail Boyer against Polina Shuvalova. I think there's just still a lot to play for in Bardia's position, and the other one does look very drawish. This one, however, I'm starting to see a potential for an advantage developing here. We have an extra pawn for Polina, and Mihail Boyer, he's faced with the tricky situation. He thought he might have been uncorking tactics with knight to f5 on the previous turn.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, because that exposes. Yeah.
I mean, imagine queen d7, right? Just to sort of show what he was probably thinking. These are going through his head. Takes and takes again. And knight e7.
But Amon, that was a free exchange. No, that's a fork.
Well, darn you. Knight e7's going surprising, boy.
Win the queen, governor. How you doing, governor? So it's dead, Polina. And she's not fazed by this.
No, she saw this and said, okay, yeah, that's cute, but I have my own tactics. Queen f6, and guess what? Now you can't take me because your back rank is all the way. There you go. That's the one.
Don't really have the strength to drag the queen all the way to a1, but Polina would, and this would be checkmate. What's even more concerning, Amon, is the clock situation. Again, Boyer is under a minute. I don't see him pulling this one out. I mean, defend this position down a pawn forever and a minute on the clock. Don't see it happening.
Yep. I also see just from the bird's eye view that another game features time pressure as well, and it's our crowd favorite, Bogdan Daniel Deac. Oh, he's made a draw. He's made a draw. Okay, that's a good sign. I saw the time pressure nearing 10 seconds for him. I got a little concerned. Forgive me, but he does make a draw. So the top two boards a draw. Dania, it's the bottom two boards that are going to decide everything this round.
Well, I actually think Daneshvar is probably going to win, and Shuvalova has great chances to win. This might be a huge round for the Croatia Bulldogs. I think Mihail Boyer, of the two remaining games, has the best chance of saving the position, but he's down to 10 seconds. He's not moving. We got to go back to his game. He's
what
not
the heck
moving.
is happening? Just
5 seconds on the clock. Make a move. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Is he
going to move?
With 2 seconds, he played knight h6 check, and he's trying to go down a pawn in the endgame. How do you save this with 2 seconds left?
Make a move. No idea.
God. He's like addicted to this feeling, I guess. I mean, there was no need to spend 3 minutes on that move.
I think that's something that Kevin Bordy looks at, and he wonders why he's having so many heart attacks watching these games. It's stuff like that.
Yeah, Jesus. And what I would do with black here, Amon, and let's be clear, what black's work is not over. Right? You actually need to convert this. Rook endgames are all drawn. So Polina's not thinking of this as a done deal. Rook c4 and rook a4, I think, would be a worthwhile maneuver to force White's rook to get passive, right? That's what you always want to start with, because the last thing you want is White's rook running amok, especially with some weak pawns on the king side.
Absolutely. Yeah. The last thing you want to do as black is trade, the a pawn for your a pawn, for example. You don't need to make it that simple for white. I like your idea of rook to a4.
And don't play for White's clock, because I've had some time scrambles against Boyer. He is really good at keeping a cool head with no time on the clock. In an endgame, that's a little bit easier to do. And Polina, she keeps her objectivity. She's going to get that rook to a4 and maybe start bringing your king into the center. Maybe start pushing your queenside pawns, but you got to do it very, very carefully. Don't go a5 and allow rook to b3. Maybe rook f4 would have been a good pre-move there.
I'm a little surprised that that Boyer has brought the rook to f3 and given that check, because it seems like black's king wants to go the direction it's going. Why are we forcing this?
I think he's trying to gain some time, and he suddenly has 11 seconds. That seems so luxurious, but 11 seconds will not be enough if black makes a new queen.
Yeah, it really got me thinking about moves like king c4. But the funny thing about king c4 is white's probably going to keep pushing a pawn like h5. h4 and h5, those are useful moves, because when you take all these pawns in black's position, hey, you need your h-pawn pushed anyway.
In Boyer's mind, he thinks the only chance is, in fact, for him to create a passer. As long as that process would take, he has no other way to defend. So he's delaying rook takes f7. And as you said him on, maybe he won't even go for the f-pawn. Maybe he'll go for the h-pawns instead. That will allow black to achieve connected pass pawns, unless Polina goes b4, which I, by the way, would not do. I would not play b4 prematurely. Maybe start with king c4. But where are you going from there? How are you making progress if you're not going to play b4?
I think black could even get in serious trouble playing king c4 after h5. Something doesn't feel right about that position, because white has a pair of connected pass pawns that are arriving with the g and h pawn as well. So king e6, I have to say, that feels like the move I would play as well.
That's a good sign for Boyer, but I like it. Shuvalova is resetting, and maybe now it's a good time either to play b4 or even rook c4.
Yeah. This makes sense to me. I mean, getting that rook out of a4.
Sign me up for that. And Boyer doing what he has to do. That f7 pawn is the only target right now, and he keeps training his rook at it.
What about king d6 and rook c7? Rook c7. Guard the pawn, play rook b7 and b4. I like the rook behind the pass pawn.
Just like your mama taught you.
Hey, that's right. I tell you, it's lessons are ingrained, Danya. Rook behind the pawn, and that's the easiest way that you can play, I think.
Rook f7. Here we go. Here we go. This is a 3-result game now. This is absolutely a 3-result game now. I would take h7, take h6, move the rook away, and push your h-pawn. Go!
Yeah, there's no rook f5. It just doesn't feel right.
Not at all. I think after rook h7, white had winning chances. Boyer might end up actually wasting a tempo here if he's not careful.
Yeah, I can't tell.
King c4, what is he doing?
What's going
on? Rook f4. He wants rook f4 check. And if king b3, he wants rook b4 check, I think.
But king d3.
Then still rook b4, but then you've got rook b3.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He's definitely missed something. King d3, and black is getting the same position, but 20 moves ahead.
This is unthinkable after doing so much. And now he has to play rook f5, which he does. Rook h5. No, pawn h5. Now king c2, king b2, and black's going to take the pawn with his king. And we are going to get a pawn race him on. Wait a second. It's not over. Rook a6.
Okay.
h6. Wait. h6. Go. Push. Move.
But this can't. This is just not in time.
No. What is he doing? Or is that interesting?
h6, rook a3. I think he was worried about, but there was h7 there.
h7. Why on earth would you give away your pawn? And Shuvalova might have left the pawn through. She's going.
What the heck is happening? Oh my God! It's check on g8.
It's check.
He's gonna
White's
win.
Gonna win this. He's gonna win. He's gonna trade the queen. He's forcing the queen trade after promoting.
Oh my goodness! It's forced.
No, king a3. What a great move by Shuvalova. She stays in the game, but take the
God.
rook, and this is indefensible with 4 seconds left. What did we just see? Shivala can't believe it. And she's going to
This
walk
is just
into a queen
insanity.
trade.
Where are the danger squares? I guess there's not that many for the moment.
King F4. Well, E5, right? Queen E5 check forces the queen trade. Uh-oh. Shivalova trying to sidestep it. I would go back there. No, he blunders the pawn!
Are you kidding me?
King F3, and there are no more checks. I mean, White has great chances there. Now watch him mouse slip queen E4.
I can't believe it. He is. Both players are holding their heads.
This is the fairest result I've ever seen.
I see him hanging his head, but Shivalova was also hanging her head. And you and I were both grabbing our heads. No one was happy with that result.
And I will say that winning this was not as easy as I thought. You actually had an only move here. So I take back what I said. Rook D8, G5, and Rook H8 wins on the spot.
I have to interrupt you because there's one more game underway. And it's probably in a time scramble at this point. What do we still have?
Finished. It just finished. Bardia Daneshvar won his game. Thank you for letting me know.
Oh my God.
He won a crucial game for the Croatia Bulldogs. And he's the only decisive game of the round. This was nuts.
I can't believe it. That round ended with like time scrambles for everyone. It was the bottom two boards that were just scintillating this round. We had some kind of, whatever round beat around the bush draws by these, what are they, GMs. We're here to watch the action, Dania. The bottom two boards delivered.
They did indeed. Rook endgames always result in some craziness. Oh my God, Polina and Bardia and Mahel are going to have to push what just happened out of their minds. Not Bardia. He won a relatively smooth game against Demonte Cornet. The score before the final round, ladies and gentlemen, is 6.5, 5.5 in favor of the Bulldogs. And the silver lining for the Blitz, Aman, is that Alexander Grischuk is doing okay. MVL is having a fantastic performance. So really, it's up to Boyer and Cornet to deliver for the bottom boards because they need to win the match 2.5, 1.5 to force the tie breaks.
That's right. And from what we've seen here, I think anything is possible. I mean, Mahel Boyer has been playing some very enterprising chess, definitely getting in balanced positions. He's going to be up against Bardia. And right at the top there, the opponents are just going to switch. So they're going to be just as serious of matchups. Grischuk is going to be playing against board 1 in Bogdan Daniel Deak, and everyone is going to be matched up against their counterpart on the other team. Daniel, this final round is going to be so intense because, I mean, the Bulldogs still need 2 points to win this thing. So it's not like, oh, we only need a draw. This will be nice and easy. No, I mean, anything can happen in this final round.
And the Blitz could absolutely win. I mean, we've seen a 4-0 performance by the Yogi. I mean, we've seen comebacks of greater magnitude than this. And this match, the way it's gone, it's so unpredictable, folks. You will not want to miss the conclusion of our second PCL match of the day. But before we conclude that match and watch this scintillating final round unfold, we are going to take one more break. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of PCL Thursday. We will be back with round 4 of the Croatia Blitz, the Croatia Bulldogs against the Blitz in just a couple of moments, folks.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botan sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, Set your category to chess on Twitch and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Consternation on the face of Uncle Sasha. Alexander Grischuk is board one for the Blitz, and he will have to deliver in this crucial final round. Hopefully he'll deliver us some songs on whatever instrument is behind him. While his team, the Blitz, is down 1 point to the Croatia Bulldogs. The score going into the final round is 5.5, 6.5. Grandmaster Von Hamilton, Grischuk, and MVL really need their best performance in the final round here.
They absolutely do, and this final round determines everything. It doesn't matter what kind of day you've had so far, what kind of form you're in. It's purely about this final round of gameplay here, Danya. Right now, obviously, MVL and Indich doing very well for their respective teams, but you can see the difference there. It's that board 4 performance. Polina Shuvalova, she has been able to eke out a draw here, a draw there, and that 1 point is the difference. Otherwise, equal and very similar performances on every board. So that does point me to say Demonte Cornet might need to really step up here, and I could see that board 4 matchup determining the entire thing.
That's the beauty of the Pro Chess League. Every game is worth exactly 1 point, no more and no less. And in the final round, board 1 faces board 1, board 2 faces board 2, etc. And it's by design, right? You want the final round to feature, I think, the fairest matchups, and that is what we get here. So what are the X factor games? Obviously, Grischuk and MVL, they need to try to get, I think, at least 1.5 points between them. And Boyer and Demonte Cornet need to try to do the same. The matchup that I'm most worried about on the Blitz's behalf, Amon, is that Daneshvar Boyer game Dineshvar with white is just a force to be reckoned with. And Shuvalova is
Mhm.
definitely the favorite against Demonte Cornet. So one of these two players is going to have to outperform the expectations, let alone Grischuk and MVL, whose good performance is a total prerequisite to a comeback in this final round.
That's right. That's right. And a little more work has to be done on the side of the Blitz. They are down a point going into this. So even if the match gets, for example, even if they win 2.5, 1.5, we'll be seeing a playoff tiebreak, right? You have to think from the Blitz side, they have a lot more work to do to win this in regulation, so to speak. I think it comes down to the color of the pieces, though, Dania. White pieces for Grischuk and MVL. You have to hold them to high standards here. Your team needs you. You have the white pieces. The two lower boards for the Blitz have the black pieces. You mentioned, Bardia Dineshvar with white pieces, very tough to handle, and Polina has been having a day so far. So I think you got to lean on your top boards if you're the Blitz.
And obviously they can't lose. I mean, if either Grischuk or MVL loses the game, technically, mathematically, they can still win the match. But I feel like it would be exceedingly unlikely that Cornet and Boyer get 2 out of 2 between them. But that's why we watch the PCL, right? You can never predict the course that these matches are going to take. Well, you could predict the course that this game has taken, because Dach has been essaying to Petrov pretty consistently, especially when he's needed a solid result. He played 1 B6 in the first round, something I'm not that surprised that he hasn't repeated this experiment against Grischuk.
That's right. Yeah, I think that was more of a board 1 versus board 4 kind of decision rather than a board 1 versus board 1 kind of decision. But speaking of,
Fair
I mean,
enough.
Grischuk, he is trying to avoid just an obvious draw, right? He wants a position where he can play. He's imbalanced it already. I think this is what he was looking for from the opening. And yeah, he wasn't looking to play a Petrov, trade pawns in the middle, and play symmetrical.
No, not at all. And he's gotten the sort of asymmetrical position he would want. Now, obviously, this isn't the type of asymmetry where you get opposite side castling and attacks on both kings. This is largely a positional structural type of asymmetry where you often see white repositioning the knight from e2 to g3. This is a common idea in most of these Rui Lopez Italian type openings. And then white could slowly but surely try to accumulate pieces on the king side. But largely, Aman, I think this position is pretty stable, and I think it will be decided in a long and drawn-out middle game.
Yep, that's something I completely agree with. We're going to see a lot of maneuvering in this game right here. I think knight e2 is indeed, and it's on the board. So indeed, it's a nice plan, and it also ensures that there's going to be clear imbalances, knights against bishops. Black might have had the opportunity to play bishop takes c3 in some lines. Not the best, but it was on the table. Now, Grischuk ensures with that knight reaching g3 that things will absolutely be in balance, both with the minor pieces and the pawn structure for the rest of the game. So this should be kind of slow moving going forward.
It should, and slow moving literally, because both players are obviously taking their time. Not a surprise when you've got Grischuk against Dach. I'd be surprised if this wasn't a time scramble by move 15. So as Dach contemplates his next step, I think it's a good time for us to take a swing back to the bird's eye view, because all 4 games are now officially underway. The clock was just started on that bottom right board between Shuvalova and Demonte Cornet. We have another Sicilian on the docket here between MVL and Indic. That's top right. And a very strange opening at the bottom left. I don't even know what that is.
I was
maybe
about
you
to
can
say.
enlighten me. I think we should take a closer look at that.
We have to take a look at that, because I've simply never seen this, and even looking at it now, I'm not sure I could produce what the opening moves were. Like, how
Well,
exactly
listen.
did we get here?
I think it involved the moves G3 and B6, but I don't want to be too controversial here. I want to keep my commentary job. Okay, so this started out normally, but Black played a relatively unorthodox move. The immediate B6 here is relatively uncommon, and White tries to punish Black by striking at the center immediately. Black takes on C4, also pretty uncommon. You usually see White declining that quote-unquote sacrifice with E6. Knight A3, E5, exploiting, obviously, the pin on the bishop.
Yep.
And after knight c4, he just goes for it, steps on the gas pedal, and develops his knight to h6.
My head hurts.
Nothing about this is normal. Yeah, give me like 2 Advil, please, and a tall glass of water.
What the heck is going on? So everybody, there actually has not been a night So like it's all on the knight on b8. He could be the only knight developing that's not touched the side of the board. Like knight a3, knight h4, knight h6. What the heck is going on here? White is fixated on playing the move knight to f5, and also had to be sure not to lose the knight, as you're highlighting. I mean, g5 was literally threatening to win the game.
Yeah, well, let's just castle and keep developing. G5, it's 0-1. Now G5 is met with knight h5. But that doesn't mean black shouldn't play G5. I think G5 is still a very legitimate move, expanding on the king side. And the knight on f5 and the subsequent position I'm on can be targeted with a well-timed queen d7. The last thing that we need in this position is opposite side castling. And yet that is exactly what we might get.
That's right.
Oh, look at this idea. If white castles here, if we can pull up an analysis board, it appears that white runs into g5, but I think white can still play knight h5.
That's
and after knight f5, bishop h3, the crucial detail, although the queen hangs, is that bishop takes d7, of course, comes with a check.
Yep, that's a nice line, because queen d7, I have to say, it looks like it's played to threaten g5. So it's always very cruel when you make a move that threatens something, and your opponent makes a move that allows you to play it. And you're like, wait, one of us missed something.
Yeah, castle's short. Ignoring the threat, and if white doesn't castle, the only way that I see to prevent g5 is the move f4. Ooh.
This is tricky.
Now, wait a second. g5, knight f5. Is there some tactic there after knight takes f5, bishop h3, or does this still work for white?
It appears like it does still get the job done. It doesn't really matter where white's queen is. Black's queen is still on d7 with check. So I'm kind of wondering what move they want here. They all engine enthusiasts.
The silicon fiends.
Yes.
f5 has been played. That is the best move. f7, f5. Has black heard of the term development? Clearly not, but clearly he knows this better than anyone with a normal view of the position, because now Aman finally, well, g5 might still not be a threat, but knight takes f5 is not possible because the pawn will land on g6 and support the knight on f5.
Yeah, it's ironic that g5 looks like it wins the knight, but it's actually the only move that loses. Like, if you do nothing, you're fine. But g5 specifically creates the losing position.
Because the pawn don't go backward and you can't play g6. I think the larger problem for white is not g5. It's the fact that, well, black will first of all play bishop e7, knight c6, and what it's easy to miss him on is that white is doing quite badly in the center. Bardia hasn't occupied the central squares with any of his pawns. So black is dominating in the center. And if black plays bishop e7 and bishop takes h4, black will be dominating on the king side as well. Boyer has a great position here out of this ridiculous opening.
He does. I see knight c6, knight d4. I mean, not only is that going to come with tempo attacking the queen, it's right directly in the center. It also guards f5. And on top of all that, d3 is a normal, like, freeing move to get out of, you know, this nasty pawn on e4. But black has so many moves to play against that, whether it's bishop b4 check, taking and hitting the queen, g5 hitting the knight. There's just so many moves to be scared of.
I think g5 might finally be possible if white plays d3, because we don't have to show this, but at the end of the line, after bishop h3, which white plays anyway straight away, but what's the follow-up going to be? Look at white's pieces. All of them are trained at this pawn chain. They're literally biting on granite. I think Dineshwar might have lost the thread of this game completely.
I think he did, because guess what? Bishop to b2, bishop g7 can be played. It's guarded by the queen, so can you just continue in stride here? Knight c6 and even bishop b2, maybe even knight d4.
Even rook g8. I mean, you could move your rook away, and white's pieces have no rhyme or reason behind the way that they're developed. White's not going to lose in 3 moves, but he might lose in 10 once black castles queenside him on and puts a knight on d4, and these pawns are set in motion.
Yeah.
This might be a disaster for
this
the Bulldogs.
Looks like a disaster. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. This looks like a terrible opening for Bardia. Mahel Boyer, look, we can't call it too early, but we can definitely say a serious, real advantage here with the black pieces and such an easy position to play.
But apparently bishop g7 wasn't the most accurate move. The Evalvar has just shot back up.
Is it
and
queen
I
takes
wonder
e4?
why that is.
Queen takes e4. Queen takes e4. Yeah.
Ooh.
Let me reword that. Mahel had a very real and noticeable advantage, and he doesn't have it anymore.
This is a disaster now from the opposite side. Queen takes e4, and the reason this works is because the bishop on g7 not only hangs, but once you take it, black can simply resign because it's a fork on the bishop, the rook, and the knight. That was a great spot by you. Always pay attention to the pins, however insignificant they might seem. So after queen takes e4, Amon, it's not like the game ends. Black plays king f8, and we've got total pandemonium on the board. Maybe white could even sack on f5. I would like to let the players calculate this out. I'm part of an eliminated team. I don't think I've got any business looking at this position. The one thing I'll show is a funny mate. I was looking at this line, knight d4, castles, and knight takes d2, checkmate. So these kinds of mates are all around this crazy position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am happy to let these guys do all the heavy lifting and calculate everything from here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, he doesn't see it. Okay.
He missed it.
Yeah, and honestly fair. I mean, what the hell is queen takes e4?
What the hell is queen e4?
Let's get off this. Get back to the bird's eye view. Enough. We have to be careful. Daniel's getting too trigger happy with these puns.
Yeah, I mean, all of the boys and girls in the chat really liked that pun. So we go back to the bird's eye view, and my eye is caught, first of all, by the bottom or top right with a rook sitting on g3. That Sicilian is looking real sleek for Alexander Indich, isn't it?
Yep. This looks like one we should probably drop in on, because MVL with the white pieces, I said I think the Blitz have to lean on their top boards, and right now MVL is probably looking at a world of pain. I'm wondering what exactly the opening was. It almost looks like one of those con positions where you sit there, you kind of have like d6, e6, g6, and h5.
Yeah.
And when white plays f5 to challenge everything, black says, okay, hang on. I'm not planning a castle at all. I'm actually going to use the open g file against you. So even though I feel like MVL opened things up, it's really not worked out for him.
Believe it or not, this started out as a Najdorf, and it was a rare Najdorf in which black initially played g6, but then didn't fianchetto his bishop. In fact, he had played it to control some key light squares, but that's far in the past, because right now we're locked in this middle game struggle where Indich has set his center pawns in motion, and MVL says, bring it on, cowboy. You go d4. I dare you, because I'm going to sack presumably his knight for those two pawns and open up the e-file. And I feel like evaluating those positions, as hard as it is, when you're playing someone like MVL who blitzes out these sacrifices, it takes some guts to play the move d4. You know who's got guts? Mr. Alexander Indich.
I think that Indich also understands that, look, if d4 is a blunder, like, you know, lock me up, take me away, right? Like, if this is not how chess works, then I'd like to find out right now.
Now, he's taken with the rook, has MVL, and the reason is that h4 is hanging. That's an important pawn, because that pawn anchors the rook to g3, and not only that, if white's rook lands on h4, rook h8 might become a serious problem. Apparently, the best move here is bishop e7 to c5. I think if Indich plays it, we actually might lock him up.
Literally. Bishop c5 saying, okay, I see your queen on e2, and I raise you an open file. It's like insane.
I allow you 1,000 different discover checks, including bishop h6, which almost looks like checkmate, but the king can duck away behind the knight with king to d8.
And bishop c5, I wonder, I really am curious what the next best move is, because I have a feeling there's going to be a drop-off after that, because rook takes h4 is such a significant threat. It undermines the rook, threatens rook h8, and it also brings the pawn count to 3 pawns for the piece, which is actually pretty good comp.
Well, rook takes c3 actually was one of the top moves. This is amazing. Indich sacks the exchange, and he just slams that knight right where it hurts in the center of the board, using the fact that white's bishop has not yet moved away from e3. Now, I believe this attacks the rook, Amon. I really don't want to say anything with certainty in a position this crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the rook isn't actually hanging. But if it moves back, I mean, Indich might gobble up the pawn on c3. That's not out of the question.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like rook. Where does the rook go? Rook f3. You can also just continue to support the knights in the center, right? You're going to have moves like bishop d6 coming in, knight c5, knight f6 to support the knight in the center first. Yeah, this looks like such a good practical decision. Nobody's playing bishop c5 in that previous position, Daniel. This makes way more sense. And practically speaking, MVL is not happy to see rook c3.
Oh, he definitely isn't. And once the smoke clears and the situation stabilizes, it'll be a lot harder to keep the position complex enough to exploit Black's time pressure. And MVL actually is barely even up on time for the first time in this entire match. So very practical decision for Indich, who does have 1 bar of connection. So hopefully that doesn't cost him as we move further and further toward the time scramble. And we'll let MVL ponder this ridiculously complex position. We'll try to get him an Advil. I might need one myself after like 2 minutes of analyzing that. Speaking of Advil, the Bardia Mahel Boyer game is not getting any less crazy. And another crazy thing, Polina Shuvalova has a minute on her clock and we're not yet out of the opening.
Let's jump to that game. I need to see this game. Polina, where is the material gone?
She's down a full minor piece. No, but apparently Demonte just made a big mistake herself. How do we even get this position? Jesus Christ.
So I think it's takes and queen c3 to take on g7 and just maybe like mess Black's position up.
I think most people would assume that it's queen a4 check,
right.
But if you play it immediately, then the bishop blocks. If you play it after the capture, then the knight blocks the check on c6. Let's fast forward. Rewind. We definitely can't fast forward this and see how this actually happened. So what happened was it was some crazy Rogozin with a lot of tactics in the center. But knight c5 is what caused Polina to spend all of her time. Because after knight takes c5, Aman, the bishop is hanging, but also knight d3 is a huge positional threat. So much so that Polina decided that desperate measures were necessary. She sacks her piece, goes knight d5, and instead of taking on b4, she chases the bishop away to a safer square.
Yeah,
and now a4.
I guess I can kind of understand what she's doing. Like the knight and bishop, like both are kind of trapped there at a6 and b6 respectively. So I understand what she's up to. This is not that easy for Black to play. c6 to hit the knight? I'm like trying to save the bishop here. I'm struggling.
So if you play c6, I assume that White will transition her focus from the bishop to the d6 knight. So maybe I'll play knight b6, ab, and maybe some slow move like bishop b2.
Yeah.
I think it's important for Polina not to forget that she can use the g7 pawn as a target, as a tempo to gain, and use that tempo, let's say, to situate the bishop on e5.
Yep. I will say, despite the engine eval and the extra piece, this is not a clear shot at a victory here for the Blitz, but it is the best chance that Cornet has had all match to score a point. And boy, would this be an impressive and needed point for the Blitz. I think I said it before the match. This board 4 might determine the entire thing. Cornet needs to get on the board.
I mean, did you say boy? This would be a big one? Do you mean by any chance Boyer? This would be a big win? Yeah, I mean, you got another chance to make the pun that I've already made 6 times in the span of 5 minutes. Come on. Why wouldn't you do it a 7th?
It's not oversaturated or anything.
Absolutely not. 5 minutes now for Demonte Cornet. And Aman, I feel like these games are always frustrating because on the one hand, you feel like you have to punish your opponent for getting into time pressure. On the other, your ultimate allegiance is to finding objective moves. But in the blink of an eye, the time situation is already getting a lot less lopsided than it was just 2 minutes ago.
That's right. And you know what's remarkable? If we take the results, the expected results according to the all-knowing eval bars in all 4 games, honestly, we might be looking at a tied match, Danya. I see 2 promising games for the Blitz. I see Indich, we took a look at that earlier. Great position for the Bulldogs. Of course, not decided, but he seems to be playing phenomenally. And then just a neck-and-neck board 1 matchup between 2 heavyweights.
But the match that's not neck and neck is Dineshwar against Boyer. I've had that on my mind ever since they played that crazy opening. And White has indeed lost the knight on h4. Black found the opportunity to play g5.
Yeah.
And White sacrificed on f5. So we were anticipating this type of position. And the big question, Aman, is whether or not White will be able to win back the f5 knight. And I think the answer that we're getting is actually no. It looks like Black will maintain his extra piece.
Yeah, I mean, the king moved out of the way. Next step is the queen moves out of the way, and that's it, right? That's all she wrote. You could even play knight takes on e3 next, right? And just sack everything, and you'll still be ahead.
No, that tells you a lot about how desperate the situation is for white. Daneshvar takes on f5. How is he going to follow this move up? You're right, Amon. If after knight takes f5, white plays de, the key winning move for black is to give the queen away for the 2 rooks. And black will have oodles of material in return for the queen.
I think as the evaluation gets worse and worse, it's actually pushing Daneshvar down in his chair. The eval bar is slowly... he's going to be off screen soon.
Yeah, he's just going to keep slumping down. That does look like a comfortable chair. I can't really blame him. If he plays DE, his head might disappear from the camera.
Yeah, fair enough. DE would be too much, and honestly, it might be over.
Okay, we're getting word that we need to go to the Grischuk game immediately because it's reaching a time scramble. And Alexander Grischuk has an incredibly promising position here against Bogdan Daniel Dech. So let's watch this unfold. He just made an amazing move. Or did he? Played queen f6 check. Okay, which seems pretty normal. And then he drops his queen back to g5 and has a long-term attack against black's king. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm immediately drawn to a move like knight f5. Just first move on my radar, because if you take it with the pawn, there might be e takes f5, and queen h5 is check. You have a pawn maybe arriving to f6. Rook lifts are coming with rook f4. This looks scary.
This absolutely looks scary. Grischuk is investing the rest of his time, and you can sense the wheels turning in his brain. He's definitely calculating knight f5, but he also could double rooks on the f-file. I think, given the time situation, maybe rook f3 and rook f1 would be the more conservative approach. Either way, he's got to make a decision. He's now down 15 seconds on the clock. Didn't he just have a minute?
And if he moves the rook, I think rook a1 was happening by black to trade pieces and not let the rooks double up. So he does go with knight f5 initially. I mean, queen h6, funny enough, is not a winning move. I know it looks like
you go queen h8 here and keep the status quo. Queen e5, same idea. There's no mate on g7.
That's right.
Grischuk moves back to h4. He sort of resets his attack, and definitely he's eyeing the g6 pawn. Dech defends. Uh-oh. Is there a win here? Rook f4? Maybe?
Yeah, rook f4 was initially coming to mind, but it's actually the tame knight f3. Bishop h3.
Is it going to g5?
Bishop h3, and you just take it, I think.
I think you take and you go knight h2, and you meet... No, rook a2 doesn't even attack the knight, because the c2 pawn stands between the rook and the knight, so black has no way to increase the attack here. He's trying.
Yep.
But Grischuk is completely winning with rook f3, I think.
Yeah, rook f3, hitting the queen. Grischuk, he's getting that queen away. I mean, at this point, every single game is in time trouble here, Danya. This is the bird's eye view. You can see the eval bar is just on a full workout in every single board. I have no idea how things are going to finish.
Well, listen, Boyer is completely winning. De Monte Cornet is completely winning. And Grischuk is completely winning. So that's 3 points right there. Alexander Indich is also completely winning. So the Bulldogs are going to take that game. We might get a win by the Blitz in the most unlikeliest of ways, with Indich defeating MVL, but the rest of them losing.
But there needs to be...
Grischuk is messing up.
He just
Grischuk
blundered.
is messing up. We got to go to his game. Rook takes c6. Dech might be holding this. We got to go
running
back
out
to
of
Grischuk.
pawns. He has 0 pawns on the board. I don't think I've seen people win without pawns.
He literally gave away all of his pawns. This should be a very holdable draw. Even without all of the pawns, this is a draw, Amon.
Yeah,
and it's an easier draw to achieve than if white had a bishop.
We might even see them just agree to a draw. We might see Dech win.
Oh my God, we totally might. And actually, MV lost. So, Alexander Indich has struck for the Bulldogs.
So the final 2 boards have to win.
Can Shuvalova swindle a win against De Monte Cornet, who's up a full piece?
I think we can leave this game. This is now the least exciting game. Let's go to one of the bottom 2 boards. They are completely winning positions.
Oh my God, but Boyer is messing up. Boyer might be messing up. He's got 2 seconds.
Let's take a look at that game. He's got an extra piece, but things are not so simple.
E3, and White's got that past F pawn. Move that pawn forward, rock him, cowboy. And White's got chances here, practically speaking.
Knight takes e3, though, that's a great pickup. Guards the g4 pawn for the moment.
Still completely winning for black, and the pawn is untouchable. But
Might
how
be
does black
time to
make
push,
progress? Maybe just
push
b5.
pawns. B5. There we go. That you got to get those pawns going.
Great stuff by Boyer. He's so cold-blooded. C4. Push it.
Yeah, king c6 is a great move as well, but eventually the pawn has to move.
Still some chances, practically.
Oh, absolutely.
For Daneshvar.
King c7 doesn't want rook
Great
c8
move.
to happen.
Maybe go back to c6. Maybe
Yeah.
rook e5.
Oh, that's true.
I would have gone rook e5 there, because with a knight trying to stop past pawns, it ain't that simple.
Knight's under attack, but king c6 makes a lot of sense.
Beautiful. And now c3 is met with king d3, so you don't want to push the pawn prematurely unless you've understood that the pawn can promote by force. Knight e3 or rook d3 is completely winning.
I think he's showing great technique thus far, and actually, Demonte Cornet and Boyer are demonstrating the technique necessary in their games. This looks like we are going to see a potential tiebreak here. I'm calling it right now. It looks like the most likely result.
And a6, last chance for Daneshvar, but he's going to get checkmated before the pawn even reaches a7. Or is it rook b2, king c1? Where's the decisive blow?
Maybe rook b2, king c1, rook a2.
Can you take that pawn? No, you can't, because the black rook stops the pawn from c8.
And knight c4 here. And
Great
c1 queen and rook a2 at the very end.
Oh, and that's like an only move. King c3 also released to checkmate.
This is nice. Very nice finish
King
here.
c3. Okay, now we got to go to our last remaining game. No, that's it. Madame DD, known as, has checkmated Polina Shuvalova, is about to checkmate Polina Shuvalova. We got to go to that game, though, because it's never over till it's over.
It's never over. This is an absolute necessary result here. Let's not forget.
2 seconds. Knight
Grischuk
b5.
is still playing. Knight b5.
He's still playing. He's trying to torture white. 2 seconds for Demonte Cornet, who could have taken white's rook. It was literally hanging a little bit earlier.
I can imagine.
Still totally winning.
Oh my goodness. Bishop e2 is coming. Bishop e2
is... She played that with 1 second. Again, bishop e2.
Oh my goodness.
b5. Bishop d8 is almost made.
Oh my god.
The king has b8. Bishop b6.
Yeah, you have to go bishop b6, right? This is insane.
Is sidestepping all of the checks. Knight c6, bishop f6. Wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
e6?
e6, e7. This is madness.
e7? Bishop e7, it's not over. No. Takes a bishop f6.
Oh my goodness. Bishop f6.
She might mess this up. It still might be winning, though, Aman.
It says draw, but I feel like this is practically great chances. This game is completely... Oh,
Wrong
no.
way. C5. Just push that pawn.
Cornet. She's got this.
Gosh.
King c4. C5.
Bishop b2. Wait a second. If you play c4 prematurely, you're going to get blockaded. This has to be winning, though. King d3. B2.
Now,
B2.
B2 was winning, but I think now the pawn just advances.
Oh my
She does have it.
That's gracious.
And you know what? White at some point might throw in h5 to make that pawn capture. And I'm saying, just in case it was necessary, it would be the right color.
Wait a second. Still trying is Polina Shuvalova. I would go bishop e2 there. I would not have gone b2, but this works as well.
A draw official in the Grischuk game, by the way, which means we
got a tie.
are going to go to tie breaks unless we see an insane stalemate here.
Polina should try. No, she resigns. This might have just been the most insane PCL round I've ever seen.
What the heck did we just witness? Every game was crucial. We got a 8-8 result at the end from some of the most unlikely results on each board. I mean, look at this.
Dude, I told you that unless MVL and Grischuk go at least 1.5 out of 2, the Blitz have no chance.
Yeah, exactly.
They go 50%. No, they have a minus score. MVL loses with white against Indich. Bogdan holds a draw with black. And somehow Boyer and Cornet go 2 out of 2
with the
against
black
higher-rated
pieces
opposition with black to tie this crazy freaking match.
I can't believe it. It is now 8-8 overall. And you can see, first of all, a credit to both sides. But look at Indich there. 4-2, 3.5 points That is a tremendous performance. And I said it earlier, Cornet would have to get on the board for the team to have any chance. I didn't realize that boards 3 and 4 were going to carry the final round, and that's exactly what they did.
They carried it big time. It will take me some time to settle into what we are seeing. But what we are about to see, ladies and gentlemen, is an overtime tiebreaker match. The time control will be 3+2. If you thought this was crazy, you ain't seen nothing yet. Well, you will want to see the tiebreak match between the Blitz and the Croatia Bulldogs, and we will be bringing you that match as soon as we set the players up. We'll be back with more PCL action in just a couple of short minutes.
Use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Hikaru, Magnus, Botez, Hess, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4, he pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3.
King e4. Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
Knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and he's now losing on time.
Oh my
god! A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
It's overtime at the Pro Chess League. This match between the Blitz and the Bulldogs. The Croatia Bulldogs has gone completely off the rails. And if you think you've seen crazy, you haven't seen anything yet, because we will have a 3+2 overtime match where the boards are repeated as in the 4th round. These are the tiebreaker rules, ladies and gentlemen. The time control is lowered to 3 minutes with a 2-second increment. The round 4 pairings remain, but the colors are swapped. Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton, seatbelts fastened and tight across your lap.
Absolutely necessary. I think a few people would have found themselves shifting during flight during that 4th and final round of regulation. Now it's important to note that the pairings are the same, but the colors are different. That honestly changes everything. I was going into that 4th round and saying, okay, the Blitz have to lean on their top 2 boards with the white pieces. Everything that I thought I knew was out the window. Completely different. Daniel, what do you make of the tiebreaker, knowing that if it's still tied, the time control goes down again to 1+2? Do you think it favors either team to keep prolonging this?
I think it depends on the player. I think there are some players on each team who would appreciate a shorter time control. I honestly think that the Blitz have to be incredibly thrilled to be where they are, because they have Mihail Boyer deliver a win of the black pieces against Bertia Danishvar. They achieved some of the most unlikely results of the entire PCL in that final round, with Diamante Cornet and Mihail Boyer delivering 2 incredible wins, and MVL losing a Sicilian from the white side. Everything about that round was crazy, and I think MVL and Grischuk once again are going to be the X factors, although I said that in the last round, and that was not just out the window. In fact, the opposite was the case. They were not the X factors. They were the least important games.
That's right. And I don't know what it is with the Blitz, but they have been in tiebreaks before. So they seem to be addicted to this. I don't know what it is. They just have the most exciting matchups. So for everyone in the chat right now, you are witness to an extremely exciting treat today. 8-8, which means now, Danny, it's first to 10.5 points for the win. And obviously, the first team to win a round. They keep going back and forth, switching the colors, making the time control even lower. If we see another tie, 2-2, but otherwise 2.5 points will win the entire round and the match.
And folks, when we have a 3+2 time control, it's impossible to see all of the games at once. We will do our best to hit on the games as they reach a climax. We can't promise that we cover every single intriguing moment of the match, but once again, we will do our very best. I'm sure all of the games are going to be entertaining to an extent. Quiet openings, positional chess essentially goes out the window as we look at the lineups one more time. You can see there, the most important bit is that the colors have been reversed. Dach now has white, Indich now has white, and they will need to repeat the success of the previous round. In particular, I'm really looking forward to the Indich MVL game. Both of them are incredibly strong and experienced Blitz players. They play Title Tuesdays every Tuesday. This is where that experience, Amon, really, really comes in handy. This moment right here.
Absolutely. This is going to be so intense. I'm immediately drawn to the top boards because, I mean, MVL, I think when you start to play these little mini matches, right, where you play opponent and immediately you have a chance. This reminds you of, when you just log on to chess.com and just play a few games, you immediately hit the rematch button. That's essentially what these guys are doing, except the time control is way different. So they probably have never experienced this type of a rematch clause before.
No, they definitely have not. Dude, you said it. Where the Blitz, there is intrigue. Bogdan Daniel Dach, I think he might be the magnet for this kind of craziness. Anytime he plays a match, we get the craziest stuff on the board and off the board. But all of that doesn't matter because Dach has played a relatively non-crazy opening. He's played the Catalan, so he wants to keep it relatively quiet. And Alexander Grischuk is blitzing out what I think can safely be called the most popular variation nowadays, where the bishop is aiming for c6 and the knight will stop by the parking spot on d7.
That's right. And 3+2, kind of an interesting time control because, ironically, a lot of the chess.com tournaments that are held, whether it's, Title Tuesday or even Speed Chess Championship that these strong players might be used to, you're dealing with +1 nowadays. So actually +2 as a time control, which is like kind of FIDE standard, you don't actually play it that much online.
Yeah, 2-second increment online is pretty hefty. You can build up a significant amount of time with a 2-second increment, and Grischuk has built up a significant time advantage. I think someone needs to tell Bogdan that this isn't a 10-minute game anymore. He's already burned 30 seconds of his clock, and more disturbingly, it feels like Grischuk is still in his preparation. He's pressuring the pawn on d4, and I like the clamp that Black has achieved along the light squares on the queen side. I think this is a positive outcome for Alexander Grischuk out of the opening.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing about this is we're on, I don't know, move 12, 13, and Grischuk has 3 minutes on his clock, so nothing seems to have changed from the previous time control.
Oh my gosh. I have to interrupt you, Aman. We got to go to the bird's eye view because barely has the MVL game started. He is already experiencing major problems out of the opening. Remember that the colors have reversed. So MVL has black, and he's got a very difficult position after only 11 moves in a Grunfeld, his most noted opening. Indich has somehow forced the H file open, and the eval bar is sky high. It's higher than the Empire State Building.
Well, the thing about this opening, take it with a grain of salt. This is the Grunfeld after all, Daniel. We can tolerate +3 advantages, but no. In all seriousness, this is a real issue. I mean, there are basic moves like Bishop H6, right? Just stone cold, trade the bishop off, bring the queen to D2, and go for checkmate. If that's not good enough for you, I mean, I don't know what is. This is plain and simple chess, and remember, this is Blitz. It's even easier to execute these types of attacks.
I can't believe this. MVL clearly confused something because not only is he getting checkmated on the king side, he doesn't even have something to suffer for him on. In fact, he's actually down a pawn to begin with. He's got nothing going in the center. His pieces are barely developed. And I think his only chance to get back into this game is to do exactly what he's doing right now. He brings his bishop to g4, get the knight out to d7, and hope, just pray that there's no mating tactic. I think rook h8 is a threat, followed by queen h6 and knight g5. There might be no defense to it.
Rook h8 is such a nasty threat. And if you go bishop takes f3, you're dreaming of knight takes f3.
Uh-oh, that's mate. Rook h8 is mate. It's literal mate. This was one of the worst blitz games I've ever seen from MVL.
And he just put his hands up.
Wait for Indich to play the move. I'm going to show the line I'm on. I don't need to show it. Alexander Indich is showing us the move.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's over. It's on the board. Knight f6, take it. No checks. Well, I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
King F1
there.
and King G1 even is fine, but I would take back on E2 because Black can't even stave off mate. Knight F6, EF6, and if you take on G5 Amon, even that doesn't help because there's a mate on G7.
But
King G1.
Exactly. King G1 is like
crazy.
Precise way to go. Takes Queen G5 and Queen G7.
Okay. Hello. There we go.
Wow. That is a tremendous game. Indich just went 2-0 against MVL. Like, he's looking around at his fellow Bulldogs. Like, come on, guys. Let's go. Like, I'm leading by example here.
Well, step up your game, he says to his teammates. It looks like Bogdan Daniel Dach is stepping up his game because he seems to have a pretty hefty advantage against Alexander Grischuk. And I think the top two boards for the Bulldogs have already overfulfilled their expectations, right? If they can go 1 out of 2, the bottom two boards are pretty heavy favorites, but Bogdan might do even better than that. He actually might win this game.
Yeah, this looks like a position where it's so easy to go wrong as Grischuk. This is a blitz game, and with a minute approaching on the clock, you have to like White's chances here. Even bishop takes f8, just playing that position, gotta be good for White.
Oh my gosh, bishop f8. Black could try queen takes c4. The light squares are terrifyingly weak, but so
both
are the
sides
dark
are getting
squares.
mated.
Both sides. Exactly. Who comes at who first? Bishop f8 is on the board. And a big decision for Alexander Grischuk. He can play rook takes f8, Amon, but that might allow the white queen to get into the action, and the queen and knight combo against a wide open king. Not what you want to deal with 1 minute on the clock.
That's right. I think this is the right decision. Bishop c4 and bishop d5 is one way to sort of set up the threats. There's a lot of danger here on the light squares, and surprisingly, Black might be one move ahead of White. White might have to trade queens soon.
I think he will have to trade queens, and the question is always, are the team members aware of how their teammates do. I don't think they are in a 3-minute match. So Datch, he's got to just play his own game. Queen G5 takes G6 and Rook E1 forces a draw, which would be an incredibly positive result right now for the Bulldogs. That means we need to look at the other boards. The bottom 2 boards were the heroes for the Blitz in the previous round. Can they repeat their heroics here? Aman, what do you see?
Yeah, basically we saw the bottom 2 boards being heroes for the Blitz. Well, guess what? They're gonna have to be heroes in a different way once again, and this time with the white pieces though. Mahel Boyer seems to have a very balanced game, but very closed off as well. I'm looking at Diamante Cornet's game as one that we should take a look at because it looks a lot more open, and I see some aggression on the king side here being launched by Cornet.
And I see the same narrative being repeated with Polina's very poor time management. She's down to 30 seconds. The material is equal. Black should be better because of her bishop pair. But does she realize it's a 3-minute game? She's down to 20 seconds. We're only on move 15. Maybe she's trying to find a way to win the knight on e5, but she can't because the knight, worst comes to worst, can drop back to f3 because the queen is protected by the other knight, but that loses a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, Danya, neither one of these teams wants to go quietly into the night, right? These are teams that are at 1-1 in the Pro Chess League. They do not want to fall to 1-2 and face elimination. They're putting everything on the line here.
And to that end, Datch actually refused the queen trade, so he's actually going for the win. They're in a time scramble. And this is not an elimination match, but you called it, Aman. The stakes are still absolutely huge. You win, you're essentially in the playoffs. I don't know where to go. 59 seconds now for Cornet. And the last thing she wants is a time scramble here. C4. Oh,
reasonable.
Jesus Christ.
Rook e4 happens with tempo now. Even though you jettison the b2 pawn, maybe rook e4, rook e1. Just keep the pressure
up. Time to jettison some stuff. It's played. Great call by you. With 20 seconds on the clock, you want as much tactical potential as you can achieve here. I'm also looking at Boyer, who's got 5 seconds. The position's still balanced, but the clock is far from balanced. We're going to get a draw in Datch's game against Grischuk, by the way.
That's right.
The draw has been agreed.
Man,
I need just one more point.
The Blitz are really putting their lower boards, like they're leaning on them like crazy, putting them in a tough spot. They're saying, hey, why don't you guys win on demand?
The MVL Grischuk combo has gotten half a point out of 2 in the last 2 rounds. How crazy would it be if the Blitz nonetheless managed to take this match? All of it, I think, will come down to Boyer's game. This is the Bulldogs' best chance to put this match away right here and right now.
Yeah, and every board seems to be going in the Bulldogs' favor right now. But what do you expect as the Blitz? Your top 2 boards go half out of 2. You can't always rely on the bottom 2, but they're still fighting. Mahel Boyer, he's got chances here. Time is so low, and Polina even has a crushing advantage at the moment.
Polina has won the pawn on b2, and unfortunately for Cornet, she just hasn't shown any kind of fight as a result, but she's trying to generate some chances. I flipped the game on. Rook to g4 is the last move. She's threatening. Mate, queen takes d4. Queen takes d4 would force the queens off the board.
That would be an absolutely
E6.
crushing move.
E6,
and queen takes f7.
She doesn't see it. Instead,
That's
she
not a
pushes
bad
her
move,
h1.
though.
Rook takes g6. Sack that baby.
Wow, it does work. E8 is hanging.
Or does it?
Rook f5.
Aman, I think e6 was still winning, but this might be winning practically.
I think this has to be winning.
I think she might repeat moves, though. Rook f4.
Bring the rook
queen
in.
c1 forks the rook.
Bring the rook in.
Rook f6.
Your team needs you.
You gotta try rook f6. Although maybe
queen
not,
d4.
because by the way, Mahel Boyer is actually generating some winning chances.
Now queen d4 and queen
h1,
e5.
Queen a1, queen e5.
Oh my goodness.
She's gonna lose.
That's gonna be it. No, it needed to be rook f5 when the queen was on g6 or queen on h5. That win surely cements the entire round in the Bulldogs' favor. And yes, they have reached the threshold, 10.5 points.
I flipped on the last remaining game. How sad would it be if Boyer actually pulls this game out and it turns out that a draw would have kept the match tied? This is unbelievable. The consolation, though, for Cornet is this actually might be a win for White.
Yeah, really.
There might be no consolation.
They only
Cornet.
needed a 1.5 points, right? From those 2 boards. So Cornet could have won, and Mahel Boyer could have drawn the game, and then maybe he could have won and she could have drawn the game. You can never plan it out perfectly. Ooh, rook to a4 would have been nice there.
Gosh, but now white's bishop is in trouble after king d6. It's staring at the e4 pawn, which is protected by black's knight. Boyer shouldn't lose this unless he blunders into some sort of a fork. Oh my gosh. This is wild.
Yeah, the result of this game definitely does not matter. We can say for the overall match, it has been decided already. But I just think you can't expect your bottom two boards to bail you out every time, right? That's just not the way the match can go.
They overfulfilled their expectations by a country mile. They carried the match in the final round, but Grischuk and MVL, particularly Maxime, has got to be incredibly disappointed with the way that he played the final two games. And that Blitz game, Amon, he plays his best opening. He's losing by move 10. That just can't happen if you're one of the top boards, if you're over 2,700. Can't happen.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Definitely disappointing. It should be noted that Bardia here, he does not know the result of the match, especially these are Blitz games. I mean, the results are flying in. So he's playing on because this could be a really impactful result. And Mihail Boyer doesn't know either. So these guys are playing like it really matters.
They're playing as if the match depends on the results of this game. You're right. They don't know that it doesn't. This actually might be a win for black. No, the king is hiding on h5. King a4, king h4 would have been a funny line.
Yeah.
Okay, but this should be a draw now by force after g7.
Yeah, if white doesn't do something ridiculous and win.
Like knight f4, g7, rook h5 mate.
That's right.
Is Boyer playing for a win here?
I can't tell. I think they're both playing for a win.
Exactly. Just repeat moves, Dineshvar. Yeah, white's playing for a win.
Yep.
Which is ridiculous. Which is ridiculous because there's no way to make progress here.
Black could even sack the rook for the pawn and it would be a draw.
Yep. I think Boyer might know that they're losing the match, but he might not realize the extent, or he'd just go for the draw because there's nothing left to gain here. Even a win doesn't keep them in the match. All right, time to repeat moves, gents.
I don't know. I respect the I mean, it has been a draw by repetition. He just doesn't know the results, so I really love that mentality that you're always, willing to, because you can't lose as white. Technically, you can lose as black because there's a pawn on the board. So I love the mentality, but like, what can you do when the top two boards here just aren't scoring more than half a point back to back? Unfortunately, the Blitz lose in tie breaks after bringing it back, Danya. I mean, what do you make of that result? I'm just beside myself with excitement. That was so fun to watch.
Honestly, it was such a pleasure to watch that match unfold, really starting from round 3. I mean, the entire way from the very first round, we had sharp games on all 4 boards. Everybody was going at each other's throats. And honestly, Demonte Cornet and Mihail Boyer got to hold their heads up high. It's not about assigning blame, and it's important not to assign blame, Amon, because the Blitz are still in the PCL, and they have actually shown that they can absolutely win the next 3 matches. They are very much still in the conversation. They have to have better performances from the top 2 boards, though.
Absolutely, and it's also important to remember that MVL, that's a player that can go 4-0, right? He definitely had a terrible 4th round and a terrible overtime round, right? You have to say that point blank. He knows it, and he'll probably hold himself to the highest standards. But you can't get down on a player like that the same way you can't get down on a board 4 that goes and scores 0 points one week. It's a team format, and not everyone's going to be playing their best chess in a given week. So you just have to regroup, realize you're still in the PCL. MVL is a player that I think any team would be lucky to have. So I mean, you're definitely not looking at him as a player that you're looking to cut off the roster, but damn, if you can't look at him with a side eye after those last two Blitz games, I have to say.
He will look at himself with a side eye, but we will be looking at the Bulldogs manager, Vyacheslav Nemets, who we will have for an interview after the break. He must be chewing whatever objects are near him. That must have been wildly stressful for Vyacheslav. We will find out the first-person view, but first we're going to take a short break and set him up. Folks, don't go anywhere because we will wrap up the show and have an interview with the Bulldogs manager in just a couple of moments.
name is Ethan Curry. You know, we all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, you know. Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight
I don't
f3.
like knight f3.
King e4. 91.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Take it. Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in one for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and they're losing on time.
Oh my
gosh! A7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
We're here with Vyacheslav Nemec, the captain of the victorious Croatia Bulldogs. I can't even imagine what you've been feeling the last couple of minutes. Vyacheslav, what is going through your mind right now?
I don't know, my heart is beating so hard, I still haven't cooled down. Yeah, I mean, it's a mix of happiness, disbelief, and yeah, a little bit of sadness for the opposing team who was also so close to winning, but ultimately, yeah, fell short in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, this match had us on the edge of our seats. I think going into it, we would say things like, honestly, I think this could be an 8-8 match. Well, then it actually was an 8-8 match. And in order for that to happen, there was a comeback mounted by the Blitz. So, Vyacheslav, take us through that final round in regulation when it was the Blitz that mounted a comeback against your Bulldogs. I mean, what were you thinking? Did you think you could actually lose?
Oh yeah, I was so tilted at that point because in the previous round, I think it was in the previous round, Paulina drew that game against Boyer, and I think also earlier in the match, Deak blundered heavily against Boyer, and I was like already really annoyed at their third board and his resilience in time trouble. And then the game started, and I was like, oh wait, Bardia is a piece down. Oh wait, Paulina is also a piece down. And I was like, things are not looking good. But then Injic came with a clutch win. And okay, they had survived that against Grischuk. I don't know how. And I was like, okay, maybe it's not over. But at some point, I was certain that we were lose and that I would still have to write some report where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we actually lost this match in this fashion. But yeah, it's just thrilling, really thrilling.
Vyacheslav, how proud are you of your guy, Alexander Indic, who gets 4.5 out of 5? And what could you tell chess fans who are a little bit less familiar with his playing style? Is this kind of performance something that you've come to expect from someone who's very clearly underrated by probably about 100 points?
Yeah, I mean, so in the region, he's well known. Like, okay, Serbia is obviously a neighboring country to Croatia, and everybody around has heard about Injic and knows of him. He is known for his very aggressive, very sharp style, but I didn't really expect that he would go for a win against MVL in the final round. And actually, I didn't know what to expect because I don't know him personally. And actually, in the Bundesliga over the weekend, he was playing, and he actually lost both games. So it wasn't a good sign before the match. But yeah, what he did today, I think, exceeded everybody's expectations. Like, it was crazy. Like, beating MVL twice in a row. I don't know many people who are capable of doing this. So yeah, true respect, and definitely keep an eye for this guy because he's not only playing very good chess, he's playing very enterprising chess from all aspects, opening wise, style wise. Definitely a player to keep an eye on.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, you have to be a complete player to beat MVL in back-to-back games. I mean, plain and simple. I also can say that you've moved on with the win. You now have that record of 2-1. I see some other teams at 2-1. One of those is the Chess Bras. Do any of those teams, tickle your interest? We're looking at standings on our screen here. You have the Shanghai Tigers, Chess Wizards, Norway Gnomes, Canada Chess Bras, and yourself. Any of those teams, are ones that you'd want to match up against next week?
That depends. Is Eric Hansen playing?
Well, that depends. Yeah. If Magnus is playing, I'm not sure he'll ever be allowed on the same roster as him again. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, in all seriousness, it's hard to say. Like, at this point, all the teams are so strong and super stacked, and I guess there are no easy matches. Whatever. I like the fact that Rating Cup is sort of an equalizer. But we will see. Actually, it's hard for me to think about the next match at this moment when the repercussions of this one are still going on to my head.
Vyacheslav, we have two quick chat questions for you before we let you go. The first one from Bruce Mac, who asks, does the team get together to practice, or do they do meetings via Zoom or something like that? Or is most of the communication sort of just formal by email?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that and how maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually, because I don't know whether the players know each other or not. No, there's definitely no practice sessions. I mean, this is, first of all, they're all professionals, and I'm not sure if they would like to share their maybe secrets or do anything together with a team of 9 other players. And also there are schedules and geographical differences and time differences and such. Maybe it would be a good idea to hold a meeting. I don't know what's the practice with other teams, but in my case, I just didn't get around it because I'm not sure how much they would enjoy it. I did try it once in the previous seasons, and it wasn't like super good. So for the moment, it's all formal. But given the results, maybe it should change, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's the best as it is.
Yeah, maybe keep it that way. Vyacheslav, we have one more featured chat question from Goran Chess. A question for you. How do you pick your weekly lineup with basically so many great players on your overall roster? Like, you have so many good options. What goes into it as the manager for the Croatia Bulldogs to picking the lineup each week?
Yeah, it's tricky because there are many strong players, and like on paper, would you say there's a difference, for example, between Injic and Yilmaz or Burabayev? They're all great players of similar rating, similar strength. But most of the time, it also comes down to, let's say, the performance in the recent matches. Obviously, Bardia was doing super well this season, so it's natural to give him as many opportunities as possible. But also, it often comes down to the availability of the players. Like, for example, last week, Yilmaz was able to play, but this week he's playing in the Norway Chess League. This week, Injic is playing, but next week he will play in the European Individual Championship. So you guys from Chess, when we get paired, you know that you don't have to prepare for him. So it's kind of a mix of a both. But ultimately, it's also, Deats as a highest rated player, obviously, usually gets the opportunity. So yeah, it's communication, some decision making, and also scheduling with the other obligations.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate the insight, Vyacheslav. It's been a long day, a very nerve-wracking match. We will let you take your rest. Congratulations to your team, and good luck to the Bulldogs in their quest to win one more match and make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you, guys, and yeah, good luck to you too. And I don't know, hope to see you in the playoffs, I guess.
Absolutely. Thanks, Vyacheslav.
Yeah.
Well, that's all she wrote him on. 2 teams are now at a perfect score. Man, the Gotham Knights match, it feels like it was, I don't know, like a decade ago. It feels like a different millennium.
That was the same day? I can't believe that.
The same morning. I mean, this is crazy. We just had 6 hours of incredible breakneck action. The Gotham Knights blowing the Shanghai Tigers out of the water. And the Shanghai Tigers are now joined at the score of 2-1 from the Croatia Bulldogs, who came from the other direction. But I think Amon are basically here to stay, especially if Indic and Dejac keep performing this well.
Agreed. And the other interesting thing about the PCL is teams can beat each other and then still meet in the playoffs. So, I mean, yeah, the Gotham Knights are 3-0. They just beat the Shanghai Tigers. But funny enough, look at the Shanghai Tigers. They're right behind them, literally chasing their tail. So Shanghai could win another match. And, well, there might be some interesting, fun rivalries that start to develop in this Pro Chess League, because you don't beat a team once and never see them again. It's on a knockout format. I think it's great. There's 3 lives available, and you will see these teams again. But Croatia looking great. Blitz need more points from their top boards, it seems like, over these couple of weeks, Danya, because right now they have fallen to 1 and 2 in the standings. That's just not going to cut it. They cannot afford another loss.
Well, they've got that 1-2 punch, MVL and Grischuk, but they will be the first to admit that today they were incredibly underwhelming. MVL, he really destroyed a lot of the Blitz's chances with 2 losses against Alexander Indic in the final 2 games. But let me tell you, these top GMs, they savor the opportunity for redemption. They're not just thinking, why don't you put me out? I don't want to play next week. No. They're going to say, put me in, coach, put me in, captain, because I am going to show what I'm made of. And that kind of approach is what we live for as commentators, watching players who maybe haven't had the best run so far, but are hungry for the opportunity for redemption. That's what the PCL is all about. And the Blitz are going to have to be all about winning if they want to make a comeback and somehow make their way into the playoffs and perhaps get another chance at the Croatia Bulldogs, who they will try so hard to beat. But all of that is in the future. Because, folks, the time has come for us, unfortunately, to wrap up today's show. Tomorrow, though, we will have 2 more matches. Same time, start times, 7:30 a.m. Pacific, and 10 a.m. Pacific. We will have the Unicorns against MGD1 in the morning, followed by the Berlin Bears and the St. Louis Archbishops, who, yes, Amon, are 2-0. So anybody who's experiencing PCL withdrawal, you will not have long to wait until the next set of matches. I'll pass it on to you one more time before we wrap up for your final thoughts on today.
I mean, today was just insane. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Riveting matches. We saw a blowout, and then we saw an exciting overtime match at the end as well. I couldn't have asked for, more action, better action. And the best part is that we're not even at the end of the week, right? We can look forward to tomorrow, and everyone who's here as just a PCL enthusiast and chess fan, tomorrow there's another big matchup, and probably one of the biggest, I think, of the week. We get to find out another team that will unfortunately be eliminated from the entire Pro Chess League, and it's going to happen tomorrow. So St. Louis or Berlin, Dania, I can't wait to sit down and watch that one from Twitch chat among everyone else. But today's been a pleasure. Always great commentating with you, man.
Likewise, Amon, this was so much fun. So thank you to you. Thank you to everybody in the chat. And of course, to our incredibly hardworking producers, Hala and Vic, who get up early together with us and are integrally responsible for these shows being as professional as they are. So thank you to everybody who makes this possible. We hope you enjoyed today's PCL action, and we hope to see you tomorrow bright and early at 7:30 a.m. Pacific for the first of what will promise to be 2 more scintillating PCL matches. Thank you to all. We wish you a very pleasant rest of your Thursday, and there is more PCL to come tomorrow. But for now, this was Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Amon Hamilton bidding you a great rest of your Thursday. So long.